Chapter 100 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 100. The End of the Yarn. Ocean waifs no longer, the crew of the catamaran became embodied with that of the ship, and her little passenger found kindness and protection in the cabin of the whaler. The catamaran herself was not cut loose in the nautical sense of the term and abandoned, but she was cut loose in the literal sense, and in pieces hoisted aboard the ship to be employed for various purposes. Her ropes, spars, and sail to be used as sometimes they had been originally intended, her other timbers to go to the stock of the carpenter, and her casks to the cooper, to be eventually filled with the precious sperm oil which the ship's crew were engaged in trying out. The old whalesman was not long aboard before getting confirmed in his conjecture that the ship was the same whose boats had harpooned and drogued the cachalot, the carcass of which had been encountered by the catamaran. It was one of a large pod of whales, of which the boats had been in pursuit, and these, along with the ship, having followed its companions to a great distance and killed several of them in the chase, had lost all bearings of the one first struck. It had been their intention to go in search of it, as soon as they should try out the others that had been captured, and the information now given by Ben Brace to the captain of the whaler would enable the latter the more easily to discover the lost prize, which he estimated at the value of 70 or 80 barrels of oil, and therefore well worth the trouble of going back for. On the day after the castaways had been taken aboard, the whale ship, having extinguished the fires of her try-works, started in search of the drogued whale. The ex-crew of the catamaran had by this time given a full account of their adventures to the whalesmen, at the same time expressing their belief that the ruffians on the big rafts would be found by the carcass they were in search of. The prospect of such an encounter could not fail to interest the crew of the whaler, and as they advanced in the direction in which they expected to find the drogued cachalot, all eyes were bent searchingly upon the sea. So far as the dead whale was concerned, they were successful in their search. Just as the sun was going down, they came in sight of it, and before the twilight had passed by, they hove to alongside of it. The vast flock of seabirds perched upon the floating mass that rose into the air as the ship approached them proclaimed the absence of human beings. The great raft was not there, nor were there any indications that it had revisited the carcass. On the contrary, that curious structure, the crane, which the catamarans had erected on the summit of the floating mass, was still standing just as they had left it, only that the flakes of shark's flesh were scorched to the hue and texture of a cinder, and the fire that had burnt them was no longer blazing beneath. The fate of the slaver's castaway crew did not long remain a mystery. 3 days after, when the carcass of the cachalot had been flensed and tried out, and the whaler had once more proceeded upon her cruise, she chanced upon a spot where the sea was strewn with a variety of objects, among which were 2 or 3 spars of a ship and several empty water casks. In these objects there was no difficulty in recognizing the wreck of the Pandora's raft, which was drifting at no great distance from the place where they had been cutting up the cachalot. The conclusion was easily arrived at. The gale, which had been successfully weathered by the carefully constructed catamaran, had proved too violent for the larger embarkation, loosely lashed together and negligently navigated as it was. As a consequence, it had gone to pieces, while the wretches who had occupied it, not having the strength to cling either to cask or spar, had indubitably gone to the bottom. As little William afterwards related, so perished the slaver's crew. Not one of them, either those in the gig or on the raft, ever again saw the shore. They perished upon the face of the wide ocean, miserably perished, without hand to help or eye to weep over them. In truth did it seem as if their destruction had been an act of the Omnipotent himself, to avenge the sable-skinned victims of their atrocious cruelty. Were it our province to write the after-history of the catamarans, we could promise ourselves a pleasant task, perhaps pleasanter than recording the cruise of that illustrious craft. We have space only to epitomize. The day after setting foot upon the deck of the whale ship, Snowball was appointed chef de caboose, in which distinguished office he continued for several years, and only resigned it to accept of a similar situation on board a fine bark, commanded by Captain Benjamin Brace, engaged in the African trade. But not that African trade carried on by such ships as the Pandora. No, the merchandise transported in Captain Brace's bark was not black men, but white ivory, yellow gold dust, palm oil, and ostrich plumes, and it was said that, after each trip to the African coast, the master, as well as owner of this richly laden bark, was accustomed to make a trip to the Bank of England and there deposit a considerable sum of money. After many years spent thus professionally, and with continued success, the ci devant whalesman, man-o'-warsman, ex-captain of the Catamaran, and master of the African trader, retired from active life, and anchored in a snug craft in the shape of a Hampstead Heath villa, is now enjoying his pipe, his glass of grog, and his otium cum dignitate. As for little William, he in turn ceased to be known by this designation. It was no longer appropriate when he became captain of a first-class clipper ship in the East Indian trade, standing upon his own quarter-deck full 6 feet in his shoes, and finely proportioned at that, so well as to both face and figure that he had no difficulty in getting spliced to a wife that dearly loved him. She was a very beautiful woman, with a noble round eye, jet-black waving hair, and a deep brunette complexion. Many of his acquaintances were under the impression that she had Oriental blood in her veins, and that he had brought her home from India on one of his return voyages from that country. Those more intimate with him could give a different account, one received from himself, and which told them that his wife was a native of Africa, of Portuguese extraction, and that her name was Laili. They had heard, moreover, that his first acquaintance with her had commenced on board a slave bark, and that their friendship as children, afterwards ripening into love, had been cemented while both were castaways upon a raft. Ocean Waifs, in the middle of the Atlantic. The end. End of chapter 100. End of The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid.
Chapter 51 of The Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Edward Brecht. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 51. A Thrust Through and Through. As soon as the catamaran had fairly recovered her equilibrium, Snowball condescended to climb aboard. The ludicrous appearance of the negro, as he stood dripping upon the deck, might have excited laughter, but neither Ben Brace, nor his acolyte, nor the little Lolly were in a mood for mirth. On the contrary, the curious incident that had just occurred was yet unexplained, and the awe with which it had inspired them still continued to hold all three in a sort of speechless control. Snowball himself was the first to break the silence. "Good grammity," he exclaimed, his teeth chattering like castanets as the words passed between them. "What's all the rumpus 'bout? What you tink, Massa Ben? What make dat dratted fuss under de raft? De water be ploush 'bout so I've seen nuffin, 'ceptin a big black heap o' somethin'. Golly, I believe it were de jumbe, de debbil." The terrified looks of the speaker, while giving utterance to these words, especially when pronouncing the dreaded name of the jumbe, told that he was serious in what he said, and that he actually believed the devil to have been the agent who had been causing the mysterious commotion. The English sailor, though not entirely free from a certain tinge of superstition, did not share Snowball's belief. Though unable, by any experience he had ever gone through, to account for the odd incident, still he could not ascribe it to supernatural agency. The blow which started the plank on which Snowball had been standing had communicated a shock to the whole structure. It might have been given by some huge fish, or other monster of the deep, and though unaccountable and unexpected, might nevertheless be quite natural. It was the shaking which the catamaran kept up afterwards, almost the spilling of the whole crew into the water, that most perplexed the old man-of-war's man. He could not imagine why a fish, or any other creature, having butted its head once against the keel of the craft, would not instantly desist from such an idle encounter, and make off as fast as fins could carry it. Ben's first impression was that a whale had by chance risen under the raft, as he had known them to do against the sides of ships. But then the persistence of the creature, whatever it was, in its odd attack, argued something more than accident. On the other hand, if the attack was designed, and had been made by a whale, of whatever species, the sailor knew that it would not have left off after merely shaking the raft. A whale, with a single flirt of his tail, would have sent the whole structure flying into the air, sunk it down into the deep, or scattered it in 50 fragments over the surface of the water. One of these things a whale would undoubtedly have done, so believed Ben Brace, and therefore the creature that had come so near capsizing them could not be a whale. What was it then? A shark? No, it could not be a shark, though there are 2 or 3 species of these monsters, quite as large as good-sized whales. The sailor never knew of their assaulting anything after the fashion. As they stood speculating on the cause of their curious adventure, a shout from Snowball announced that the ex-cook had at length discovered the explanation. Snowball's first thought, after having partially recovered from his fright, was to examine the plank from which, like an acrobat from his springboard, he had made that involuntary somersault. There, just by the spot on which he had been standing, appeared an object that explained everything, a sharp, bony, proboscis-like implement, standing up a full foot's length out of the timber, slightly obliqued from the perpendicular, and as firmly embedded in the wood as if it had been driven in by the blows of a blacksmith's hammer. That it had penetrated the plank from underneath could be easily seen, by the ragged edge and split pieces around the orifice where it came out. But the Negro did not stay to draw deductions of this nature. On catching sight of the object, which he knew had not been there before, his terror at once came to an end, and a long cachinnation, intended for a peal of laughter, announced that Snowball was himself again. "Golly!" he exclaimed. "Look dar, Massa Brace. Look at de ting dat had guv us such a frightening. Whoosh! Who'd a beliebed it dat de long nose got so much strength in him ugly body? Whoosh!" "A swordfish!" cried Ben. The rostrum of one of these singular creatures was the sharp bone protruding above the plank. "You're right, Snowy. It be a swordfish, and nothing else." "Only the snout of one," jocularly rejoined the Negro. "De carcass ob de animal ain't dar any more. Dat was de black body I seed under de raft. But he ain't dar now. He hab broke off him long proboscis, and no doubt dat hab killed him. He gone dead, and to de bottom, both at the same time." "Yes," assented the sailor. "It must have broke off while he was struggling to get clear. I heerd the crash out like a partin' o' a spar, and just after, the raft stopped shaking and began to settle down again. Lord have mercy on us, what a thrust he have made! That plank be 5 inches thick at the very least, and you see he's stuck his snout through it more'n a foot. Lord have mercy on us, what a wonderful queery creatures the ocean do contain." And with this philosophic reflection from the lips of the man-o'-war's man, ended the adventure. End of chapter 51.
Chapter 52 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 52. An Awkward Grip. To the 2 oldest of the Catamaran's crew, the curious circumstances of the swordfish thrusting his rostrum through the raft and snapping it asunder needed no explanation. Both knew that it was not with an intention of attacking the Catamaran that the stab had been given, nor was the act a voluntary one in any way. Not likely, indeed, since it had proved fatal to the swordsman himself. No one doubted his having gone dead to the bottom of the sea, for the bony blade was found to have been broken close to the hilt, and it was not possible the owner could exist without this important weapon. Even supposing that the fearful fracture had not killed him outright, the loss of his long rapier, the only tool by which he could obtain his living, would be sure to shorten his lease of life, and the final moment could not be long delayed. But neither sailor nor ex-sea cook had any doubt of the fish having committed suicide, no more than that the act was involuntary. The explanation given by Ben Brace to his protégé was simple, as it was also rational. The swordfish had been charging into a shoal of albacores, partly blinded by the velocity of its impetuous rush, and partly by its instinct of extreme voracity, perhaps amounting to a passion. It had seen nothing of the raft until its long weapon struck the plank, piercing the latter through and through. Unable to withdraw its rostrum from the fibrous wood, the fish had instantly inaugurated that series of struggles, and continued them until the crash came, caused no doubt by the upheaved raft lurching suddenly down in a direction transverse to its snout. Only a part of this explanatory information was extended to little William, for only a part was required. From some previous talk that had occurred on the same subject, he was already acquainted with a few of the facts relating to this foolish fencing on the part of the swordfish. Nor was there at that moment any explanation either offered or asked for. As soon as the Catamaran had settled into a proper position, and Snowball had got aboard, the eyes of her whole crew, those of the Coromantee among the rest, became once more directed to that which had occupied their attention previous to receiving the shock: the strange behaviour of the frigate bird. This creature was still down on the surface of the water, darting from point to point, fluttering and flopping, and throwing up the little clouds of spray that, surrounding it like a nimbus, seemed to follow it wherever it went. Though Ben Brace and Snowball had been able to explain the action of the fish, they were both at fault about the behaviour of the bird. In all their sea experience, neither had ever witnessed the like conduct before, either on the part of a frigate bird or any other bird of the ocean. For a long time they stood watching the creature, and exchanging conjectures as to the cause of its singular action. It was clear this was not voluntary, for its movements partook of the nature of a struggle. Besides, its screams, to which it gave an almost continuous utterance, betokened either terror or pain, or both. But why did it keep to the surface of the sea, when it was well known to be a bird that could rise almost vertically into the air, and to the highest point that winged creatures might ascend? This was the query to which neither sailor nor sea cook could give a reply, either with positive truth or probable conjecture. For full 10 minutes it remained unanswered. That is, 10 minutes after the swordfish adventure had ended, and 20 from the time the frigate bird had been seen to swoop at the flying fish. Then, however, the problem received its solution, and the play of the Pelecanus Aquila was at length explained. It was no play on the part of the unfortunate bird, but a case of involuntary and fearful captivity. The bird had begun to show symptoms of exhaustion, and as its strength became enfeebled, its wings flopped more gently against the water, the spray no longer rose around it, and the sea underneath was less agitated. The spectators could now see that it was not alone. Beneath, and apparently clutching it by the leg, was a fish whose shape, size, and sheen of azure hue proclaimed it an albacore. No doubt the one that simultaneously with the bird itself had been balked in the pursuit of the flying fish. So far the detention of the frigate bird upon the surface of the sea was explained, but not sufficiently. There was still cause for conjecture. The albacore seemed equally tired of the connection, equally exhausted, and as it swam slowly about, no longer darting swiftly from point to point as at the beginning of the strife, the spectators could now see that the foot of the sea-hawk, instead of being held between the jaws of the fish, as at first they had supposed it to be, appeared to be resting on the back of its head, as if the bird had perched there and was balancing itself on one leg. Mystery of mysteries! What could it all mean? The struggles of both bird and fish seemed coming to a termination, as they were now only continued intermittently. After each interval the wings of the former and the fins of the latter moved with feebler stroke, until at length both wings and fins lay motionless. the former on, the latter in, the water. But that the bird's wings were extended, it would, no doubt, have sunk under the surface, and the fish was still making feeble endeavours to draw it down, but the spread pinions, extending over nearly 10 feet of surface, frustrated the design. It so chanced that the curious spectacle had occurred directly ahead of the Catamaran, and the craft, making way down the wind, kept gradually approaching the scene of the strife. Every moment the respective positions of the two parties revealed themselves more clearly, but it was not until the raft swept within reach, and the exhausted adversaries were both taken up, that the connection between them became thoroughly understood. Then it was discovered that the contest which had occurred between them was on both sides an involuntary affair, had not been sought by either, but was the result of sheer accident. How could it be otherwise, since the albacore is too strong for the beak of the frigate bird, too big for even its capacious throat to swallow, while, on the other hand, the frigate bird never ventures to intrude itself on the cruising ground of this powerful fish? The accident which had conducted to this encounter, leading to a fatal entanglement, had been caused by a creature which is the common prey of both, the little flying fish, that for once had escaped from its enemies of both elements, the air and the water. In dashing down upon the flying fish, the curving talons of the bird, missing the object for which they had been braced, entered the eye of the albacore, partly because they fitted exactly into the socket, and partly becoming embedded among the fibrous sutures of the skull, they remained fixed, so that neither bird nor fish, equally desirous of undoing the irksome yoke, was able to put an end to the partnership. Snowball gave them a divorce, as effectual as could have been obtained in the court, ever to be noted as that of Sir Creswell. The process was brief, the execution following quick upon the judgment, though the sentences pronounced upon the criminals were not exactly the same. The fish was knocked on the head, while a different, though equally expeditious, mode of punishment was executed upon the bird. Its head was twisted from its body. Thus, somewhat after the fashion of Kilkenny cats, perished 2 tyrants of the sea. Let us hope that the tyrants of the land may all receive an analogous compensation for their crimes. End of chapter 52. Chapter number 53 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 53. Gloomy Prospects. The reappearance of the swordfish, if it was the same that had already paid them a visit, or more likely the discovery and pursuit of the school of flying fish, had caused the albacores to decamp from the neighbourhood of the Catamaran, so that, with the exception of that taken from the talons of the frigate bird, not one was any longer to be seen. Once recovered from the excitement caused by the singular accident that happened to the Catamaran, as well as the other incident almost as singular, the crew made an inspection of their craft to see if any damage had accrued from the shock. Fortunately there was none. The piercing of the plank in which the bony rostrum remained firmly embedded was of no consequence whatever, and although several feet of the sword, the whole of the blade in fact, excepting that which protruded above, could be perceived jutting out underneath, they made no attempt to extract it, since it could not greatly interfere with the sailing qualities of the Catamaran. The plank itself had been started slightly out of place, and 1 or 2 other timbers loosened, but in such able hands as those of Snowball and the sailor, these trifling damages were soon made good again. The 2 baited hooks were once more dropped into the water, but the sun went down over the ocean without either of them receiving a nibble. No albacore, No fish whatever, no bird, no living creature of any kind was in sight at the setting of that sun, which, slowly descending as it were into the silent depths of the ocean, left them in the purple gleam of the twilight. Notwithstanding the interesting events which had transpired, enough to secure them against a single moment of ennui, they were far from being cheerful in that twilight hour. The stirring incidents of the day had kept them from thinking of their real situation. But when all was once more tranquil, even to the ocean around them, their thoughts naturally reverted to their very narrow chances of ultimately escaping from that wide, wild waste, stretching, as it seemed, to the ends of the world. With wistful glances they had watched the sun sinking over the sea. The point where the golden luminary disappeared from their sight was due westward, the direction in which they desired to go. Could they have only been at that moment where his glorious orb was shining down from the vertex, they would have been upon dry land. And oh, what a thrilling thought is that of firm, stable earth to the wretched castaway clinging upon his frail raft in the middle of the endless ocean. They were discouraged by the dead calm that reigned around them, for every breath of the breeze had died away before sunset. The surface of the sea was tranquil even to glassiness, and as the twilight deepened, it began to mirror the millions of twinkling stars gradually thickening in the sky. There was something awful in the solemn stillness that reigned around them, and with something like awe did it inspire them. It was not unbroken by sounds, but these were of a character to sadden rather than cheer them, for they were sounds to be heard only in the wilderness of the great deep, such as the half-screaming laugh of the sea-mew and the wild whistle of the boatswain bird. Another cause of discouragement to our castaways, one which had that day arisen, was the loss of their valuable dried fish. It is true that only a portion of their stock had been spilled into the engulfing ocean, but even this was a cause of regret, since it might not be so easy to make up the quantity lost. While angling among the albacores, with the prospect of making a successful troll, they had thought less of it. Now that these fish had forsaken them, leaving only 3 in their possession, and they were in doubt whether they might ever come across another school, more acutely did they feel the misfortune. Their spirits sank still lower as the descending twilight darkened around them, and for an hour or more not a cheerful word was heard or spoken by that sad quartet composing the crew of the Catamaran. End of chapter 53.
Chapter 54 of The Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 54. Thanksgiving. Despondency cannot endure forever. Kind nature has not ordained that it should be so. It may have its periods, longer or shorter as the case may be, but always to be succeeded by intervals, if not of absolute cheerfulness, at least of emotions less painful to endure. About an hour after the going down of the sun, the spirits of those on board the Catamaran became partially freed from the weight that for some time had been pressing upon them. Of course this change was attributable to some cause, and as it was a physical one, there could be no difficulty in tracing it. It was simply the springing up of a breeze, a fine breeze blowing steadily and to the west, the very direction in which it was desirous they should make way. And they did make way. The Catamaran, in spite of the terrible stab she had received, scudding through the water, as if to show that the assault of the swordfish had in no way disabled her. Motion has always a soothing effect upon anyone suffering from despondent spirits, more especially when the movement is being made in the right direction. A boat stationary in the water, or drifting the wrong way against the stroke of the rower, a railway carriage at a stand, or gliding back to the platform, contrary to the direction in which the traveller intends to go, such experiences always produce a feeling of irksome uneasiness. When either begins to progress in its proper course, no matter how slowly, the unpleasant feeling instantly passes away, for we know that we are going onward. Onward, a word to cheer the drooping spirit, a glorious word for the despondent. It was not that anyone on board the Catamaran had the slightest idea that the breeze would waft them to land, or even last long enough to bear them many leagues over the ocean. It was the thought that they were making progress in the right course, going onward, simply that thought that cheered them. It roused them from their despondency sufficiently to beget thoughts of supper, and Snowball was seen starting up with some alacrity, and scrambling towards his stores. His locker lay amidships, and as he had not far to go, nor any great variety of comestibles to choose from, he soon returned to the stern, near which the others were seated, carrying in his outstretched claws half a dozen of the pickled biscuits, and some morsels of cured fish. It was a coarse and meagre meal, at which even a pauper would have pouted his lips, but to those for whom it was intended it had relish enough to make it not only acceptable but welcome. A greater delicacy was before their eyes, lying on the deck of the Catamaran. That was the albacore, a fish whose flesh is equal in excellence to that of any taken out of the ocean. But the flesh of the albacore was raw, while that of Snowball's stock, if not cooked, was at least cured; and this, in the opinion of the Catamarans, rendered it more palatable. With a little canary to wash it down, it was not to be despised, at least under the circumstances in which they were who supped upon it. But the wine was sparingly distributed, and drunk with a large admixture of water. The bump of economy stood high upon the skull of the Coromantee. Perhaps to this might be attributed the fact of his being still in existence, since but for the industry he had exhibited in collecting his stores, and his careful hoarding of them, he might, with his protege, have long before succumbed to starvation. While eating their frugal supper, Snowball expressed regret at not having a fire, upon which he might have cooked a cut from the albacore. The chef de caboose was not ignorant of the excellence of the fish. He really felt regret, less on his own account than in consideration of his protege, Lilly Lally, whose palate he would fain have indulged with something more delicate than sun-dried fish and salty biscuit. But as fire was out of the question, he was compelled to forego the pleasure of cooking Lally's supper, and could only gain gratification by giving to the girl more than her share of the sweet canary. Small as was the quantity distributed to each, it had the effect of still further cheering them, and after supper they sat for some time indulging in lighter converse than that to which they had lately accustomed themselves. "Somethin'," said the sailor, "seemed to tell me, just as if I heerd it in a whisper, that we'll yet reach land, or come in sight of a ship. I don't know what puts it in my head, unless it be because we've been so many times near going down below, and still we're above water yet, and I hope likely to keep so." "Ya, ya, Massa Ben, we float yet. We keep so long's we kin, dat for certain. We nebba say die, long as de Catamaran hold togedder. I war astonished," continued the sailor, without heeding the odd interpolation of the sea cook, "wonderful 'stonished when that flyin' fish chucked itself aboard our bit o' plankin, and it no bigger than the combo of a hatchway. What could a conducted it there to that spot above all others of the broad ocean? What but the hand of that angel as sits up aloft? No, Snowy, ye may talk as ye like about your duppies and jumbies, and that other creature ye call your fetish, but I tell ye, nigger, there be somethin' up above us as is above them all, and that's the God of the Christian. He be there, and he sent that flyin' fish into our wee bit o' raft, and he sent the shower as saved me and little William from dyin' o' thirst, and he it were that made you and me drift towards each other, so as that we might work together to get out of this 'ere scrape as our own foolishness and wickedness ha' got us into." "Dat am de truf, Massa Brace, dat last remark, only not altogether. 'Twan't altogether our own fault dat brought us on board de slave ship Pandora, needer you, not myself. It might 'a been our foolishness, dat I do admit, but de wickedness were more de fault of other men, dat am wickeder dan eider you or dis unfortunate Coromantee nigga." "Never mind, Snowy," responded the sailor. "I know there be still some good in ye, and maybe there be good in all of us, to be favoured and protected as we've been in the midst of so many dangers. I think after what's happened this day, especially our escaping from that sharks, and the long swim as we had to make afterwards, we ought to be uncommon thankful, and say something to show it too." "Say something? Say what, Massa Brace?" "I mean a prayer." "Prayer? What dat?" "Surely, Snowy, you know what a prayer be." "Nebber heard ob de ting, nebber in all my life." "Well, it be to say something to him as keeps watch up aloft, either by way of asking for something you want to get, or thanking him for what you have got already. The first be called a prayer, the other be a thanksgiving. There ain't much difference, as I could ever see, though I've heerd the ship's chaplain go through 'em both, ay, scores of times. But the one as we want now be the thanksgiving, and I know little Will'm here can go through it like a breeze. Did you ever hear Will'm pray, Snowy?" "Nebba, I tell ye, Massa Brace, I nebba hear anybody pray in de fashion you 'peak about. Ob course I hab hear de nigger talk to de fetish, de which I, though I be a nigger myself, nebba believed in. Dis child no believe in anything he no see, and he see many ting he no believe in." To this frank confession of faith on the part of the Coromantee, Ben made no rejoinder that might signify either assent or opposition. His reply was rather a continuation of the train of thought that had led to his last interrogative. "Ah, Snowy, if you heerd the lad, he do pray beautiful, most equal to the parson, as we had aboard the frigate, and he warn't slow at it either. Do 'ee think, Will'm," continued the sailor, turning to the lad with an inquiring look, "do 'ee think ye can remember that prayer as is in the church sarvice, and which I've heerd the frigate chaplain go through, specially after a storm, as speaks about deliverin' us from all dangers by sea and by land? You heard it at home in the church. Do you think ye could give it as?" "Oh," answered William, "you mean the thanksgiving for deliverance from our enemies. Certainly I remember it. How could I forget what I've heard so many Sundays in church, besides often on weekdays at home? Oh yes, Ben, I can repeat it if you wish." "I do, lad." "Give it us, then. It may do good. At all events, we owe it, for what's been done to us. So take a reef out o' your tongue, lad, and fire away." Notwithstanding the bizarreria of manner in which the request was made, the boy sailor hesitated not to comply with it, and turning himself round upon his knees, a movement imitated by all the others, he repeated the thanksgiving of the church service, which, though well known, is fortunately only heard upon very unfrequent occasions. The thanksgiving appeared an appropriate finale to the toils and dangers of the day, and after it was offered up, Snowball, William, and Lalee lay down to rest, leaving Ben Brace to attend to the steering oar, and otherwise perform the duties of the dog watch. Chapter 54.
Chapter 55 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 55. Snowball Sees Land. The man-o'-war's man kept watch during the long hours of the night. True to his trust, he attended to the steering oar, and as the breeze continued to blow steadily in the same direction, the raft, under the double propulsion of the wind and the line current, made considerable way to the westward. A sort of filmy fog had arisen over the ocean, which hid the stars from sight. This might have rendered it impossible for the steersman to keep his course, but, under the belief that there was no change occurring in the direction of the wind, Ben guided himself by that, and very properly, as it afterwards proved. Just before daybreak, he was relieved by Snowball, who entered upon his watch at the same time taking his turn at the steering oar. Ben had not aroused the negro for this purpose, and he would have generously remained at his post until morning had Snowball desired to prolong his slumbers. The act of arousing himself was not altogether voluntary on the part of the negro, though neither was it the doing of his comrade. It was in consequence of a physical feeling, a cold shivering caused by the damp sea fog, that Snowball had been disturbed from his sleep, and which, in his awakening, kept him for some minutes oscillating in a sort of ague, his ivories dingling against each other with a continuous rattle that resembled the clattering of some loose bolt in a piece of machinery out of repair. It was some time before Snowball could recover his exact equilibrium, for, of all sorts of climate, that least endurable to the Coromantee negro is a cold one. After repeated flopping his arms over his broad chest, and striking crosswise until the tips of his fingers almost met upon the spinal column of his back, Snowball succeeded in resuscitating the circulation. Then, perceiving it was full time to take his turn at the helm, he proposed relieving the sailor. This proposal was agreed to, Ben, before putting himself in a position for repose, giving Snowball the necessary directions as to the course in which the catamaran was to be kept. In 5 minutes after, the sailor was asleep, and the sea cook was the only one of the catamarans who was conscious that the craft that carried them was only a frail structure, drifting in a mid-ocean hundreds of miles from land. Little William was, perhaps, dreaming of his English, and Lilly-Lally of her African home, while the sailor, in all probability, was fancying himself safely stowed in the forecastle of a British frigate, with all sail rightly set, and a couple of 100 jolly jacks like himself, stretched out in their bunks or swinging in their hammocks around them. During the first hour of his watch, Snowball did not embarrass his brain with any other idea than simply to follow the instructions of the sailor, and keep the catamaran before the wind. There had been something said about keeping a lookout, in the hope of espying a sail, but in the dense fog that surrounded them, there would be no chance of seeing the biggest ship, even should one be passing at an ordinary cable's length from the catamaran. Snowball, therefore, did not trouble himself to scan the sea on either side of their course, but for all that, he kept the lookout enjoined on him by the sailor. That is, he kept it with his ears. Though a ship might not be seen, the voices of her crew or other sounds occurring aboard might be heard. For in this way the presence of a vessel is often proclaimed in a very dark night, or when the sea is obscured by a fog. Oftener, however, at such times, two ships will approach and recede from one another, without either having been conscious of the proximity of the other, meeting in mid-ocean and gliding silently past, like two giant spectres, each bent on its own noiseless errand. Daybreak arrived, without the black pilot having heard any sound, beyond that of the breeze rustling against the sail of the catamaran, or the hollow saw of the water, as it surged against the empty casks lashed around their sides. As the day broke, however, and the upper edge of the sun's disk became visible above the horizon, the fog under the influence of his rays growing gradually but sensibly thinner, the sight became as close to the eyes of Snowball that caused the blood to course with lightning quickness through his veins, while his heart, beating delightfully within his capacious chest, bounded far above the region of his diaphragm. At the same instant he sprang to his feet, dropped the steering oar as it had been a bar of red-hot iron, and, striding forward to the starboard bow of the catamaran, stood gazing outward upon the ocean. What could have caused this sudden commotion in both mind and body of the Coromantee? What spectacle could have thus startled them? It was a sight of land. End of chapter 55.
Chapter 56 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 56. Is it land? A sight so unexpected, and yet so welcome, should have elicited from him a vociferous announcement of the fact. It did not. On the contrary, he kept silent while stepping forward on the deck, and for some time after, while he stood gazing over the bow. It was the very unexpectedness of seeing land, combined with the desirability of such a sight, that hindered him from proclaiming it to his companions, and it was some time before he became convinced that his senses were not deceiving him. Though endowed with only a very limited knowledge of nautical geography, the Negro knew a good deal about the lower latitudes of the Atlantic. More than once had he made that dreaded middle passage, once in fetters, and often afterwards assisting to carry others across in the same unfeeling fashion. He knew of no land anywhere near where they were now supposed to be, had never seen or heard of any, neither island, rock, nor reef. He knew of the Isle of Ascension, and the lone islet of St. Paul's, but neither of these could be near the track on which the catamaran was holding her course. It could not be either. And yet, what was it he saw? For sure as eyes were eyes, there was an island outlined upon the retina, so plainly perceptible that his senses could not be deceiving him. It was after this conviction became fully established in his mind that he at length broke silence, and in a voice that woke his slumbering companions with a simultaneous start. "Land ho!" vociferated Snowball. "Land ho!" echoed Ben Brace, springing to his feet, and rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. "Land, you say, Snowy? Impossible. You must be mistaken, nigger." "Land?" interrogated little William. "Where away, Snowball?" "Land?" cried the Portuguese girl, comprehending that word of joyful signification, though spoken in a language not her own. "Where away?" inquired the sailor, as he scrambled over the planks of the raft to get on the forward side of the sail which hindered his field of view. "Hyah!" replied Snowball. "Hyah, Massa Brace. Jest to labboard, ober de labboard bow." "It do look like land," assented the sailor, directing his glance upon something of a strange appearance, low down upon the surface of the sea, and still but dimly discernible through the fog. "Shiver my timbers if it don't. An island it be, not a very big un, but for all that, it seem a island." "My gollies, dar am people on it. Do you see 'em, Massa Brace? Movin' 'bout all ober it. I see 'em plain as de sun in de heavens. Scores o' people a gwine about back'ard and for'ards. See yonner." Plain as the sun in the heavens was not a very appropriate simile for Snowball to make use of at that moment, for the orb of day was still darkly obscured by the fog, and for the same reason the outlines of the island, or whatever they were taking for one, could be traced only very indistinctly. Certain it is, however, that Snowball, who had been gazing longer at the supposed land, had got his eyes more accustomed to the view, did see some scores of figures moving about over it, and Ben Brace, with little William as well, now that their attention was called to them, could perceive the same forms. "Bless my stars!" exclaimed the sailor, on making out that the figures were in motion. "There be men on it, sure enough, and women, I should say, seein' as there's some of them in whitish clothes. Who and what can they be? Shiver my timbers if I can believe it, though I see it right afore my eyes. I never heerd o' a island in this part of the Atlantic, and I don't believe there be one, 'ceptin' it's sprung up within the last year or two. What do you think, Snowy? Be it a Flyin' Dutchman, or a rock, as if just showin' his snout above water, or a reg'lar built island?" "Dat ere am no Flyin' Dutchman. Leastwise I hope am no be. No, Massa Brace, dis nigger war right in de fust speculation. 'Tarn a island. A bit ob do real terra firma, as you soon see when we puts de catamaran 'bout, and gits a leetle nearer to de place." This hypothetic suggestion on the part of the Coromantee was also intended as counsel, and acting upon it the sailor scrambled back over the raft, and seizing hold of the steering oar, turned the catamaran's head straight in the direction of the newly discovered land. The island, if such it should prove to be, was of no very great extent. It appeared to run along the horizon a distance of something like 100 yards. But estimates formed in this fashion are often deceptive, more especially when a fog interferes, such as at that moment hung over it. The land appeared to be elevated several feet above the level of the sea, at one end having a bold, bluff-like termination, at the other shelving off in a gentle slope towards the water. The land appeared to be elevated several feet above the level of the sea, at one end having a bold, bluff-like termination, at the other shelving off in a gentle slope towards the water. It was principally upon the more elevated portion that the figures were seen, here standing in groups of 3 or 4, and there moving about in twos or singly. They appeared to be of different sizes, and differently dressed, for even through the film it could be seen that their garments were of various cuts and colors. Some were stalwart fellows, beside whom were others that in comparison were mere pygmies. These Snowball said were the pickaninnies, the children of the taller ones. They were in different attitudes, too. Some standing erect, apparently carrying long lance-like weapons over their shoulders, others similarly armed, in stooping positions, while not a few appeared to be actively engaged, handling huge pickaxes, with which they repeatedly struck downwards as if excavating the soil. It is true that their manoeuvres were seen only indistinctly, and it was not possible for the catamarans to come to any certain understanding as to what sort of work was going on upon the island. It was still very doubtful whether what they saw was in reality an island, or that the figures upon it were those of human beings. Snowball believed them to be so, and emphatically asserted his belief, but Ben was slightly incredulous and undecided, notwithstanding that he had several times shivered his timbers in confirmation of the fact. It was not the possibility of the existence of an island that the sailor disputed. That was possible and probable enough. At the time of which we speak, new islands were constantly turning up in the ocean, where no land was supposed to exist. And even at the present hour, when one might suppose that every inch of the sea has been sailed over, the discovery of rocks, shoals, and even unknown islands is far from unfrequent. It was not the island, therefore, that now puzzled the ex-man-of-war's man, but the number of people appearing upon it. Had there been only a score, or a score and a half, he could have explained the circumstances of its being inhabited, though the explanation would not have been productive of pleasure either to himself or his companions. In that case he would have believed the moving forms to be the shipwrecked crew of the Pandora, who on this ocean islet had found a temporary resting place, while the pickaxes, which were being freely employed, would have indicated the sinking of wells in search of fresh water. The number of people on the island, however, with other circumstances observed, at once contradicted the idea that it could be the crew of the shipwrecked slaver, and the certainty that it was not these ruffians whom they saw emboldened the catamarans in their approach. In spite of appearances, still was the sailor disposed to doubt the existence of an island, or at least that the forms moving to and fro over its surface were those of human beings. Nor could he be cured of his incredulity until the catamaran, approaching still nearer to the shore of the doubtful islet, enabled him to see and distinguish beyond the possibility of doubt a flag floating from the top of its staff, which rose tall and tapering from the very highest point of land which the place afforded. The flag was of crimson cloth, apparently a piece of bunting. It floated freely upon the breeze, which the filmy mist, though half disclosing, could not altogether conceal. The deep red color was too scarce upon the ocean to be mistaken for the livery of any of its denizens. It could not be the tail feathers of the tropic bird so prized by the chiefs of Polynesia, nor yet the scarlet pouch of the sea hawk. It could be nothing else than a bit of bunting. So, at length, believed Ben Brace, and his belief, expressed in his own peculiar patois, produced conviction in the minds of all, that the object extending along 100 fathoms of the horizon must be either a rock, a reef, or a island, and the creatures moving over it must be men, women, and children. End of chapter 56.
Chapter 57 of The Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 57. The King of the Cannibal Islands. The emphatic declaration of the sailor, that the dark disk before them must be an island, and that the upright forms upon it were those of human beings, dispelled all doubts upon the subject, and produced a feeling of wild excitement in the minds of all three of his companions. So strong was this feeling, that they could no longer control themselves, but gave vent to their emotions in a simultaneous shout of joy. Acting prudently, they would have restrained that mirthful exhibition, for although, for reasons already stated, the people appearing upon the island could not be the wicked castaways who had composed the crew of the Pandora, still might they be a tribe of savages equally wicked and murderous. Who could tell that it was not a community of cannibals? No one aboard the Catamaran. It may seem singular that such a thought should have entered the mind of any of the individuals who occupied the raft, but it did occur to some of them, and to one of the four in particular. This was Ben Brace himself. The sailor's experience, so far from destroying the credences of boyhood, which included the existence of whole tribes of cannibals, had only strengthened his belief in such anthropophagy. More than strengthened it, for it had been confirmed in every particular. He had been to the Fiji Islands, where he had seen their king, Thokambau, a true descendant of the lineage of Hokey Pokey Winkum Wum, with other dignitaries of this man-eating nation. He had seen their huge cauldron for cooking the flesh of men, their pots and pans for stewing it, their dishes upon which it was served up, the knives with which they were accustomed to carve it, their larders stocked with human flesh, and redolent of human blood. Nay, more, the English sailor had been an eye-witness of one of their grand festivals, where the bodies of men and women, cooked in various styles, stewed, roasted, and boiled, had been served out and partaken of by hundreds of Thokambau's courtiers. The sailor's own captain, the captain of a British frigate, ay, the commodore of a British squadron, with cannon sufficient to have blown the island of Viti Vau out of the water, sitting alongside, apparently a tranquil and contented spectator of the horrid ceremonial. It is difficult to account for the behaviour of this Englishman, the Hon. by name. The only explanation of his conduct one can arrive at is, to believe that his weak mind was fast confined by the trammels of that absurd, but often too convenient, theory of international non-interference, the most dangerous kind of red tape that ever tethered the squeamish conscience of an official imbecile. How different was the action of Wilkes, that Yankee commander we are so fond of finding fault with. He too paid a visit to the cannibal island of Viti Vau, and while there taught both its kings and its people a lesson, by the fire of his 40-pounders that, if not altogether effective in extinguishing this national but unnatural custom, has terrified them in its practice to this very day. Non-interference indeed! International delicacy in the treatment of a tribe of cruel savages! A nation of man-eaters, forsooth a nation! Why not apply the laws of nationality to every band of brigands who chances to have conquered an independent existence? Bah! The world is full of frivolous pretences, drunk with the poison cup of political hypocrisy. It was not Ben Brace who thus reasoned, but his biographer. Ben's reflections were of a strictly practical character. His belief in cannibalism was complete, and as the craft to which he had so involuntarily attached himself drifted on towards the mysterious islet, he was not without some misgivings as to the character of the people who might inhabit it. For this reason he would have approached its shores with greater caution, and he was in the act of enforcing this upon his companions, when his intention was entirely frustrated by the joyous huzza uttered by Snowball, echoed by little William, and chorused by the childish feminine voice of Lilly Lally. The sailor's caution would have come too late, even had it been necessary to the safety of the Catamaran's crew. Fortunately it was not, for that imprudent shout produced an effect which at once changed the current of the thoughts, not only of Ben Brace, but of those who had given utterance to it. Their united voices, pealing across the tranquil bosom of the deep, caused a sudden change in the appearance of the island, or rather among the people who inhabited it. If human beings, they must be of a strange race, very strange indeed, to have been furnished with wings. How otherwise could they have forsaken their footing on terra firma, if the island was such, and soared upward into the air, which one and all of them did on hearing that shout from the Catamaran? There was not much speculation on this point on the part of the Catamaran's crew. Whatever doubts may have been engendered as to the nature of the island, there could be no longer any about the character of its inhabitants. "Dem am birds," suggested the Coromantee. "Nuffin more and nuffin less dan birds." "You're right, Snowy," assented the sailor. "They be birds, and all the better they be so. Yes, they're birds, for sartin. I can tell the cut o' some o' their jibs. I see frigates, and a man o' war's man, and boobies among 'em, and I recognise old Mother Carey has a brood of her chickens there. They be all sizes, as ye see." It was no more than a matter of conjecture as to what kind of creatures inhabited the island. The forms that had been mystifying the crew of the Catamaran, though of the biped class, were no longer to be regarded as human beings, or even creatures of the earth. They had declared themselves denizens of the air, and startled by the shouts that had reached them, to them no doubt sounds strange and never before heard, they had sought security in an element into which there was no fear of being followed by their enemies, either of the earth or the water. Chapter 57. Chapter 58 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 58. Very like a whale. Though the birds by their flight had dissolved one half of the speculative theory which the crew of the Coromantee had constructed, the other half still held good. The island was still there before their eyes, though completely divested of its inhabitants, whose sudden eviction had cost only a single shout. The flag was still waving over it, though to all appearance there was not a creature on shore that might feel pride in saluting that solitary standard. There could be no one, else why should the birds have tarried so long undisturbed, to be scared at last by the mere sound of human voices? Since there was nobody on the island, there was no need to observe further caution in approaching it, except so far as regarded the conduct of their craft, and in the belief that they were about to set foot upon the shores of a desert isle. The sailor and Snowball, with little William assisting them, now went to work with the oars and hastened their approach to the land. Partly impelled by the breeze, and partly by the strength of the rowers, the Catamaran moved briskly through the water, and before many minutes had elapsed, the craft was within a few hundred fathoms of the mysterious island, and still gliding nearer to it. This proximity, along with the fact that the morning mist had meanwhile been gradually becoming dispelled by the rays of the rising sun, enabled her crew to obtain a clearer view of the object before them; and Ben Brace, suspending his exertions at the oar, once more slewed himself round to have a fresh look at the supposed land. "Land!" he exclaimed, as soon as his eyes again rested upon it. "A island, indeed! Shiver my timbers, if 't be an island after all! That be no land, ne'er a bit of it. It looks like a rock, too; but there be something else it look liker, and that be a whale. 'Tis werry like a whale." "Berry, berry like a whale," echoed Snowball, not too well satisfied at discovering the resemblance. "It be a whale," pronounced the sailor, in a tone of emphatic confidence, "a whale, and nothin' else. Ay," he continued, speaking as if some new light had broken upon him, I see it all now. It be one of the great spermaceti whales. I wonder I didn't think of it before. It's being killed by some whaling vessel, and the flag you see on its back neither more nor less than one of their whifts. They've stuck it there so as they might be able to find the spermaceti when they come back. Marcy heaven, I hope they will come back." As Ben finished this explanatory harangue, he started into an erect attitude, and placed himself on the highest part of the Catamaran's deck, his eyes no longer bent upon the whale, but with greedy glances sweeping the sea around it. The object of this renewed reconnaissance may be understood from the words to which he had given utterance, the hope expressed at the termination of his speech. The whale must have been killed, as he had said. He was looking for the whaler. For full 10 minutes he continued his optical search over the sea, until not a fathom of the surface had escaped his scrutiny. At first his glances had expressed almost a confident hope, and observing them, the others became excited to a high degree of joy. Gradually, however, the old shadow returned over the sailor's countenance, and was instantly transferred to the faces of his companions. The sea, as far as his eye could command a view of it, showed neither sail nor any other object. Its shining surface was absolutely without a speck. With a disappointed air, the captain of the Catamaran descended from his post of observation, and once more turned his attention to the dead cachalot, from which they were now separated by less than 100 fathoms, a distance that was constantly decreasing, as the raft, under sail, continued to drift nearer. The body of the whale did not appear anything like as large as when first seen. The mist was no longer producing its magnifying effect upon the vision of our adventurers, but although the carcass of the cachalot could no more have been mistaken for an island, still was it an object of enormous dimensions, and might easily have passed for a great black rock, standing several fathoms above the surface of the sea. It was over 20 yards in length, and seen sideways from the raft, of course appeared much longer. In 5 minutes after, they were close up to the dead whale, and the sail being lowered, the raft was brought to. Ben threw a rope around one of the pectoral fins, and after making it fast, the Catamaran lay moored alongside the cachalot, like some diminutive tender attached to a huge ship of war. There were several reasons why Ben Brace should mount up to the summit of that mountain of whalebone and blubber, and as soon as the raft had been safely secured, he essayed the ascent. It was not such a trifling feat, this climbing upon the carcass of the dead whale, nor was it to be done without danger. The slippery epidermis of the huge leviathan, lubricated as it was with the unctuous fluid which the skin of the sperm whale is known to secrete, rendered footing upon it extremely insecure. It might be fancied no great matter for a swimmer like Ben Brace to slide off, since a fall of a few feet into the water could not cause him any great bodily hurt. But when the individual forming this fancy has been told that there was something like a score of sharks prowling around the carcass, he will obtain a more definite idea of the danger to which such a fall would have submitted the adventurous seaman. Ben Brace was the last man to be cowed by a trifling danger, or even one of magnitude, and partly by Snowball's assistance, and using the pectoral flipper to which the raft was attached as a stirrup, he succeeded in mounting upon the back of the defunct monster of the deep. As soon as he had steadied himself in his new position, a piece of rope was thrown up to him, by which Snowball was himself hoisted to the shoulders of the cachalot, and then the two seamen proceeded towards the tail, or, as the sailor pronounced it, the starn of this peculiar craft. A little aft of midships, a pyramidal lump of fatty substance projected several feet above the line of the vertebras. It was the spurious or rudimentary dorsal fin, with which the sperm whale is provided. On arriving at this protuberance, which chanced to be the highest point on the carcass, where the flag was elevated on its slender shaft, both came to a halt, and there stood together, gazing around them over the glittering surface of the sunlit sea. End of chapter 58.
Chapter 59 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 59. Aboard the Body of a Whale. The object of their united reconnaissance was the same, which, but a few moments before, had occupied the attention of the sailor. They were standing on the dead body of a whale that had been killed by harpoons. Where were the people who had harpooned it? After scanning the horizon with the same careful scrutiny as before, the sailor once more turned his attention to the huge leviathan on whose back they were borne. Several objects, not before seen, now attracted the attention of himself and companion. The tall flag, not among whalers by the name of Swift, was not the only evidence of the manner in which the cachalot had met its death. Two large harpoons were seen sticking out of its side, their iron arrows buried up to the socket in its blubber, while from the thick wooden shanks protruding beyond the skin were lines extending into the water, at the ends of which were large blocks of wood floating like buoys upon the surface of the sea. Ben identified the latter as the drogues that formed part of the equipment of a regular whale ship. He knew them well and their use. Before becoming a man-o'-war's man, he had handled the harpoon. He was perfectly au fait to all connected to the calling of a whaler. "Yeah," resumed he, on recognizing the implements of his ci-devant profession. "It had been just as I said. A whaler had been over this ground, killed us for messity. Maybe I'm just wrong about that," he added, after reflecting a short while. "I may be wrong about the ship being over this very ground. I don't like the look of them drogues." "Dat drogue?" inquired the Coromantee. "Them black a wood that I'm drifting about. What for you no like them, Massa Brace? But for their being there, I could say for certain the ship's been here." "Must have been," asserted Snowball. "If no, how you account for the presence of the flag and the harpoons?" "Ha!" said the sailor, with something like a sigh. "They could have got there without the man's throw them being anywhere near this. You know nothing about whaling, Snowy." This speech put Snowball in a quandary. "You see," continued the sailor, "presence of them drogues indicates that the whale weren't dead when the boats left her." The ci-devant whaler followed the fashion of his former associates, when speaking of the whale among whom the epicene gender of the animal was always feminine. "She must have been still alive," continued he, "and the drogues were put there to hinder her from making much way through the water. In course, there must have been a school of the supermancities, and the crew of the whaler didn't want to lose time with this one, which they had wounded. For that reason they have stuck her with the spirit-drogued harpoons, stuck the Swift into her back, for thus seeing that we're inclined to think different. You see, the whip be sticking almost straight up. How could it have been done by them in the boats? If the whale hadn't been dead, nobody would have dared to be climbed on her back, fix the flag that way." "You are right there," interrupted Snowball. "No," rejoined the sailor, "I ain't. I thought I were, but I was wrong, as you be now, Snowy. You see, the flags be ranged straight into the back of the animal. It's to one side, though it now stand nearly on top, because the body of whale be canted over a bit. A first-rate headsman, a whaleboat could easily be thrown that way, in the bottom of his boat. That's the way it been done." "S'pose it happened just that way," assented Snowball. "But what matter about that? The whale had been killed all the same." "What matter? Everything do it matter." "'Splain, Massa Brace. Don't you see that if the supermancity had been dispatched while the boats were about it, would prove that the whale ship must have been here while they were killing the creature? That would go far to prove that you couldn't be a great ways off now." "So that would. So I would. For certain sure." "Well, Snowy, as the case stands, there be no certainty where the whaler be at this time. The animal, after being drogued, may have swum many a mile from the place where she was first harpooned. I've known 'em to go a score of knots before they pulled 'em up. And this being an old bull, one of the biggest supermassities I've ever seen. She must have swum to the full of that distance before giving in. That's been so. There ain't much chance of either her or we being overhauled by the whaler. As the sailor ceased speaking, he once more directed his glance over the ocean, which, after another minute of careful scrutiny of the horizon, fell back upon the body of the whale, with the same expression of disappointment that before had been observable. End of chapter 59.
Chapter 60 of The Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 60. A Curious Cuisine. During all that day, the sailor and the ex-cook of the Pandora kept watch from the summit of the dead cachalot. It was not altogether for this purpose they remained there, since the mast of the catamaran would have given them an observatory of equal and even greater elevation. There were several reasons why they did not cast off from the carcass and continue their westward course, the most important being the hope that the destroyers of the whale might return to take possession of the valuable prize which they had left behind them. There was, moreover, an undefined feeling of security in lying alongside the Leviathan, almost as great as they might have felt if anchored near the beach of an actual island, and this had some influence in protracting their stay. But there was yet another motive, which would of itself have caused them to remain at their present moorings for a considerable period of time. During the intervals of their protracted vigil, they had not been inattentive to the objects immediately around them, and the carcass of the whale had come in for a share of their consideration. A consultation had been held upon it, which had resulted in a determination not to leave the Leviathan until they had rendered its remains, or at least a portion of them, useful for some future end. The old whaleman knew that under that dark epidermis over which, for 2 days, they had been recklessly treading, there were many valuable substances that might be made available to their use and comfort on board the catamaran. First, there was the blubber, which, if boiled or tried, would, from the body of an old bull like that, yield at the very least 100 barrels of oil. This they cared nothing about, since they had neither the pots to boil, the casks to hold, nor the craft to carry it, even if rendered into oil for the market. But Ben knew that within the skull of the cachalot there was a deposit of pure sperm that needed no preparation, which would be found of service to them in a way they had already thought of. This sperm could be reached by simply removing the junk which forms the exterior portion of a cachalot's huge snout, and sinking a shaft into the skull. Here would, or should, be found a cavity filled with a delicate cellular tissue, containing 10 or a dozen large barrels full of the purest spermaceti. They did not stand in need of anything like this quantity. A couple of casks would suffice for their need, and these they desired to obtain for that want which had suggested itself to both Snowball and the sailor. They had been long suffering from the absence of fuel, not wherewith to warm themselves, but as a means of enabling them to cook their food. They need suffer no longer. With the spermaceti to be extracted from the case of the cachalot, they could lay in a stock that would last them for many a day. They had their 6 casks, 5 of them still empty. By using a couple of them to contain the oil, the raft would still be sufficiently buoyant to carry all hands, and not a bit less worthy of the sea. Both of these brave men had observed the repugnance with which Lilly Lalee partook of their raw repasts. Nothing but hunger enabled her to eat what they could set before her. It had touched the feelings of both, and rendered them desirous of providing her with some kind of food more congenial to the delicate palate of the child. Long before they had any intention of abandoning the dead body of the whale, in fact, shortly after taking possession of it, Ben Brace, assisted by Snowball and little William, The latter, having also mounted upon the monster's back, cut open the great cavity of the case with the axe, and then inserting a large tin pot, which had turned up in the sailor's sea kit, drew it put again full of liquid spermaceti. This was carried down to the deck of the Catamaran, when the process of making a fire was instantly proceeded with. By means of some untwisted strands of tarry rope ingeniously inserted into the oil, the pot was converted into a sort of open lamp, which only required to be kindled into a flame. But Ben Brace had not been smoking a pipe for a period of nearly 30 years without being provided with the means of lighting it. In the same depository from which the tin pot had been obtained was found the proper implements for striking a light, flint, steel, and tinder; and as the latter, within the watertight compartment of the man-o'-war's man's chest, having been preserved perfectly dry, there was no difficulty in setting fire to the oil. It was soon seen burning up over the rim of the pot with a bright clear flame, and a large flake of the dried fish being held over the blaze, in a very short space of time became done to a turn. This furnished all of them with a meal much more palatable than any they had eaten since they had been forced to flee from the decks of the burning Pandora. Chapter 60. Chapter 61 of The Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 61. An Assembly of Sharks. As the spermaceti in the pot still continued to blaze up, the wick not yet having burned out, it occurred to Snowball to continue his culinary operations, and broil a sufficient quantity of the dead fish to serve for supper. The ex-cook, unlike most others of his calling, did not like to see his fuel idly wasted, and therefore, in obedience to the thought that had suggested itself, he brought forth another flake of shark flesh, and submitted to the flames as before. While observing him in the performance of this provident task, a capital idea also occurred to Ben Brace. Since it was possible thus to cook their supper in advance, why not also their breakfast for the following morning, then dinner for the day, their supper of tomorrow night; in short, all the raw provisions which they had on their hands. By doing this, not only would a fire be no longer necessary, but the fish so cooked, or even thoroughly dried in the blaze and smoke, would be likely to keep better. In fact, fish thus preserved, as is often done with herrings, ling, codfish, mackerel, and haddock, will remain good for months without suffering the slightest taint of decomposition. It was an excellent idea, and Ben having communicated it to the others, it was at once determined that it should be carried out. There was no fear of their running short in the staple article of fuel. Ben assured them that the case of a cachalot of the largest size, such as the one beside them, often contained 500 gallons of the liquid spermaceti. Besides, there was the enormous quantity of junk and blubber, whole mountains of it, both of which could be rendered into oil by a process which the whalers term trying. Other inflammable substances, too, are found in the carcass of the sperm whale, so that, in the article of fuel, the crew of the Catamaran had been unexpectedly furnished with a stock by which they might keep up a blazing fire for the whole of a 12-month. It was no longer any scarcity of fuel that could hinder them from cooking on a large scale, but a scantiness of the provisions to be cooked, and they were now greatly troubled at the thought of their larder having got so low. While Ben Brace and Snowball stood pondering upon this, and mutually murmuring their regrets, a thought suddenly came into the mind of the sailor, which was calculated to give comfort to all. "As for the provisions in our locker," said he, "we can easily plenish them, such as they be. Look there, nigger, there be enough raw meat to keep ye a cookin' till your wool grows white." The sailor, as he said this, simply nodded toward the sea. It needed no further pointing out to understand what he meant by the phrase raw meat. Scores of sharks, both of the blue and white species, attended by their pilots and suckers, were swimming around the carcass of the cachalot. The sea seemed alive with them. Scarce a square rod, within a circle of several hundred fathoms circumference, that did not exhibit their stiff, wicked-looking dorsal fins cutting sharply above the surface. Of course, the presence of the dead whale accounted for this unusual concourse of the tyrants of the deep. Not that they had any intention of directing their attack upon it, for, from the peculiar conformation of his mouth, the shark is incapable of feeding upon the carcass of a large whale. But having no doubt accompanied the chase at the time the cachalot had been harpooned, they were now staying by a dead body, from an instinct that told them its destroyers would return, and supply them with its flesh in convenient morsels, while occupied in flincing it. "Ugh!" exclaimed the sailor, "they look hungry enough to bite at any bait we may throw out to them. We won't have much trouble in catchin' as many of 'em as we want." "I don't believe, Massa Brace, we hab got nebba such a ting as a shark hook 'board de Catamaran." "Don't make yourself uneasy 'bout that," rejoined the sailor in a confident tone. "Shark hook be blowed! I see somethin' up yonder worth a score o' shark hooks. The brutes be as tame as turtles turned on their backs. They're always so about a dead spermacety, with one of 'em ere tools as be stickin' in the side o' the old bull if I don't pull a few of 'em out of the water. I never handled a harpoon, that's all. Ye may stop your cookin', Snowy, and go help me. When we've got a few sharks catched and cut up, then you can go at it again on a more 'stensive scale. Come along, my hearty." As Ben terminated his speech, he strode across the deck of the raft, and commenced clambering up on the carcass. Snowball, who perceived the wisdom of his old comrade's design, let go the flake of fish he had been holding in the blaze, and, parting from the pot, once more followed the sailor up the steep side of the cachalot. Chapter 61.
Chapter 62 of The Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 62. A Dangerous Equilibrium. Ben had taken along with him the axe, and proceeding towards one of the harpoons still buried in the body of the whale, he commenced cutting it out. In a few moments a deep cavity was hewn out around the shank of the harpoon, which was further deepened until the barbed blade was well nigh laid bare. Snowball, impatiently seizing the stout wooden shaft, gave it a Herculean pluck that completely detached the arrow from the soft blubber in which it had been embedded. Unfortunately for Snowball, he had not well calculated the strength required for clearing that harpoon. Having already made several fruitless attempts to extract it, he did not expect it to draw out so easily, and in consequence of his making an over-effort his balance became deranged. His feet, ill planted upon the slippery skin, flew simultaneously from beneath him, and he came down upon the side of the Leviathan with a loud slap, similar to what might have been heard had he fallen upon half-thawed ice. Unpleasant as this mishap may have been, it was not the worst that might have befallen him on that occasion. Nor was it the fall itself that caused him to sing out at the top of his voice, and in accents betokening a terrible alarm. What produced this manifestation was a peril of far more fearful kind, which at the moment menaced him. The spot where the harpoon had been sticking was in the side of the cachalot, and as the carcass lay, a broad space around the weapon presented an inclined plane, sloping abruptly towards the water. Lubricated as it was with the secreted oil of the animal, it was smooth as glass. Upon this slope Snowball had been standing, and upon it he had fallen. But the impetus of the fall not only hindered him from lying where he had gone down, but also from being able to get up again, and instead of doing either one or the other, he commenced sliding down the slippery surface of the Leviathan's body, where it shelved towards the water. Good heavens, what was to become of him? A score of sharks were just below, waiting for him with hungry jaws and eyes glancing greedily upward. Seeing the two men mounted upon the carcass of the whale, and one wielding an axe, they had gathered upon that side, in the belief that the flensing was about to begin. It was a slight circumstance that saved the sea cook from being eaten up, not only raw but alive, simply the circumstance of his having held on to the harpoon. Had he dropped that weapon on falling, it would never have been grasped by him again. Fortunately, he had the presence of mind to hold on to it, or perhaps the tenacity was merely mechanical. Whatever may have been the reason, he did hold on. Fortunately, also, he was gliding down on the side opposite to that on which floated the drogue. These two circumstances saved him. When about halfway to the water, and still sliding rapidly downwards, his progress was suddenly arrested, or rather impeded, for he was not altogether brought to a stop, by a circumstance as unexpected as it was fortunate. That was the tightening of the line attached to the handle of the harpoon. He had slidden to the end of his tether, the other end of which was fast to the drogue drifting about in the sea, as already said, on the opposite side of the carcass. Heavy as was the piece of wood, and offering as it did a considerable amount of resistance in being dragged through the water, it would not have been sufficient to sustain the huge body of the Coromantee. It only checked the rapidity of his descent, and in the end he would have gone down into the sea, and shortly after into the stomachs of perhaps half a score of sharks, but for the opportune interference of the ex-man-of-war's man, who just in the nick of time, at the very moment when Snowball's toes were within 6 inches of the water's edge, caught hold of the cord, and arrested his farther descent. But although the sailor had been able to accomplish this much, and was also able to keep Snowball from slipping farther down, he soon discovered that he was unable to pull him up again. It was just as much as his strength was equal to, even when supplemented by the weight of the drogue, to keep the sea cook in the place where he had succeeded in checking him. There hung Snowball in suspense, holding on to the slippery skin of the cachalot, literally with tooth and toenail. Snowball saw that his position was perilous. More than that, it was frightful. He could hear noises beneath him, the rushing of the sharks through the water. He glanced apprehensively below. He could see their black triangular fins, and note the lurid gleaming of their eyeballs as they rolled in their sunken sockets. It was a sight to terrify the stoutest heart, and that of Snowball did not escape being terrified. "Hold on, Massa Brace!" he instinctively shouted. "Hold on, for the love of God! Don't let me slip an inch, or these damn brutes sure cotch hold of me. For the love of the great Goramighty, hold on!" Ben needed not the stimulus of this pathetic appeal. He was holding on to the outmost of his strength. He could not have added another pound to the pull. He dared not even renew either his attitude or his grip he had upon the rope. The slightest movement he might make would endanger the life of his black-skinned comrade. A slackening of the cord, even to the extent of 12 inches, would have been fatal to the feet of Snowball, already within 6 of the surface of the water and the snouts of the sharks. Perhaps never in all his checkered career had the life of the negro been suspended in such dangerous balance. The slightest circumstance would have disturbed the equilibrium. An ounce would have turned the scale, and delivered him into the jaws of death. It is scarcely necessary to conjecture what would ultimately have been the end of this perilous adventure, had the sailor and sea cook been permitted to terminate it between themselves. The strength of the former was each instant decreasing, while the weight of the latter, now more feebly clinging to this slippery epidermis of the whale, was in like proportion becoming greater. With nothing to intervene, the result might be easily guessed. In figurative parlance, Snowball must have gone overboard. But his time was not yet come, and his comrade knew this, when a pair of hands, small but strong ones, were seen grasping the cord alongside of his own. They were the hands of little William. At the earliest moment after Snowball had slipped and fallen, the lad had perceived his peril, and swarming up by the flipper of the whale, had hurried to the assistance of Ben, laying hold of the rope, not 1 second too soon. It was soon enough, however, to save the suspended Coromantee, whose body, now yielding to the united strength of the two, was drawn up the slippery slope, slowly but surely, until it rested upon the broad horizontal space around the summit of that mountain of bones and blubber. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of The Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 63. A Harpoon Well Handled. It was some time before either his breath or the tranquillity of his spirits was restored to the Coromantee. The sailor was equally suffering from the loss of the former, and both remained for a good many minutes without taking any further steps towards the accomplishment of the design which had brought them on the back of the whale. As soon, however, as Snowball could find wind enough for a few words, they were uttered in a tone of gratitude, first to Ben, who had hindered him from sinking down into something worse than a watery grave, and then to little William, who had aided in raising him up from it. Ben less regarded the old comrade whom he had rescued than the young one who had been instrumental in aiding him. He stood gazing upon the youth with eyes that expressed a lively satisfaction. The promptitude and prowess which his protege had exhibited in the affair was to him a source of the greatest satisfaction. Many a boy old as he, aye, older, thought Ben Brace, instead of having the sense shown by the lad in promptly running to the rescue, would have remained upon the raft in mute surprise, or at the best have evinced his sympathy by a series of unserviceable shouts, or a continued and idle screaming. Ben did not wish to spoil his protege by any spoken formula of praise, and therefore he said nothing, though, from his glances directed towards little William, it was easy to see that the bosom of the brave tar was swelling with a fond pride in the youth, for whom he had long felt an affection almost equalling that of a father. After indulging a short while in the mutual congratulations that naturally follow such a crisis of danger, all three proceeded to the execution of the duty so unexpectedly interrupted. William had succeeded Snowball in that simple culinary operation which the latter, commanded by his captain, had so suddenly relinquished. The lad now returned to the raft, partly to complete the process of broiling the fish, but perhaps with a greater desire to tranquillize the fears of Lilly Lalee, who, ignorant of the exact upshot of what had transpired, was yet in a state of unpleasant agitation. Ben only waited for the return of his breath, and as soon as that was fairly restored to him, he once more set about the design that had caused him for the second time to climb upon the back of the cachalot. Taking the harpoon from the hands of the Coromantee, who still kept clutching it, as if there was danger in letting it go, the sailor proceeded to draw up the drogue. Assisted by Snowball, he soon raised it out of the water and hoisted it to the horizontal platform on which they had placed themselves. He did not want the block of wood just then, only the line tied to it, and this having been detached, the drogue was left lying upon the carcass. Armed with the harpoon, the ci devant whaleman now took a survey, not of the land, but of the sea around him. There was an assemblage of sharks close in to the body of the whale, at the spot where they had so lately threatened Snowball. Some of them had since scattered away, with the full consciousness of their disappointment, but the greater number had stayed, as if unsatisfied, or expecting that the banquet that had been so near their noses might be brought back to them. Ben's purpose was to harpoon some half-dozen of these ill-featured denizens of the deep, and with their flesh replenish the stores of the Catamaran. For repulsive as the brutes may appear to the eye, and repugnant to the thoughts, they nevertheless, that is, certain species of them, and certain parts of these species, afford excellent food, such as an epicure, to say nothing of a man half famished, may eat with sufficient relish. There could have been no difficulty in destroying any of the sharks so late threatening to swallow Snowball, had the harpooner been able to get within striking distance of them. But the slippery skin of the whale deterred the sailor from trusting himself on that dangerous incline, and he determined therefore to try elsewhere. In the direction of the cachalot's tail the descent was gradual, Scarcely perceptible was its declination towards the water, upon which lay the two great flukes, slightly sunk below the surface, and extending on each side to a breadth of many yards. There were several sharks playing around the tail of the cachalot. They might come within the pitch of the harpoon. If not, the old whaleman knew how to attract them within easy reach of that formidable weapon. Directing Snowball to bring after him some of the pieces of blubber, which in cutting out the harpoon had been detached from the carcass, Ben proceeded towards the tail. Here and there as he advanced, with the sharp edge of the harpoon blade, he cut out a number of holes in the spongy skin, in order to give both himself and his follower a more sure footing on the slimy surface. At the point where he intended to take his stand, close in by the crutch of the cachalot's tail fin, he made 3 excavations with more care. At length, satisfied with his preparations, he stood, waiting for some of the sharks to come within striking distance. They fought shy at first, but the old whaleman knew a way of overcoming their shyness. It only required that chunk of blubber, held in the hands of Snowball, to be thrown into the water, and simultaneous with the plunge, a score of sharks would be seen rushing open-mouthed to seize upon it. This, in effect, was precisely what transpired. The blubber was dropped into the sea, close as possible to the carcass of the whale. The sharks came charging towards it, nearly 20 of them. The same number, however, did not go back as they had come, for one of them, impaled by the harpoon by Ben Brace, was dragged out of his native element, and hauled up the well-greased incline towards the highest point on the carcass of the cachalot. There, notwithstanding his struggles and the desperate as well as dangerous fluking of his posterior fins, he was soon dispatched by the axe, wielded with all the might and dexterity which the Coromantee could command. Another shark was hooked and then dispatched in a similar fashion, and then another and another, until Ben Brace believed that enough shark flesh had been obtained to furnish the catamaran with stores for the most prolonged voyage. At all events, they would now have food, such as it was, to last as long as the water, with which the hand of Providence alone seemed to have provided them. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 64. The Thick Waters. The most palatable portions of the shark's flesh having been stripped from the bones and cut into thin slices, were now to be submitted to a drying, or rather broiling process. This was to be accomplished by a fire of spermaceti. As already stated, there was no scarcity on the score of this fuel. The case of the cachalot contained enough to have roasted all the sharks within a circle of 10 miles around it, and to all appearance there were hundreds of them inside that circumference. Indeed, that part of the ocean where the dead whale had been found, though far from any land, is at all times most prolific in animal life. Sometimes the sea for miles around a ship will be seen swarming with fish of various kinds, while the air is filled with birds. In the water may be seen large schools of whales, basking, as the whalers term it, at intervals, spouting forth their vaporous breath, or moving slowly onwards, some of them every now and then exhibiting their uncouth gambols. Shoals of porpoises, albacores, bonitos, and other gregarious fishes also appear in the same place, each kind in pursuit of its favourite prey, while sharks, threshers, and swordfish, accompanied by their pilots and suckers, though in lesser numbers, here also abound, from the very abundance of the species on which these sea monsters subsist. Flocks of flying fish sparkle in the sun, with troops of bonitos gliding watchful below, while above them the sky will sometimes be literally clouded with predatory birds, gulls, boobies, gannets, tropic and frigate birds, albatrosses, and a score of other kinds but little known, and as yet undescribed by the naturalist. It may be asked why so many creatures of different kinds congregate in this part of the ocean. Upon what do they subsist? What food can they find so far from land? A ready reply to these questions may be given by saying that they subsist upon each other, and this would be to some extent true. But then there must be a base forming the food for all, and produced by some process of nature. What process can be going on in the midst of the ocean to furnish the subsistence of such myriads of large and voracious creatures? In the waters of the great deep, apparently so pure and clear, one would think that no growth, either animal or vegetable, could spring up, that nothing could come out of nothing. For all this, in that pure clear water, there is a continual process of production, not only from the soil at the bottom of the sea, but the salt water itself contains the germs of material substances that sustain life, or become themselves living things, by what appears to our ignorant eyes spontaneous production. There is no spontaneity in the matter. It is simply the principle of creation, enacting under laws and by laws that, however ill understood by us, have existed from the beginning of the world. It is true that the whole extent of the great oceans are not thus thickly peopled. Vast tracts may be traversed, where both fish and birds of all kinds are extremely scarce, and a ship may sail for days without seeing an individual of either kind. 100 miles may be passed over, and the eye may not be gratified by the sight of a living thing, either in the water or the air. These tracts may truly be termed the deserts of the sea, like those on the land, apparently uninhabited and uninhabitable. It may be asked, why this difference, since the sea seems all alike? The cause lies not in a difference of depth, for the tracts that teem with life are variable in this respect, sometimes only a few fathoms in profundity, and sometimes unfathomable. The true explanation must be sought for elsewhere. It will be found not in depth, but in direction, in the direction of the currents. Every one knows that the great oceans are intersected here and there by currents, often hundreds of miles in breadth, but sometimes narrowing to a width of as many knots. These oceanic streams are regular, though not regularly defined. They are not caused by mere temporary storms, but by winds having a constant and regular direction, as the trades in the Atlantic and Pacific, the monsoons in the Indian Ocean, the pamperos of South America, and the northers of the Mexican Gulf. There is another cause for these currents, perhaps a more powerful influence than the winds, yet less taken into account. It is the spinning of the earth on its axis. Undoubtedly are the trades indebted to this for their direction towards the west, the simple centrifugal tendency of the atmosphere. Otherwise would these winds blow due northward and southward, coming into collision on the line of the equator. But it is not my purpose to attempt a dissertation either on winds or oceanic streams. I am not learned enough for this, though enough to know that great misconception prevails on this subject, as well as upon that of the tides, and that meteorologists have not given due credit to the revolving motion of our planet, which is in truth the principal producer of these phenomena. Why I have introduced the subject at all is not because our little book is peculiarly a book of the ocean, but because that ocean currents have much to do with ocean waifs, and that these last afford the true explanation of the phenomenon first mentioned, the fact that some parts of the ocean teem with animal life, while others are as dead as a desert. The currents account for it, thus, where two of them meet, as is often the case, vast quantities of material substances, both vegetable and animal, are drifted together, where they are held to a certain extent stationary, or circling around in great ocean eddies. The wrack of seaweed, waves from the distant shores, birds that have fallen lifeless into the ocean, or dropped their excrement to float on its surface, fish that have died of disease, violence, or naturally, for the finny tribes are not exempt from the natural laws of decay and death. All these organisms, drifted by the currents, meet upon the neutral ground, there to float about and furnish food to myriads of living creatures, many species of which are, to all appearance, scarce organized more highly than the decomposed matters that appear first to give them life, and afterwards sustain their existence. In such tracts of the ocean are found the lower marine animals, in incalculable numbers, the floating shellfish, as Genthina, Hyalea, and Cleodora, the sea lizards, as Velalia, Porpitia, and their kindred, the squids and other mollusks, and myriads of medusa. These are the oceanic regions known to the sailors as thick waters, the favourite resort of the whale and its concomitant creatures, whose food they furnish, the shark and its attendants, the dolphins, porpoises, swordfish, and flying fish, and other denizens of the water, and a like variety of dwellers in the air, hovering above the surface, either as the enemies of those below, or aids to assist them in composing the inscrutable chain of destruction. End of chapter 64.
Chapter 65 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 65. A Whale on Fire. Perhaps we have drifted too far adown the currents of the ocean. From our digression, let us return to our special waifs. We left them making preparations to roast the shark flesh, not in single steaks, but in a wholesale fashion, as if they had intended to prepare a fish dinner for the full crew of a frigate. As already stated, fuel they had in sufficiency, or, at all events, the best of oil that would serve as such. The spermaceti could not be readily kindled, nor its blaze kept up, without wicks. But neither was there any difficulty about this. There was a quantity of old rope trash on the raft, which had been fished up among the wreck of the Pandora, and kept in case of an emergency. It needed only to restore this to its original state of tarry fibre, when they would be provided with wick enough to keep the lamp long burning. It was the lamp itself, or rather the cooking furnace, that caused them uneasiness. They had none. The tiny tin vessel that had already served for a single meal would never do for the grand roti they now designed making. With it, along with time and patience, they might have accomplished the task. But time to them was too precious to be so wasted. And as to patience, circumstanced as they were, it could scarcely be expected. They stood in great need of a cooking stove. There was nothing on board the catamaran that could be used as a substitute. Indeed, to have kindled such a fire as they wanted on the raft, without a proper material for their hearth, would have seriously endangered the existence of the craft, and might have terminated in a conflagration. It was a dilemma that had not suggested itself sooner, that is, until the shark steaks had been made ready for roasting. Then it presented itself to their contemplation in full force, and apparently without any loophole to escape from it. What was to be done for a cooking stove? Snowball sighed as he thought of his caboose, with all its paraphernalia of pots and pans, especially his great copper, in which he had been accustomed to boil mountains of meat and oceans of pea soup. But Snowball was not the individual to give way to vain regrets. At least, not for long. Despite that absence of that superior intellect, which flippant gossips of so-called a social science delight in denying to his race, themselves often less gifted than he, Snowball was endowed with rare ingenuity, especially in matters relating to the cuisine, and in less than 10 minutes after the question of a cooking stove had been started, the Coromantee conceived the idea of one that might have vied with any of the various patents so loudly extolled by the ironmongers, and yet not so effective when submitted to the test. At all events, Snowball's plan was suited to the circumstances in which its contriver was placed, and perhaps it was the only one which the circumstances would have allowed. Unlike other inventors, the Coromantee proclaimed the plan of his invention as soon as he had conceived it. "What for?" he asked, as the idea shaped itself in his skull. "What for we trouble 'bout a pot for burn de oil?" "What for, Snowy?" echoed the sailor, turning upon his interrogator an expectant look. "Why we no make de fire up hyah?" The conversation was carried up on the back of the whale, where the sharks had been butchered and cut up. "Up here?" again echoed the sailor, still showing surprise. "What matter whether it be up here or down there, so long as we've got no vessel, neither pot nor pan?" "Don't care a damn for neither. responded the ex-cook. "I soon show ya, Mass Brace, how we find vessel big 'nough to hold all de oil in de carcass ob de ole cashlot, as you call him." "Explain, nigger, explain." "Sartain I do. Give me dat axe. I soon 'splain de whole sarcumstance." Ben passed the axe, which he had been holding, into the hands of the Coromantee. The latter, as he had promised, soon made his meaning clear, by setting to work upon the carcass of the cachalot, and with less than a dozen blows of the sharp-edged tool hollowing out a large cavity in the blubber. "Now, Mass Brace," he cried, when he had finished, triumphantly balancing the axe above his shoulder, "what you call dat?" "Dar's a lamp hold all de oil we want set blaze. You desire me crow de hole any wider or deeper, I soon make him deep's a draw well and wide as the track ob a wagon. What say, Mass Brace?" "Hurrah for you, Snowy! It be just the thing. I dar say it's deep enough and wide as we'll want it. You ha' got good brains, nigger, notwithstanding what them lubbers as they call philosophers say. I'm white, and never thought o' it. This'll do for the furnace we want. Nothin' more needed than to pour the sparmacety into it, chuck a bit o' oakum on the top, and set all ablaze. Let's do it, and cook the wittles at once." The cavity, which Snowball had crowed in the carcass of the whale, was soon filled with oil taken from the case. In this was inserted with due care a quantity of the fibre, obtained by picking the old ropes into oakum. A crane was next erected over the cavity, a handspike forming one support and an oar the other. The crane itself consisted of the long iron arrow and socket of one of the harpoons found in the carcass of the cachalot. Upon this was suspended, as upon a spit, so many slices of shark meat as could be accommodated with room, and when all was arranged, a taper was handed up from below, and the wick set on fire. The tarry strands caught like tinder, and soon after a fierce bright blaze was seen rising several feet above the back of the cachalot, causing the shark steaks to frizzle and fry, and promising in a very short space of time to do them to a turn. Any one who could have witnessed the spectacle from distance, and not understanding its nature, might have fancied that the whale was on fire. End of chapter 65.
Chapter 66 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 66. The Big Raft. While the strange phenomenon of a blazing fire upon the back of a whale was being exhibited to the eyes of ocean birds and ocean fishes, all doubtless wondering what it meant, another and very different spectacle was occurring scarce 20 miles from the spot. Of course, also upon the surface of the ocean. If in the former there was something that might be called comic, there was nothing of this in the latter. On the contrary, it was a true tragedy, a drama of death. The stage upon which it was being enacted was a platform of planks and spars, rudely united together. In short, a raft. The dramatis persona were men, all men, although it might have required some stretch of imagination, aided by a little acquaintanceship with the circumstances that had placed them upon that raft, to have been certain that they were human beings, a stranger to them, looking upon them in reality, or upon a picture giving a faithful representation of them, might have doubted their humanity and mistaken them for fiends. No one could have been blamed for such a misconception. If human beings in shape, and so, in reality, they were fiends in aspect, and not so far from it in mental conformation. Even in appearance, they were more like skeletons than men. One actually was a skeleton, not a living skeleton, but a corpse, clean stripped of its flesh. The ensanguined bones, with some fragments of the cartilage still adhering to them, showed that the despoliation had been recent. The skeleton was not perfect. Some of the bones were absent. A few were lying near on the timbers of the raft, and a few others might have been seen in places where it was horrible to behold them. The raft was an oblong platform of some 20 feet in length and about 15 in width. It was constructed out of pieces of broken masts and spars of a ship, upon which was supported an irregular sheeting of planks, the fragments of bulwarks, hatches, cabin doors that had been wrested from their hinges, lids of tea chests, coops, and a few other articles, such as formed the paraphernalia of movables on board of a ship. There was a large hogshead, with 2 or 3 small barrels upon the raft, and around its edge were lashed several empty casks, serving as buoys to keep it above water. A single spar stood out of its centre, or midships, to which was rigged, in a very slovenly manner, a large lateen sail, either the spanker or sprit sail of a ship, or the mizzen topsail of a bark. Around the step of the mast, a variety of other objects might have been seen, such as oars, handspikes, pieces of loose boards, some tangled coils of rope, an axe or 2, half a dozen of tin pots and tots, such as were used by sailors, a quantity of shark bones, clean picked, with 2 or 3 other bones, like those already alluded to, whose size and form told them to be the tibia of a human skeleton. Between 20 and 30 men were moving amid this miscellaneous collection. Not all moving, for they were in every conceivable attitude, of repose as of action. Some were seated, some lying stretched, some standing, some staggering, as if reeling under the influence of intoxication, or too feeble to support their bodies in an erect attitude. It was not any rocking on the part of the raft, thus producing these eccentric movements. The sea was perfectly quiescent, and the rude embarking rested upon it like a log. The cause might have been discovered near the bottom of the mast, where stood a barrel or cask of medium size, from which proceeded an exhalation, telling its content to be rum. The staggering skeletons were drunk. It was not that noisy intoxication that tells of recent indulgence, but rather of the nervous wreck which succeeds it. And the words heard, instead of being the loud banterings of inebriated men, were more like the ravings and gibberings of maniacs. No wonder, since they who uttered them were mad with mania potu. If they were ever to recover, it would be the last time they were likely to be afflicted by the same disease, at least on board that embarkation, not from any virtuous resolve on their parts, but simply from the fact that the cause of their insanity no longer existed. The rum cask was as dry inside as out. There was no longer a drop of the infernal liquor on the raft, no more spirit of any kind to produce fresh drunkenness or renewed delirium tremens. The madmen were not heeded by the others, but allowed to totter about and give speech to their incoherent mumblings, sometimes diversified by yells or pleas of mania laughter, always thickly interlarded with oaths and other blasphemous utterances. It was only when disturbing the repose of some other less exalted than themselves, or when 2 of them chanced to come into collision, that a scene would ensue. In some instances, extending to almost every individual on the raft, and ending by one or the other of the delirious disputants getting chucked into the sea, and having a swim before recovering foothold on the frail embarkation. This the ducked individual would be certain to do. Drunk as he might have been, and maudling as he might be, his instincts were never so benumbed as to render him regardless of self-preservation. Even from out his haggard eyes still gleamed enough of intelligence to tell that those dark triangular objects, moving in scores around the raft, and cutting the water so swift and sheer, were the dorsal fins of the dreaded shark. Each one was a sight that, to a sailor's eye, even when blind drunk, brings habitual dread. The douche, and the fright attending it, would usually restore his reason to the delirious individual, or, at all events, would have the effect of restoring tranquillity upon the raft, soon after to be disturbed by some scene of like, or perhaps more terrible, activity. The reader, unacquainted with the history of this raft and the people upon it, may require some information concerning them. A few words must suffice for both. As already stated at the beginning of our narrative, a raft was constructed out of such timbers as could be detached from the slave bark Pandora, after that vessel had caught fire, and previous to her blowing up. Upon this embarkation, the slaver's crew had escaped, leaving her cargo to perish, some by the explosion, some by drowning, and not a few by the teeth of sharks. The Pandora's captain, along with 5 others, including the mates and carpenter, had stolen away with the gig. As this was the only boat found available in the fearful crisis of the conflagration, the remainder of the crew had betaken themselves to the large raft, hurriedly constructed for the occasion. As already related, Snowball and the Portuguese girl were the only individuals on board the Pandora who had remained by the wreck, or rather among its debris. There the Coromantee, by great courage and cunning, had succeeded not only in keeping himself and his protege afloat, but in establishing a chance for sustaining existence, calculated to last for some days. It is known also that Ben Brace and his protege, having been informed by the captain's parting speech that there was a barrel of gunpowder aboard the burning bark, apprehensive of the explosion, had silently constructed a little raft of his own, which, after being launched from under the bows of the slaver, he had brought en rapport with the big raft, and thereto attached it. This tender, still carrying the English sailor and the boy, had been afterwards cut loose from its larger companion in the dead hour of night, and permitted to fall far into the wake. The reason of this defection was simply to save little William from being eaten up by the ex-crew of the Pandora, then reduced to a famished condition, if we may use the phrase, screwed up to the standard of anthropophagy. Since the hour in which the 2 rafts became separated from each other, the reader is acquainted, in all its minute details, with the history of the lesser. How it joined issue with the embarkation that carried the ex-cook and his protege. How the union with the latter produced a cross between the two, afterwards yclept the catamaran, with all the particulars of the catamaran's voyage, up to the time when she became moored alongside the carcass of the cachalot, and for the several days after. During this time, the big raft, carrying the crew of 10 burnt bark, being out of sight, may also have escaped from the reader's mind. Both it and its occupants were still in existence. Not all of them, it is true, but the greater number, and among these, the most prominent in strength of body, energy of mind, and wickedness of disposition. It is scarce necessary to say that the raft now introduced as lying upon the ocean, some 20 miles from the dead cachalot, was that which some days before had parted from the Pandora, or that the fiendish forms that occupied it were the remnant of the Pandora's crew. These were not all there. Nearly a score of them were absent. The absence of the captain, with 5 others who had accompanied him in his gig, has been explained. The ex-cook, the English sailor and sailor boy, with the cabin passenger, Lilly Lally, have also been accounted for, but there were several others aboard the big raft, on its first starting to sea, that were no longer to be seen amidst the crowd still occupying this ungainly embarkation. Half a dozen, perhaps more, seemed to be missing. Their absence might have appeared mysterious to anyone who had not been kept posted up in the particulars of the ill-directed cruise through which the raft had been passing, though the skeleton above described, and the dissevered tibia scattered around, might have given a clue to their disappearance, at least to anyone initiated into the shifts and extremities of starvation. To those of less experience, or less quick comprehension, it may be necessary to repeat the conversation which is being carried on upon the raft, at the moment when it is thus reintroduced to the notice of the reader. A correct report of this will satisfactorily explain why its original crew had been reduced from over 30 to the number of 26, exclusive of the skeleton. End of chapter 66.
Chapter 67 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 67. A crew of cannibals. "Allons!" cried a black-bearded man in whose emaciated frame it was not easy to recognize the once corpulent bully of the slave ship, the Frenchman Le Gros. "Allons, monsieur! It is time to try fortune again. Sacre, we must eat or die." The question may be asked, what were these men to eat? There appeared to be no food upon the raft. There was none. Not a morsel of any kind that might properly be called meat for man. Nor had there been, ever since the second day after the departure of the raft from the side of the burning bark. A small box of sea biscuits that, when distributed, gave only 2 to each man, was all that had been saved in their hurried retreat from the decks of the Pandora. These had disappeared in a day. They had brought away water in greater abundance, and caught some since in their shirts, and on the spread sail, nearly after the same fashion and in the same rainstorm that had afforded the well-timed supply to Ben Brace and his protege. But the stock derived from both sources was on the eve of being exhausted. Only a small ration or 2 to each man remained in the cask. But thirsty as most of them might be, they were suffering still more from the kindred appetite of hunger. What did Le Gros mean when he said they must eat? What food was there on the raft to enable them to avoid the terrible alternative appended to his proposal? Eat or die. What had kept them from dying, since it was now many days, almost weeks, since they had swallowed the last morsel of biscuit so sparingly distributed amongst them? The answer to all these interrogatories is one and the same. It is too fearful to be pronounced, awful even to think of. The clean stripped skeleton lying upon the raft, and which was clearly that of a human being. The bones scattered about, some of them, as already observed, held in hand, and in such fashion as to show the horrid use that was being made of them, left no doubt as to the nature of the food upon which the hungering wretches had been subsisting. This, and the flesh of a small shark which they had succeeded in luring alongside and killing with the blow of a handspike, had been their only provision since parting with the Pandora. There were sharks enough around them now. A score, at the very least, might have been quartering the sea, within sight of the raft, but these monsters, strange to say, were so shy that not one of them would approach near enough to allow them an opportunity of capturing it. Every attempt to take them had proved unsuccessful. Such of the crew as kept sober had been trying for days. Some were even at that moment engaged with hook and line, angling for the ferocious fish, their hooks floating far out in the water, baited with human flesh. It was only the mechanical continuation of a scheme that had long since proved to be of no avail, a sort of despairing struggle against improbability. The sharks had taken the alarm, perhaps from observing the fate of that one of their number that had gone too near the odd embarkation, or perhaps warned by some mysterious instinct that, sooner or later, they would make a grand banquet on those who were so eager to feast upon them. In any case, no sharks had been taken, or were likely to be taken, and once more the eyes of the famishing castaways were wolfishly turned upon one another, while their thoughts reverted to that horrible alternative that was to save them from starvation. Le Gros, on board the raft, as upon the deck of the slave ship, still held a sort of fatal ascendancy over his comrades, and with Ben Brace no longer to oppose his despotic propensities, he had established over his fellow skeletons a species of arbitrary rule. His conduct had all along been guided by no more regard for fair play than was just necessary to keep his subordinates from breaking out into open mutiny. And among these, the weaker ones fared even worse than their fellows, bad as that was. A few of the stronger, who formed a sort of bodyguard to the bully, and were ready to stand up for him in case of extremity, shared his ascendancy over the rest, and to these were distributed larger rations of water, along with the more choice morsels of their horrid food. This partiality had more than once led to scenes that promised to end in bloodshed, and but for this occasional show of resistance, Le Gros and his party might have established a tyranny that would have given them full power over the lives of their feebler companions. Things were fast tending in this direction, merging as it were into absolute monarchy, a monarchy of cannibals, of which Le Gros himself would be king. It had not yet, however, come quite to that, at least when it became a question of life and death. When the necessity arose of finding a fresh victim for their horrible but necessary sacrifice, there was still enough republicanism left among the wretches to influence the decision in a just and equitable manner, and cause the selection to be made by lot. When it comes to crises like these, to questions of life and death, men must yield up their opposition to the ballot and acknowledge its equity. Le Gros and his cruel bodyguard would have opposed it had they been strong enough, as do equally cruel politicians who are strong enough, but the bully still doubted the strength of his party. A proposal so atrocious had been made, in the case of little William, at the very outset, and had met with but slight opposition. Had it not been for the brave English sailor, the lad would certainly have fallen a sacrifice to the horrid appetites of these horrid men. With one of themselves, however, the case was different. Each had a few adherents, who would not have submitted to such an arbitrary cruelty, and Le Gros was influenced by the fear of a general scrimmage, in which more than one life, among the rest perhaps his own, might be forfeited. The time for such a high-handed measure had not yet arrived, and when it came to the question of who dies next, it was still found necessary to resort to the ballot. That question was once more propounded, now for the third time, Le Gros himself acting as the spokesman. No one said anything in reply, or made any sign of being opposed to an answer being given. On the contrary, all appeared to yield, if not a cheerful, at least a tacit assent to what they all knew to be meant for a proposal, knowing also its fearful nature and consequences. They also comprehended whence the answer was to come. Twice before had they consulted that dread oracle, whose response was certain death to one of their number. Twice before had they recognized and submitted to its decree. No preliminaries needed to be discussed. These had been long ago arranged. There was nothing more to do than cast the lots. On the moment after Le Gros put the question, a movement was visible among the men to whom it was addressed. One might have expected it to startle them, but it did not appear to do this, at least to any great extent. Some only showed those signs of fear distinguishable by blanched cheeks and white lips, but there were some too delirious to understand the full import of what was to follow, and the majority of the crew had become too callow with suffering to care much even for life. Most that could, however, for there were some too feeble to stand erect, rose to their feet and gathered round the challenger, exhibiting both in their words and attitudes an earnestness that told them not altogether indifferent to death. By a sort of tacit agreement among them, Le Gros acted as master of the ceremonies, the dispenser of that dread lottery of life and death, in which he himself was to take a share. 2 or 3 of his fellows stood on each side of him, acting as aides or croupiers. Solemn and momentous as was the question to be decided, the mode of decision was simple in the extreme. Le Gros held in his hand a canvas bag of oblong bolster shape, such as sailors use to carry their spare suit of Sunday go-ashores. In the bottom of this bag, already carefully counted into it, were 26 buttons, the exact number of those who were to take part in the drawing. They were the common black buttons of horn, each pierced with 4 holes, such as may be seen upon the jacket of the merchant sailor. They had been cut from their own garments for the purpose in which they were now, a third time, to be employed, and all chosen so exactly alike that even the eye would have found it difficult to distinguish one from the other. One, however, offered an exception to this statement. While all its fellows were jet black, it exhibited a reddish hue, a dark crimson, as if it had been defiled with blood. And so it had been, stained on purpose, that for which it was to be employed, to be the exponent of the prize in that lottery of blood, of which its color was an appropriate emblem. The difference between it and the others was not perceptible to the touch. The fingers of a man born blind could not have distinguished it among the rest, much less the callous and tar-bedaubed claws of a sailor. The red button was cast into the bag along with the others. He who should draw it forth must die. As we have said, there was no settling about preliminaries, no talking about choice as to time of drawing. These matters had been discussed before, both openly and by secret mental calculations. All had arrived at the conclusion that the chances were even, and that it could make no difference in the event as to whose fate was first decided. The red button might be the last in the bag, or it might be the first drawn out of it. Under this impression, no one hesitated to inaugurate the dread ceremony of the drawing, and as soon as Le Gros held out the bag, just open enough to admit a hand, a man stepped up and with an air of reckless indifference plunged his arm into the opening. End of chapter 67.
Chapter 68 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 68. The Lottery of Life and Death. One by one the buttons were drawn forth from the bag, each man, as he drew his, exhibiting it in his open palm, to satisfy the others as to its color, and then placing it in a common receptacle, against the contingency of its being required again for another like lottery. Solemn as was the character of the ceremony, it was not conducted either in solemnity or silence. Many of the wretches even jested while it was in progress, and a stranger to the dread conditions under which the drawing was being made might have supposed it a raffle for some trifling prize. The faces of a few, however, would have contradicted this supposition. A few there were who approached the oracle with cowed and craven looks, and their trembling fingers, as they inserted them into the bag, proclaimed an apprehension stronger than could have arisen from any mere courting of chance in an ordinary casting of lots. Those men who were noisiest and most gleeful after they had drawn were the ones who, before it, had shown the strongest signs of fear, and who trembled most while performing the operation. Some of them could not conceal even their demoniac joy at having drawn blank, but danced about over the raft as if they had suddenly succeeded to some splendid future. The difference between this singular lottery and most others was that the blanks were the prizes, the prize itself being the true blank, the ending of existence. Le Gros continued to hold the bag, and with an air of nonchalance, though anyone closely observing his countenance could tell that it was assumed. As had already been proved, the French bully was at heart a coward. Under the influence of angry passion, or excited by a desire for revenge, he could show fight, and even fling himself into positions of danger. But in a contest such as that in which he was now engaged, a cool strife, in which fortune was his only antagonist, and in which he could derive no advantage from any unfair subterfuge, his artificial courage had entirely forsaken him. So long as the lottery was in its earlier stages, and only a few buttons had been taken out of the bag, he preserved his assumed air of indifference. There were still many chances of life against that one of death, nearly 20 to 1. As the drawing proceeded, however, and one after another exhibited his black button, a change could be observed passing over the features of the Frenchman. His apparent sang-froid began to forsake him, while his glances betokened a feverish excitement, fast hastening towards apprehension. As each fresh hand came up out of the dark receptacle, bearing the evidence of its owner's fate, Le Gros was seen to cast hurried and anxious glances toward the tiny circle of horn held between the thumb and forefinger, and each time that he saw the color to be black, his countenance appeared to darken at the sight. When the 20th button had been brought forth, and still the red one remained in the bag, the master of the ceremonies became fearfully excited. He could no longer conceal his apprehension. His chances of life were diminished to a point that might well inspire him with fear. It was now but 6-1, for there were only 6 more tickets to be disposed of. At this crisis, Le Gros interrupted the drawing to reflect. Would he be in a better position if some one else held the bag? Perhaps that might change the run of luck hitherto against him, and which he had been cursing with all his might ever since the number had been going through the teens. He had tried every way he could think of to tempt the red ticket out of the bag. He had shaken the buttons time after time, in hopes of bringing it to the top, or in some position that might ensure its being taken up, but all to no purpose. It would obstinately stay to the last. What difference could it make were he to hand the bag over to some other holder, and try his luck for the 21st chance? Not any, was the mental reply he received to this mental inquiry. Better for him to hold on as he had been doing. It was hardly possible, at least highly improbable, that the red button should be the last. There had been 25 chances to 1 against its being so. It is true 20 black buttons had been drawn out before it, in a most unexpected manner. Still, it was as likely to come next as any of the remaining 6. It would be of no use changing the process. So concluded he in his own mind, and with an air of affected recklessness, the Frenchman signified to those around him that he was ready to continue the drawing. Another man drew forth number 21. Like those preceding it, the button was black. Number 22 was fished out of the bag, black also. 23 and 24 were of the like hue. But 2 buttons now remained, 2 men only whose fate was undecided. One of them was Le Gros himself, the other an Irish sailor, who was, perhaps, the least wicked among that wicked crew. One or other of them must become food for their cannibal comrades. It would scarce be true to say that the interest increased as the dread lottery progressed towards its ending. Its peculiar conditions had secured an interest from the first, as intense as it was possible for it to be. It only became changed in character, less selfish, if we may use the phrase, as each individual escaped from the dangerous contingency involved in the operation. As the drawing approached its termination, the anxiety about the result, though less painful to the majority of the men, was far more so to the few whose fate still hung suspended in the scale. And this feeling became more intensified in the breasts of the still smaller number, who saw their chances of safety becoming constantly diminished. When at length only 2 buttons remained in the bag, and only 2 men to draw them out, the interest, though changed in character, was nevertheless sufficiently exciting to fix the attention of every individual on the raft. There were circumstances, apart from the mere drawing, that influenced this attention. Fate itself seemed to be taking a part in the dread drama, or if not, a very singular contingency had occurred. Between the 2 men thus left to decide its decree there existed a rivalry, or rather might it be called a positive antipathy, deadly as any vendetta ever enacted on Corsican soil. It had not sprung up on the raft. It was of older date, old as the earliest days of the Pandora's voyage on whose decks it had originated. Its first seeds had been sown in that quarrel between Le Gros and Ben Brace, in which the Frenchman had been so ignominiously defeated. The Irish sailor, apart from some slight feeling of co-nationality, and partly from a natural instinct of fair play, had taken sides with the British tar, and, as a consequence, had invoked the hostility of the Frenchman. This feeling he had reciprocated to its full extent, and from that time forward Larry O'Gorman, such was the Irishman's name, became the true bête noire of Le Gros, to be insulted by the latter on every occasion that might offer. Even Ben Brace was no longer regarded with as much dislike. For him the Frenchman had been taught, if not friendship, at least a certain respect, springing from fear; and, instead of continuing his jealous rivalry towards the English sailor, Le Gros had resigned himself to occupy a secondary place on the slaver, and transferred his spite to the representative of the Emerald Isle. More than once slight collisions had occurred between them, in which the Frenchman, gifted with greater cunning, had managed to come off victorious; but there had never arisen any serious matter to test the strength of the two men to that desperate strife, of which death might be the ending. They had generally fought shy of each other; the Frenchman from a latent fear of his adversary, founded perhaps on some suspicion of powers not yet exhibited by him, and which might be developed in a deadly struggle; the Irishman from a habitude, not very common among his countrymen, of being little addicted to quarrelling. He was, on the contrary, a man of peaceful disposition and of few words, also a rare circumstance, considering that his name was Larry O'Gorman. There were some good traits in the Irishman's character; perhaps we have given the best. In comparison with the Frenchman, he might be described as an angel; and, compared with the other wretches on the raft, he was, perhaps, the least bad; for the word best could not, with propriety, be applied to any one of that motley crew. Personally, the two men were unlike as could well be. While the Frenchman was black and bearded, the Irishman was red and almost beardless. In size, however, they approximated nearer to each other, both being men of large stature. Both had been stout, almost corpulent. Neither could be so described as they assisted at that solemn ceremonial that was to devote one or other of them to a doom, in which their condition was a circumstance of significant interest to those who were to survive them. Both were shrunken in shape, with their garments hanging loosely around their bodies, their eyes sunk in deep cavities, their cheek bones prominently protruding, their breasts flat and fleshless, the ribs easily discernible. In short, they appeared more like a pair of skeletons, covered with shrivelled skin, than breathing living men. Either was but ill adapted for the purpose to which dire necessity was about to devote one or other of them. Of the two, Le Gros appeared the less attenuated. This may have risen from the fact of his greater ascendancy over the crew of the raft, by means of which he had been enabled to appropriate to himself a larger share of the food sparsely distributed amongst them. His ample covering of hair may have had something to do with this appearance, concealing as it did the unevenness of the surface upon which it grew, and imparting a plumper aspect to his face and features. If there was a superiority in the quantity of flesh still clinging to his bones, its quality might be questioned; at all events, in regard to the use that might soon be made of it. In point of tenderness, his muscular integuments could scarcely compare with those of the Irishman, whose bright skin promised. These are horrid thoughts; they should not be here repeated, were it not to show in its true light the terrible extremes, both of thought and action, to which men may be reduced by starvation. Horrid as they may appear, they were entertained at that crisis by the castaway crew of the Pandora. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of The Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 69. A Challenge Declined. When it came to the last drawing, for there needed to be only one more, there was a pause in the proceedings, such as usually precedes an expected climax. It was accompanied by silence, so profound that, but for the noise made by the waves as they dashed against the hollow hogsheads, a pin might have been heard if dropped upon the planking of the raft. In the sound of the sea there was something lugubrious, a fit accompaniment of the unhallowed scene that was being enacted by those within hearing of it. One might have fancied that spirits in fearful pain were confined within the empty casks, and that the sounds that seemed to issue out of them were groans, elicited by their agony. The two men, one of whom was doomed to die, stood face to face, the others forming a sort of circle around them. All eyes were bent upon them, while theirs were fixed only upon each other. The reciprocated glance was one of dire hostility and hate, combined with a hope on the part of each to see the other dead and then to survive him. Both were inspired by a belief, in the presence of such an unexpected contingency it was not unreasonable, that fate had singled them out from their fellows to stand in that strange antagonism. They were, in fact, convinced of it. Under the influence of this conviction, it might be supposed that neither would offer any further opposition to fate's decree, but would yield to what might appear their manifest destiny. As it was, however, fatalism was not the faith of either. Though neither of them could lay claim to the character of a Christian, they were equally unbelievers in this particular article of the creed of Mahomet, and both were imbued with a stronger belief in strength or stratagem than in chance. On the first mentioned the Irishman appeared most to rely, as was evidenced by the proposal he made upon the occasion. "I dare yez," said he, "to thry which is the best man. To draw them buttons is an even chance between us, and maybe the best man is him that'll have to die. By Saint Pathrick, that ain't fair nohow. The best man should be allowed to live. What do ye say, comrades?" The proposal, though unexpected by all, found partisans who entertained it. It put a new face upon the affair. It was one that was not more than reasonable. The crew, no longer interested in the matter, at least so far as their own personal safety was concerned, could now contemplate the result with calmness, and the instinct of justice was not dead within the hearts of all of them. In the challenge of the Irishman there appeared nothing unfair. A number of them were inclined to entertain it, and declared themselves of that view. The partisans of Le Gros were the more numerous, and these remained silent, waiting until the latter should make reply to the proposal of his antagonist. After the slight luck he had already experienced in the lottery, combined with several partial defeats erst inflicted upon the man who thus challenged him, it might have been expected that Le Gros would have gladly accepted the challenge. He did not. On the contrary, he showed such an inclination to trust to chance, that a close observer of his looks and actions might have seen cause to suspect that he had also some reliance upon stratagem. No one, however, had been thus closely observing him. No one, except the individual immediately concerned, had noticed that quick grasp of hands between him and one of his partisans, or if they had, it was only to interpret it as a salute of sympathy, extended towards a comrade in a situation of danger. In that salute, however, there passed between the two men something of significance, which, if exhibited to the eyes of the spectators, would have explained the indifference to death that from that moment characterized the demeanour of Le Gros. After that furtive movement, he no longer showed any hesitancy as to his course of action, but at once declared his willingness, as well as his determination, to abide by the decision of the drawing. "Sacre!" cried he, in answer to the challenge of the Irishman. "You don't suppose, Monsieur Irlandais, that I should fear the result as you propose it? Parbleu! Nobody will believe that. But I'm a believer in fortune, notwithstanding the scurvy tricks she has often served me, even now that she is frowning upon me black as ever. Neither of us appears to be in favour with her, and that will make our chances equal. So then, I say, let us try her again. Sacre! It will be the last time she can frown on one of us, that's certain." As O'Gorman had no right to alter the original programme of the lottery, of course the dissenting voices to its continuance were in the minority, and the general clamour tailed upon fate to decide which of the two men was to become food for their famishing companions. Le Gros still held the bag containing the two buttons. One of them should be black, the other red. It became a subject of dispute which was to make the draw. It was not a question of who should draw first, since one button taken out would be sufficient. If the red one came out, the drawer must die. If the black, then the other must become the victim. Some proposed that a third party should hold the bag, and that there should be a toss-up for the first chance. Le Gros showed a disposition to oppose this plan. He said that, as he had been entrusted with the superintendence so far, he should continue it to the end. They all saw, so urged he, that he had not benefited by the office imposed upon him, but the contrary. It had brought nothing but ill luck to him, and, as everybody knew, when a run of ill luck once sets in, there was no knowing where it might terminate. He did not care much, one way or the other, since there could be no advantage in his holding the bag. But as he had done so all through, as he believed to his disadvantage, he was willing to hold on, even if it was death that was to be his award. The speech of Le Gros had the desired effect. The majority declared themselves in favour of his continuing to hold the bag, and it was decided that the Irishman should make the choice of the penultimate button. The latter offered no opposition to this arrangement. There appeared no valid grounds for objecting to it. It was a simple toss of heads and tails. Heads I win, and tails you lose, or, to make use of a formula more appropriate to the occasion, heads I live, and tails you die. With some such process of reasoning current through the brain of Larry O'Gorman, he stepped boldly up to the bag, plunged his fist into its obscure interior, and drew forth the black button. End of chapter 69.
Chapter 70 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 70. An Unexpected Termination. The red button remained in the bag. It was a singular circumstance that it should be the last, but such strange circumstances will sometimes occur. It belonged to Le Gros. The lottery was over. The Frenchman had forfeited life. It seemed idle for him to draw the button out, and yet to the astonishment of the spectators he proceeded to do so. "Sacre!" he exclaimed, "the luck's been against me. Eh bien!" he added, with a sang-froid that caused some surprise. "I suppose I must make a die of it. Let me see the accursed thing that's going to condemn me." As he said this, he held up the bag in his left hand, at the same time plunging his right into its dark interior. For some seconds he appeared to grope about, as if he had some difficulty in finding the button. While fumbling in this fashion, he let go the mouth of the wallet, which he had been holding in his left hand, adroitly transferring his hold to its bottom. This was done apparently for the purpose of getting the button into a corner, in order that he may lay hold of it with his fingers. For some moments the bag rested upon his left forearm, while he continued his hunt after the little piece of horn. He appeared successful at length, and drew forth his right hand with the fingers closed over the palm, as if containing something, of course the dread symbol of death. Stirred by a kind of curiosity, his comrades pressed mechanically around, and stood watching his movements. For an instant he kept his fist closed, holding it on high so that all might see it, and then slowly extending his fingers, he exhibited his spread palm before their eyes. It held the button that he had drawn forth from the bag, but to the astonishment of all, it was a black one, and not the red token that had been expected. There were but two men who did not partake of this surprise. One was Le Gros himself, though to all appearance he was the most astonished individual of the party. The other was the man who, some minutes before, might have been observed standing by his side, and stealthily transferring something from his own fingers to those of the Frenchman. This unexpected termination of the lottery led to a scene of terrific excitement. Several seized hold of the bag, jerking it out of the hand of him who had hitherto been holding it. It was at once turned inside out, when the red button fell upon the planking of the raft. Most of the men were furious, and loudly declared that they had been cheated, some offering conjectures as to how the cheat had been accomplished. The confederate of Le Gros, backed by the ruffian himself, suggested that there might have been no deception about the matter, but only a mistake made in the number of buttons originally thrown into the bag. "Like enough, damned like enough," urged Legros' sharping partner. "There's been a button too many put into the bag, 27 instead of 26. That's how it's come about. Well, as we all helped at the counting of 'em, therefore it's nobody's fault in particular. We'll have to draw again, and the next time we can be more careful." As no one appeared able to contradict this hypothesis, it passed off with the number as the correct one. Most of the men, however, felt sure that a trick had been played, and the trick itself could be easily conjectured. Some of the drawers had procured a button similar to those inside the bag, and holding this button had simply inserted his hand and drawn it out again. Out of 26 draws, it would have been impossible to fix upon the individual who had been guilty of the cheat, though there were not a few who permitted their suspicions to fall on Legros himself. There had been observed something peculiar in his mode of manipulation. He had inserted his hand into the wallet with the fist closed, and drawn it out in similar fashion. This, with one or two other circumstances, looked suspicious enough, but it was remembered that some others had done the same, and as there was not enough of evidence to bring home the infamous act to its perpetrator, no one appeared either able or willing to risk making the accusation. Yes, there was one who had not yet declared himself, nor did he do so until some time had elapsed after the final and disappointing draw made by the master of the ceremonies. This man was Larry O'Gorman. While the rest of the crew had been listening to the arguments of the Frenchman's confederate, and one by one signifying their acquiescence, the Irishman stood apart, apparently busied in some profound mental calculation. When at length all seemed to have consented to the second casting of lots, he roused himself from his reverie, and stepping hastily into their midst, cried out in a determined manner, "No, no, just don't," continued he. "No more drawing, my jewels, till we've had a better understanding of this little matter. That there's been cheating, yez are all agreed, only yez can't identify the cheat. Maybe I can say something to point out the dirty spalpeen as hasn't the courage nor the decency to take his chance along with the rest of us." This unexpected interpolation at once drew the eyes of all parties upon the speaker, for all alike were interested in the revelation which O'Gorman was threatening to make. Whoever had played foul, if it could only be proved against him, would be regarded as the man who ought to have drawn the red button, and would be treated as if he had done so. This was tacitly understood, even before the suggestion of such a course had passed the lips of anyone. Those who were innocent were of course desirous of discovering the black sheep, in order to escape the danger of a second drawing, and as these comprehended almost the entire crew, it was natural that an attentive ear should be given to the statement which the Irishmen proposed to lay before them. All stood gazing upon him with expectant eyes. In those of Legros and his confederate there was a different expression. The look of the Frenchman was more especially remarkable. His jaws had fallen, his lips were white and bloodless, his eyes glared fiend-like out of their sunken sockets, while the whole cast of his features was that of a man threatened with some fearful and infamous fate, which he feels himself unable to avert. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of the Ocean Waifs. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 71. Legros upon trial. As O'Gorman gave utterance to the last words of his preparatory speech, he fixed his eyes steadfastly upon the Frenchman. His look confirmed every one in the belief that the allusion had been to the latter. Legros at first quailed before the Irishman's glance, but perceiving the necessity of putting a bold front on the matter, he made an endeavour to reciprocate it. "Sacre bleu!" he exclaimed, Monsieur Irlandais, why do you look at me? You don't mean to insinuate that I have acted unfairly?" "The divil a bit," replied the Irishman. "If it's insinuation yez been talking about, the divil a bit of that do I mean. Larry O'Gorman isn't a going to bate about the bush one way or the other, Mr. Le Gros. He tells you to your teeth that it was your beautiful self put the extra button into the bag. Yez did it, Mr. Le Gros, and nobody else." "Liar!" vociferated the Frenchman, with a menacing gesture. "Liar!" "Keep cool, Frenchy. It isn't Larry the Galway man that's going to be scared at your bluster. I repeat, it was you yourself that put that button into the bag." "How do you know that, O'Gorman? Can you prove it? What proof have you?" were questions that were asked simultaneously by several voices, among which that of the Frenchman's confederate was conspicuous. "Pooh! What more proof do you want than what's already before yous? When I had me hand in the wallet, there wasn't only the 2 buttons, the divil and more. I feeled in both while I was groping about to make choice betwixt them, and if there had been a 3rd, I would have feeled that too. I can swear by the holy cross of St. Patrick, there wasn't one more than the 2. "That's no proof there wasn't 3, urged the friend of Le Gros. "The 3rd might have been in a wrinkle of the bag without you feeling it." "The divil a wrinkle in it, except the wrinkles in the palm of the spalpeen's fist." "That's where it was, and I can tell yous all who put it there. It was this very chap who is so pit-a-pat at explaining it. Yous needn't deny it, Bill Bowler. I saw something passin' betwixt yourself and Frenchy just before it came his turn to draw. I saw your flippers touchin' one another and something slippin' in between them. I couldn't tell what it was, but by Jesus, I thought it queer for all that. I know now what it was. It was the button." The Irishman's arguments merited attention, and received it. The circumstances looked at the least suspicious against Le Gros. To the majority they were conclusive of his guilt. The accusation was supported by other evidence. The man who had preceded O'Gorman in the drawing positively avowed that he could feel only 3 buttons in the bag, while the one before him with equal confidence asserted that when he drew there were but 4. Both declared that they could not be mistaken as to the numbers. They had separately fingered each button in the hope of being able to detect that which was blood-stained, and so avoid bringing it forth. "Ah!" ejaculated the Frenchman, becoming impatient for the conviction of his guilty antagonist. "What's the use of talking? Frenchy is the one who did it. That groping and fumbling about the bottom of the wallet was all pretence. He had the button in his shut fist all the time, and by Jesus, he is entitled to the prize, the same as if he had drawn it. It's him that's got to die." "Canaille! Liar!" shouted Le Gros. "If I have, you—" And as the words issued from his lips, he sprang forward, knife in hand, with the evident design of taking the life of his accuser. "Keep cool!" cried the latter, springing out of reach of his assailant, and with his own blade bared, placing himself on the defensive. "Keep cool, you frog-eaten son of a gun, or you'll make mate of us sooner than ye expected, aye, before yous have time to put up a pater for your ugly sowl that stands most disparately in need of it. Now," continued the Irishman, after he had fairly placed himself in an attitude of defence, "come on whenever you like. Larry O'Gorman is ready for you, and another of the same at your dirty back. Ha! Fanabala! Hilloo! Vallabaloo!" End of chapter 71.
Chapter 72 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 72. A Duel to the Death. The strange ceremonial upon the raft, hitherto carried on with some show of solemnity, had reached an unexpected crisis. A second appeal to the goddess of fortune was no longer thought of. The deadly antagonism of the two chief castaways, Le Gros and O'Gorman, promised a result likely to supply the larder of that cannibal crew without the necessity of their having recourse to her decrees. One or other, perhaps both, of these men must soon cease to live, for the determined attitude of each told beyond mistaking that his bared blade would not again be unsheathed, except in the flesh of his adversary. There was no attempt at intervention. Not one of their comrades interposed to keep them apart. There was friendly feeling, or, to use a more appropriate phrase, partisanship, on the side of each, but it was of that character which usually exists among the brutal backers of two champions of the ring. Under other circumstances, each party might have regretted the defeat of the champion they had adopted, but upon that raft, the death of one or other of the combatants was not only desirable, but, rather than it should not occur, either side would have most gladly assented to see its especial favorite the victim. Every man of that ruffian crew had a selfish interest in the result of the threatened conflict, and this far outweighed any feeling of partisanship with which he might have been inspired. A few may have felt friendlier than others toward their respective champions, but to the majority it mattered little which of the two men should die, and there were even some who, in the secret chambers of their hearts, would have reflected gleefully to behold both become victims of their reciprocal hostility. Such a result would cause a still further postponement of that unpopular lottery, in which they had been too often compelled to take shares. There was no very great difference in the number of the friends on either side. The partisans of the Frenchman would have far outnumbered those of his Irish adversary but 10 minutes before. But the behavior of Le Gros in the lottery had lost him many adherents. That he had played the trick imputed to him was by most believed, and as the result of his unmanly subterfuge was of personal interest to all. There were many, hitherto indifferent, now inspired with hostility towards him. Apart from personal considerations, even amongst that conglomeration of outcasts, there were some in whom the instinct of fair play was not altogether dead, and the foul play of the Frenchman had freshly aroused this instinct within them. As soon as the combatants had shown a fixed determination to engage in deadly strife, the crowd upon the raft became separated, as if by mechanical action, into two groups, one forming in the rear of Le Gros, the other taking stand behind the Irishman. As already stated, there was no great inequality between them in point of numbers, and as each occupied an end of the raft, the balance was preserved, and the stage upon which the death drama was about to be enacted, set horizontally, offered no advantage to either. Knives were to be their weapons. There were others on the raft. There were axes, cutlasses, and harpoons, but the use of these was prohibited to either of the intended combatants, as nothing could be fairer than the sailor's knife, with which each was provided, and no weapon in close combat could be used with more certain or deadlier effect. Each armed with his own knife, released from its lanyard fastenings in order to be freely handled, each with his foot planted in front of him to guard against the onset of his adversary, each with an arm upraised, at the end of which appeared 6 inches of sharp, glittering steel, each with muscles braced to their toughest tension, and eyes glaring forth the fires of a mutual hatred, a hostility to end only in death. Such became the attitude of the antagonists. Behind each stood their respective partisans, in a sort of semicircle, of which the champion was in the center, all eagerly intent on watching the movements of the two men, one of whom, perhaps both, was about to be hurried into eternity. It was a setting sun that was to afford light for this fearful conflict. Already was the golden orb declining low upon the western horizon. His disk was of a lurid red, a color appropriate to the spectacle it was to illumine. No wonder that both combatants instinctively turned their eyes towards the west, and gazed upon the god of day. Both were under the belief that they might never more look upon that luminary. End of chapter 72.
Chapter 73 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 73. Hate Against Hate. The combatants did not close on the instant. The sharp blades shining in their hands rendered them shy of a too near approach, and for some time they kept apart. They did not, however, remain motionless or inactive. On the contrary, both were on the alert, moving in short curves from one side to the other, and all the while keeping vis-à-vis. At irregular intervals one of them would make a feint to attack, or by feigning a retreat, endeavour to get the other off guard, but, after several such passes and counterpasses had been delivered between them, still not a scratch had been given, not a drop of blood drawn. The spectators looked on with a curious interest. Some showed not the slightest emotion, as if they cared not who should be the victor, or which the victim. To most it mattered but little if both should fall, and there were even some upon the raft who, for certain secret reasons, would have preferred such a termination to the sanguinary struggle. A few there were slightly affected with feelings of partisanship. These doubtless felt a deeper interest in the result, at least they were more demonstrative of it, and by words of exhortation and cries of encouragement endeavoured to give support to their respective champions. There were spectators of a different kind, that appeared to take as much interest in the fearful affair as any of those already described. These were the sharks! Looking at them as they swam around the raft, their eyes glaring upon those who occupied it, one could not have helped thinking that they comprehended what was going on, that they were conscious of a deed of violence about to be enacted, and were waiting for some contingency that might turn up in their favour. Whatever the crisis was to be, neither the spectators in the sea, nor those upon it, would have long to wait for the crisis. Two men, mutually enraged, standing in front of each other, armed with naked knives, each desperately desirous of killing the other, with no one to keep them apart, but a score of spectators to encourage them in their intent of reciprocal destruction, were not likely to be long in coming to the end of the affair. It was not a question of swords, where skilful fencing may protract a combat to an indefinite period of time, nor of pistols, where unskilful shooting may equally retard the result. The combatants knew that, on closing within arm's length, one or other must receive a wound that might in a moment prove mortal. It was this thought that, for some minutes after their squaring up to each other, had influenced them to keep at a wary distance. The cries of their companions began to assume an altered tone. Mingled with shouts of exhortation could be heard taunts and jeers, several voices proclaiming that the two bullies were afraid of each other. "Go in, Le Gros, give him the knife!" cried the partisans of the Frenchman. "Come, Larry, lay on to him!" shouted the backers of his antagonist. "Bear a hand, both of you! Go it like men!" vociferated the voice of someone who did not seem particularly affected to the side of either. These offhand counsels, spoken in a varied vocabulary of tongues, seemed to produce the desired effect. As the last of them pealed over the heads of the spectators, the combatants rushed towards each other, as they closed, inflicting a mutual stab. But the blade of each was met by the left arm of his antagonist, thrown out to ward off the strokes, and they separated again without either having received further injury than a flesh wound, that in no way disabled them. It appeared, however, to produce an irritation which rendered both of them less careful of consequences, for in an instant after they closed again, the spectators accompanying their collision with shouts of encouragement. All were now looking for a quick termination to the affair, but in this they were disappointed. After several random thrusts had been given on both sides, the combatants again became separated without either having received any serious injury. The wild rage which blinded both, rendering their blows uncertain, combined with the weakness of their bodies from long starvation, may account for their thus separating for the second time, without either having received a mortal wound. Equally innocuous proved the third encounter, though differing in character from either of those that preceded it. As they came together, each grasped the right arm of his antagonist, that which wielded the weapon, in his left hand, and firmly holding one another by the wrists, they continued the strife. In this way it was no longer a contest of skill, but of strength. Nor was it at all dangerous, as long as the grip held good, since neither could use his knife. Either could have let go with his left hand at any moment, but by doing so he would release the armed hand of his antagonist, and thus place himself in imminent peril. Both were conscious of the danger, and, instead of separating, they continued to preserve the reciprocal clutch that had been established between them. For some minutes they struggled in this strange fashion, the intention of each being to throw the other upon the raft. That done, he who should be uppermost would obtain a decided advantage. They twisted, and turned, and wriggled their bodies about, but both still managed to keep upon their feet. The contest was not carried on in any particular spot, but all over the raft, up against the mast, around the empty casks, among the osseous relics of humanity, the strewed bones rattling against their feet as they trod over them. The spectators made way as they came nearer, nimbly leaping from side to side, while the stage upon which this fearful drama was being enacted, despite the ballast of its waterlogged beams, and the buoyancy of its empty casks, was kept in a continual commotion. It soon became evident that Le Gros was likely to get the worst of it in this trial of strength. The muscular power of the Frenchman was inferior to that of his island antagonist, and had it been a mere contest of toughness, the former would have been defeated. In craft, however, Le Gros was the Irishman's superior, and at this crisis stratagem came to his aid. In turning about, the Frenchman had got his head close to the sleeve of O'Gorman's jacket, that one which encircled his right wrist, and touched the hand holding the dangerous knife. Suddenly craning his neck to its fullest stretch, he seized the sleeve between his teeth, and held it with all the strength of his powerful jaws. Quick as thought, his left hand glided towards his own right. His knife was transferred to it, and the next moment gleamed beneath, threatening to penetrate the bosom of his antagonist. O'Gorman's fate appeared to be sealed. With both arms pinioned, what chance had he to avoid the blow? The spectators, silent and breathless, looked for it as a certain thing. There was scarce time for them to utter an exclamation, before they were again subjected to surprise at seeing the Irishman escape from his perilous position. Fortunate it was for him that the cloth of his pea jacket was not of the best quality. It had never been, even when new, and now, after long continued and ill usage, it was almost rotten. For this reason, by a desperate wrench, he was enabled to release his arm from the dental grip which his antagonist had taken upon it, leaving only a rag between the Frenchman's teeth. The circumstances had suddenly changed, the advantage being now on the side of the Irishman. Not only was his right arm free again, but with the other he still retained his hold upon that of his antagonist. Le Gros could only use his weapon with the left arm, which placed him at a disadvantage. The shouts that had gone up to hail the Frenchman's success, so late appearing certain, had become suddenly hushed, and once more the contest proceeded in silence. It lasted but a few seconds longer, and then it was terminated in a manner unexpected by all. Beyond doubt O'Gorman would have been the victor had it ended as everyone was anticipating it would, in the death of one or other of the combatants. As it chanced, however, neither succumbed in that sanguinary strife. Both were preserved for a fate equally fearful, one, indeed, for a death 10 times more terrible. As I have said, the circumstances had turned in favour of the Irishman. He knew it, and was not slow to avail himself of the advantage. Still retaining his grasp of Le Gros's right wrist, he plied his own dexter arm with a vigour that promised soon to settle the affair, while the left arm of the Frenchman could only offer a feeble resistance, either by thrusting or parrying. Their knife blades came frequently in collision, and for a few passes neither appeared to give or receive a wound. This innocuous sparring, however, was of short continuance, and ended by the Irishman making a dexterous stroke, by which his blade was planted in the hand of his antagonist, transfixing the very fingers which were grasping the knife. The weapon fell from his relaxed clutch, and passing through the interstices of the timber, sank to the bottom of the sea. A scream of despair escaped from the lips of the Frenchman, as he saw the blade of his antagonist about to be thrust into his body. The thrust was threatened, but not made. Before it could be given, a hand interfered to prevent it. One of the spectators had seized the uplifted arm of the Irishman, at the same time vociferating in a stentorian voice, "Don't kill him! We won't need to eat him! Look yonder! We're saved! We're saved!" End of chapter 73. Chapter 74 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 74. A Light. The man who had so unexpectedly interrupted the deadly duello, while giving utterance to his strange speech, kept one of his arms extended towards the ocean, as if pointing to something he had descried above the horizon. The eyes of all were suddenly turned in the direction thus indicated. The magic words, "We are saved!" had an immediate effect, not only upon the spectators of the tragedy thus entreated upon, but upon its actors. Even rancour became appeased by the sweet sound, and that of the Irishman, as with most of his countrymen, being born as the flint bears fire, subsided on the instant. He permitted his upraised arm to be held in restraint. It became relaxed, as did also his grasp on the wrist of his antagonist, while the latter, finding himself free, was allowed to retire from the contest. O'Gorman, among the rest, had faced round, and stood looking in the direction where somebody had seen something that promised salvation of all. "What is it?" inquired several voices in the same breath. "The land?" No, it could not be that. There was not one of them such a nautical ignoramus as to believe himself within sight of land. A sail? A ship? That was more likely, though at the first glance neither tail nor ship appeared upon the horizon. "What is it?" was the interrogatory, reiterated by a dozen voices. "A light! Don't you see it?" asked the lynx-eyed individual, whose interference in the combat had caused this sudden departure from the programme. "Look," he continued, "just where the sun's gone down yonder. It's only a speck, but I can see it plain enough. It must be the light from a ship's binnacle." "Carajo!" exclaimed a Spaniard, "it's only a spark the sun's left behind him. It's the ignis fatuus you've seen, amigo." "Bah!" added another, "supposing it is a binnacle lamp, as you say, what would be the use except to tantalize us? If it be in the binnacle, in course the ship as carries it must be stern towards us. What chance would there be of our overhauling her?" "Pardieu, there be von light!" cried a sharp little Frenchman. "Pegard, I him see! Ver true, varment. Un pedam, zat same est no lamp in ze binnacle." "I see it too!" cried another. "And I!" added a third. "Yo tambien!" "I also!" echoed a fourth, whose tongue proclaimed him of Spanish nativity. "Ich see!" drawled out a native of the German Confederacy, and then followed a volley of voices, each saying something to confirm the belief. that a light was really gleaming over the ocean. This was a fact that nobody, not even the first objectors, any longer doubted. It is true that the light seen appeared only a mere sparkle, feebly glimmering against the sky, and might have been mistaken for a star. But it was just in that part of the heavens where a star could not at that time have been seen, on the western horizon, still slightly reddened by the rays of the declining sun. The men who speculated upon its appearance, rude as they were in a moral sense, were not so intellectually stupid as to mistake for a star that speck of yellowish hue struggling to reveal itself against the almost kindred colour of the occidental sky. "It isn't a star, that's certain," confidently declared one of their number, "and if it be a light aboard ship, it's no binnacle lamp, I say. Bah! Who'd call that a binnacle glim, or a lamp of any kind? If it be a ship's light at all, it's the glare of the galley fire, where the cook's making coffee for all hands." The superb picture of comfort thus called forth was too much for the temper of the starving men, to whom the idea was addressed, and a wild cry of exultation responded to the speech. A galley fire, a cook, coffee for all hands, lobscouse, plum duff, sea pies, even the much despised pea soup and salt junk, had been long looked upon as things belonging to another world, pleasures of the past, never more to be indulged in. Now that the gleam of a galley fire, as they believed the light to be, rose up before their eyes, the spirits of all became suddenly electrified by the wildest imaginings, and the contest so lately carried on, as well as the combatants engaged in it, was instantaneously forgotten, while the thoughts and eager glances of every individual on the raft were now directed towards that all-absorbing speck, still gleaming but obscurely against the reddish background of the sun-stained horizon. As they continued to gaze, the tiny spark seemed to increase, not only in size but intensity, and, before many minutes had elapsed, it proclaimed itself no longer a mere spark, but a blaze of light, with its own luminous halo around it. The gradual chastening of colour in the western sky, along with the increased darkness of the atmosphere around it, would account for this change in the appearance of the light. So reasoned the spectators, now more than ever convinced that what they saw was the glare of a galley fire. End of chapter 74.
Chapter 75 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 75. Towards the Beacon. As soon as they were satisfied that the bright spark upon the horizon was a burning light, every individual on the raft became inspired with the same impulse, to make for the spot where the object appeared. Whether in the galley or not, and whether the glow of a fire or the gleam of a lamp, it must be on board a ship. There was no land in that part of the ocean, and a light could not be burning upon the water without something in the shape of a ship to carry it. That it was a ship, no one for a moment doubted. So sure were they, that several of the men, on the moment of making it out, had vociferated at the top of their voices, "Ship ahoy!" The voices of none of them were particularly strong just then. They were weak in proportion to their attenuated frames. But had they been 10 times as strong as they were, they could not have been heard at such a distance as that light was separated from the raft. It was not less than 20 miles from them. In the excited state of their senses, arising from thirst, starvation, and all the wild emotions which the discovery itself had roused within them, they had formed a delusive idea of the distance, many of them fancying that the light was quite near. There were some among them who reasoned more rationally. These, instead of wasting their strength in idle shouting, employed their time in impressing upon the others the necessity of making some exertion to approach the light. Some thought that much exertion would not be required, as the light appeared to be approaching them, and in truth it did appear so. But the wiser ones knew that this might only be an optical illusion, caused by the sea and sky each moment assuming a more somber hue. These last, both with voice and by their example, urged their companions to use every effort towards coming up with what they were sure must be a ship. "Let us meet her," they said, "if she is standing this way. If not, we must do all we can to overtake her." It needed no persuasion to put the most slothful of the crew upon their mettle. A new hope of life, an unexpected prospect of being rescued from what most of them had been contemplating as almost certain death, inspired all to the utmost effort, and with an alacrity they had never before exhibited in their raft navigation, and a unanimity of late unknown to them, they went to work to propel their clumsy craft across the ocean. Some sprang to the oars, while others assisted at the sail. For days the latter had received no attention, but had been permitted to hang loosely from the mast, flopping about in whatever way the breeze chanced to blow it. They had entertained no idea of what course they ought to steer in, or if they did think of a direction, they had not sufficient decision to follow it. For days they had been drifting about over the surface of the sea at the discretion of the currents. Now the sail was reset, with all the trimness that circumstances would admit of. The sheets were drawn home and made fast, and the mast was stayed taut, so as to hinder it from slanting. As the object upon which they were directing their course was not exactly to leeward, it was necessary to manage the sail with the wind slightly abeam, and for this purpose 2 men were appointed to the rudder, which consisted of a broad plank poised on its edge and hitched to the stern timbers of the raft. By means of this rude rudder they were enabled to keep the raft head on towards the light. The rowers were seated along both sides. Nearly every individual of the crew who was not occupied at the sail or steering board was employed in propelling. A few only were provided with oars, others wielded handspikes, capstan bars, or pieces of split plank, in short, anything that would assist in the pulling, if only to the value of £1. It was, or at all events they thought it was, a life and death struggle. They were sure that a ship was near them. By reaching her they would be saved. By failing to do so they would be doomed. Another day without food would bring death, at least to one of them. Another day without water would bring worse than death to almost every man of them. Their unanimous action, assisted by the broad sail, caused the craft, cumbersome as it was, to make considerable way through the water, though by far too slow to satisfy their wishes. At times they kept silent, at times their voices could be heard mingled with the plunging of the oars, and too often only in profane speech. They cursed the craft upon which they were carried, its clumsiness, the slowness with which they were making any way towards the ship itself for not making way towards them. For, as they continued on, those who formerly believed that the light was approaching them no longer held to that faith. On the contrary, after rowing nearly an hour, all were too ready to agree in the belief that the ship was wearing away. Not an instant passed without the eyes of someone being directed toward the light. The rowers, whose backs were turned upon it, kept occasionally twisting their necks around and looking over their shoulders, only to resume their proper attitudes with countenances that expressed disappointment. There were not wanting voices to speak discouragement. Some declared that the light was growing less, that the ship was in full sail, going away from them, and that there would not be the slightest chance of their coming up with her. These were men who began to feel fatigued at the oar. There were even some who professed to doubt the existence of a ship or a ship's light. What they saw was only a bright spot upon the ocean, some luminous object, perhaps the carcass of some phosphorus fish or squid floating upon the surface. They had many of them seen such things, and the conjecture was not offered to incredulous ears. These surmises produced discontent, which in time would have exhibited itself in the gradual dropping of the oars, but for a circumstance which brought this climax about in a more sudden and simultaneous manner, the extinction of the light. It went out while the eyes of several were fixed upon it, not by any gradual disappearance, as a waning star might have passed out of sight, but with a quick fluff. So one of the spectators described it, likening its extinction to a tub of salt water thrown over the galley fire. On the instant of its disappearance the oars were abandoned, as also the rudder. It would have been idle to attempt steering any longer. There was neither moon nor stars in the sky. The light was the only thing that had been guiding them, and that gone, they had not the slightest clue as to their course. The breeze was buffeting about in every direction, but even had it been blowing steadily, every one of them knew how uncertain it would be to trust its guidance, especially with such a sail and such a steering apparatus. Already half convinced that they had been following an ignis fatuus, and half resolved to give over the pursuit, it needed only what had occurred to cause a complete abandonment of their nocturnal navigation. Once more giving way to despair, expressed in wild, wicked words, they left the sail to itself, and the winds to waft them to whatever spot of the ocean fate had designed for the closing scene of their wretched existence. End of chapter 75.
Chapter 76 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 76. A Double Darkness. The night was a dark one. By a Spanish figure of speech, comparable to a pot of pitch, it was scarce further obscured by a thick fog that, shortly after, came silently over the surface of the ocean, enveloping the great raft along with its ruffian crew. Through such an atmosphere nothing could be seen, not even the light, had it continued to burn. Before the coming on of the fog, they had kept a lookout for the light, one or other remaining always on the watch. They had done so with a sort of despairing hope that it might reappear. But as the surrounding atmosphere became impregnated with a filmy vapor, this dreary vigilance was gradually relaxed, and at length abandoned altogether. So thick fell the fog during the mid-hours of the night, that nothing could be seen at a distance of over 6 feet from the eye. Even they who occupied the raft could only distinguish those who were close by their side, and each appeared to the others as if shrouded under a screen of grey gauze. The darkness did not hinder them from conversing, as nearly all hope of succour from a supposed ship had been extinguished, along with that fanciful light. It was but natural that their thoughts should lapse into some other channel, and equally so, that they should turn back to that from which they had been so unexpectedly diverted. Hunger, keen, craving hunger, easily transported them to the spectacle which the sheen of that false torch had brought to an unsatisfactory termination, and their minds now dwelt on what would have been the different conditions of affairs had they not yielded to the delusion. Not only had their thoughts reference to this theme, but their speeches, and in the solemn hour of midnight, in the midst of that gloomy vapor, darkly overshadowing the great deep, they might have been heard again discussing the awful question, who dies next? To arrive at a decision was not so difficult as before. The majority of the men had made up their minds as to the course that should be pursued. It was no longer a question of casting lots. That had been done already, and the two who had not yet drawn clear, and between whom the thing still remained undecided, were undoubtedly the individuals to determine the matter. Indeed, there was no debate. All were unanimous that either Legras or O'Gorman should furnish food for their famishing companions. In other words, that the combat so unexpectedly postponed should be again resumed. There was nothing unfair in this, except to the Irishman. He had certainly secured this triumph when interrupted. If another half-second had been allowed him, his antagonist would have lain lifeless at his feet. Under the judgment of just umpires, the circumstance would have weighed in his favour, and perhaps exempted him from any further risk. But, tried by the shipwrecked crew of a slaver, more than a moiety of whom leaned towards his antagonist, the sentence was different, and the majority of the judges proclaimed that the combat between him and Legros should be renewed, and continued, to the death. The renewal of it was not to take place on the moment. Night and darkness both forbade this, but the morning's earliest light was to witness the resumption of that terrible strife. Thus resolved, the ex-crew of the Pandora laid themselves down to sleep, not quite so calmly as they might have done in the forecastle of a slaver, for thirst, hunger, and fear of a hopeless future, without saying anything of a hard couch, were not the companions with which to approach the shrine of Somnus. As a counterpoise, they felt lassitude, both of mind and body, approaching to prostration. Some of them slept. Some of them could have slept within the portals of Pluto, with the dog Cerberus yelping in their ears. A few there were who seemed either unable to take rest or indifferent to it. All night long, someone or other, sometimes two at a time, might be seen staggering about the raft, or crawling over its planks, as if unconscious of what they were doing. It seemed a wonder that some of them, semi-somnambulists in a double sense, did not fall overboard into the water. But they did not. Notwithstanding the eccentricity of their movements, they all succeeded in maintaining their position on the raft. To tumble over the edge would have been tantamount to toppling into the jaws of an expectant shark, and getting scrunched between no less than 6 rows of sharp teeth. Perhaps it was an instinct, or some presentiment of this peril, that enabled these wakeful wanderers to preserve their equilibrium. End of Chapter 76.
Chapter 77 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 77. A Whispered Conspiracy. Although most of the men had surrendered themselves to such slumber as they might obtain, the silence was neither profound nor continuous. At times no sounds were heard save the whisperings of the breeze, as it brushed against the spread canvas, or a slight swashing in the water, as it was broken by the rough timbers of the craft. These sounds were intermingled with the loud breathing of some of the sleepers, an occasional snore, and now and then a muttered speech, the involuntary utterance of someone dreaming a dreadful dream. At intervals other noises would arise, when one or more of the waking castaways chanced to come together to hold a short conversation, or when one of them, scarce conscious of what he did, stumbled over the limbs of a prostrate comrade, perhaps awakening him from a pleasant repose to the consciousness of the painful circumstances under which he had been enjoying it. Such occurrences usually led to angry altercations, in which threats and ribald language would for some minutes freely find vent from the lips both of the disturbed and the disturber, and then both would growlingly subside into silence. At that hour, when the night was at its darkest and the fog at its thickest, 2 men might have been seen, though only by an eye very close to where they were, in a sitting posture at the bottom of the mast. They were crouching rather than seated, for they were upon their knees, with their bodies bent forward, and one or both of their hands resting upon the planks. The attitude was plainly not one of repose, and anyone near enough to have observed the 2 men, or to have heard the whispered conversation that was being carried on between them, would have come to the conclusion that sleep was far from their thoughts. In that deep darkness, however, no one noticed them, and although several of their companions were lying but a few feet from the bottom of the mast, these were either asleep or too distant to hear the whisperings that passed between the 2 men kneeling in juxtaposition. They continued to talk in very low whispers, each in turn putting his lips close to the ear of the other, and while doing so the subject of their conversation might have been guessed at by their glances, or at least the individual about whom they conversed. This was a man who was lying stretched along the timbers, not far from the bottom of the mast, and apparently asleep. In fact, he must have been asleep, as was testified by the stentorian snores that occasionally escaped from his widespread nostrils. This noisy slumberer was the Irishman O'Gorman, one of the parties to that suspended fight, to be resumed by daybreak in the morning. Whatever evil deeds this man may have done during his life, and he had performed not a few, for we have styled him only the least guilty of that guilty crew, he was certainly no coward. Thus to sleep, with such a prospect on awakening, at least proved him recklessly indifferent to death. The two men by the mast, whose eyes were evidently upon him, had no very clear view of him where he lay. Through the white mist they could see only something like the shape of a human being recumbent along the planks, and that only the legs and lower half of the body. Even had it been daylight they could not, from their position, have seen his head and shoulders, for both would have been concealed by the empty rum cask, already mentioned, which stood upon its end exactly by the spot where O'Gorman had rested his head. The Irishman, above all others, had taken a delight in the contents of that cask, so long as a drop was left, and now that it was all gone, perhaps the smell of the alcohol had influenced him in choosing his place of repose. Whether or not, he was now sleeping on a spot which was to prove the last resting place of his life. Cruel destiny had decreed that from that slumber he was never more to waken. This destiny was now being shaped out for him, and by the two individuals who were regarding him from the bottom of the mast. "He's sound asleep," whispered one of them to the other. "You hear that snore? Parbleu! Only a hog could counterfeit that." "Sound as a top," asserted the other. "C'est bon," whispered the first speaker, with a significant shrug of the shoulders. "If we manage matters smartly, he need never wake again. What say you, comrade?" "I agree to anything you may propose," assented the other. "What is it?" "There need be no noise about it. A single blow will be sufficient, if given in the right place. With the blade of a knife through his heart he'll not make 3 kicks. He'll never know it till he's in the next world. Peste! I could almost envy him such an easy way of getting out of this." "You think it might be done without making a noise?" "Easy as falling overboard. One could hold something over his mouth, to keep his tongue quiet, while the other—you know what I mean." The horrid act to be performed by the other was left unspoken, even in those confidential whisperings. "But," replied the confederate objectingly, "suppose the thing done, how about matters in the morning? They'd know who did it. Leastwise, their suspicions would fall upon us. Upon you to a certainty after what's happened. You haven't thought of that?" "Haven't I? But I have, mon ami." "Well, and what?" "First place, they're not in the mind to be particular, none of them, so long as they get something to eat. Secondly, if they should kick up a row, our party is the strongest, and I don't care what comes of it. We may as well all die at once as die by bits." "That's true enough." "But there's no fear of any trouble from the others. I've got an idea that'll prevent that. To save appearances, he can commit suicide." "What do you mean?" "Bah! camarade, how dull you are. The fog has gotten into your skull. Don't you know the Irlandais has got a knife, and a sharp one? Peste! I know it. Well, perhaps it can be stolen from him. If so, it can also be found sticking in the wound that will deprive him of life. Now do you comprehend me?" "I do, I do." "First, to steal the knife. Go you. I daren't. It would look suspicious for me to be seen near him, that is, if he should wake up. You may stray over that way, as if you were after nothing particular. It'll do no harm to try." "I'll see if I can hook it, then," responded the other. "What if I try now?" "The sooner the better. With the knife in our possession, we'll know better how to act. Get it if you can." The last speaker remained in his place. The other, rising into an erect attitude, stepped apart from his fellow conspirator, and moved away from the mast, going apparently without any design. This, however, led him towards the empty rum cask, alongside of which the Irishman lay asleep, utterly unconscious of his approach. Chapter 77.
Chapter 78 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. A foul deed done in a fog. It is scarce necessary to tell who were the two men who had been thus plotting in whispers. The first speaker was of course the Frenchman, Le Gros, and the other being the confederate who had assisted him in the performance of his unfair trick in the lot casting. Their demoniac design is already known from their conversation, nothing more nor less than to murder O'Gorman in his sleep. The former had two motives prompting him to this horrid crime, either sufficiently strong to sway such a nature as his to its execution. He had all along felt hostility to the Irishman, which the events of that day had rendered both deep and deadly. He was wicked enough to have killed his antagonist for that alone. But there was another motive, more powerful and far more rational, to influence him to the act. As above stated, it had been finally arranged that the suspended fight was to be finished by the earliest light of the morning. Le Gros knew that the next scene in that drama of death was to be the last, and judging from his experience of the one already played, he felt keenly apprehensive as to the result. He had been fully aware, before the curtain fell upon the first act, that his life could then have been taken, and conscious of a certain inferiority to his antagonist, he now felt cowed, and dreaded the final encounter. To avoid it, he was willing to do anything, however mean or wicked, ready to commit even the crime of murder. He knew that if he should succeed in destroying his adversary, as long as the act was not witnessed by their associates, so long as there should be only circumstantial evidence against him, he would not have much to fear from such judges as they. It was simply a question as to whether the deed could be done silently and in the darkness, and that question was soon to receive an answer. The trick of killing the unfortunate man with his own knife, and making it appear that he had committed self-destruction, would have been too shallow to have been successful under any other circumstances, but Le Gros felt confident that there would be no very strict investigation, and that the inquest likely to be held on the murdered man would be a very informal affair. In any case, the risk to him would be less than he might expect on the consummation of the combat, the finale of which would in all probability be the losing of his life. He was no longer undecided about doing the foul deed. He had quite determined upon it, and the attempt now being made by his confederate to steal the knife was the first stop towards its perpetration. The theft was too successfully accomplished. The wretch, on getting up of the rum cask, was seen to sit down silently by its side, and after a few moments passed in this position he rose again erect, and moved back towards the mast. Dark as was the night, Le Gros would perceive something glittering in the hand of his accomplice, which he knew must be the coveted weapon. It was so. The sleeper had been surreptitiously disarmed. For a moment the two men might have been seen standing in juxtaposition, and while thus together the knife was furtively transferred from the hand of the accomplice into that of the true assassin. Then both, assuming a careless attitude, for a while remained near the mast, apparently engaged in some ordinary conversation. An occasional shifting of their position, however, took place, though so slight that, under even a good light, it would scarce have been observed. A series of these movements, made at short intervals, ended in bringing the conspirators close up to the empty hogshead, and then one of them sat down by it. The other, going around it, after a short lapse of time, imitated the example of his companion by seating himself on the opposite side. Thus far there was nothing in the behaviour of the two men to have attracted the attention of their associates on the raft, even had the latter been awake. Even so, the obscurity that surrounded their movements would have hindered them from being very clearly comprehended. There was no eye watching the assassins, as they sat down by the side of their sleeping victim, none fixed upon them, as both simultaneously leaned over him with outstretched arms, one holding what appeared a piece of blanket over his face, as if to stifle his breath, the other fixing down upon his breast with a glittering blade, as if stabbing him to the heart. the double action occupied scarce a second of time. In the darkness no one appeared to perceive it, except they were its perpetrators. No one seemed to hear that choking, gurgling cry that accompanied it, or if they did, it was only to shape a half conjecture that some one of their companions was indulging in a troubled dream. The assassins, horror-stricken at what they had done, skulked tremblingly back to their former position by the mast. Their victim, stretched on his back, remained motionless upon the spot where they had visited him, and anyone standing over him as he lay might have supposed that he was still slumbering. Alas! It was a slumber of death. End of chapter 78. Chapter 79 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 79. Dousing the Glim. We left the crew of the catamaran in full occupation, smoking shark flesh on the back of a cachalot whale. To make sure of a sufficient stock, enough to last them with light rations for a voyage, if need be, to the other side of the Atlantic, they had continued at the work all day long, and several hours into the night. They had kept the fire ablaze by pouring fresh spermaceti into the furnace of flesh which they had constructed, or rather excavated, in the back of the Leviathan, and so far as that kind of fuel was concerned, they might have gone on roasting shark steaks for a 12-month. But they had proved that the spermaceti would not burn to any purpose without a wick, and as their spare ropes were too precious to be all picked into oakum, they saw the necessity of economizing their stock of the latter article. But for this deficiency they might have permitted the furnace lamp to burn on during the whole night, or until it should go out by the exhaustion of the wick. As they were not yet quite satisfied with the supply of broiled shark meat, they had resolved to take a fresh spell at roasting on the morrow, and in order that the wick should not be idly wasted, they had doused the glim before retiring to rest. They had extinguished the flame in a somewhat original fashion, by pouring upon it a portion of the liquid spermaceti taken out of the case. The light, after giving a final flash, had gone out, leaving them in utter darkness. But they had no difficulty in finding their way back to the deck of their craft, where they designed passing the remainder of the night. During the preceding days they had so often made the passage from catamaran to cachalot, and vice versa, that they should have gone either up or down blindfolded, and indeed they might as well have been blindfolded on this their last visit for the night, so dense was the darkness that had descended over the dead whale. After groping their way over the slippery shoulders of the Leviathan, and letting themselves down by the rope they had attached to this huge pectoral fin, they made their supper upon a portion of the hot roast they had brought along with them, and washing it down with a little diluted canary, they consigned themselves to rest. Better satisfied with their prospects than they had been for some time past, they soon fell asleep, and silence reigned around the dark floating mass that included the forms of cachalot and catamaran. At that same moment a less tranquil scene was occurring scarce 10 miles from the spot, for it is scarce necessary to say that the light seen by the ruffians on the great raft, and which they had fancifully mistaken for a ship's galley fire, was the furnace fed by spermaceti on the back of the whale. The extinction of the flame had led to a scene which was reaching its maximum of noisy excitement at about the time that the crew of the catamaran were munching their roast shark meat and sipping their canary. This scene had continued long after every individual of the latter had sunk into a sweet oblivion of the dangers that surrounded them. All four slept soundly throughout the remainder of the night. Strange to say, they felt a sort of security, moored alongside that monstrous mass, which they would not have experienced had their frail tiny craft been by itself alone upon the ocean. It was but a fancied security, it is true, still it had the effect of giving satisfaction to the spirit, and through this producing an artificial incentive to sleep. It was daylight before any of them awoke, or it should have been daylight by the hour, but there was a thick fog around them, so thick and dark that the carcass of the cachalot was not visible from the deck of the catamaran, although only a few feet of water lay between them. Ben Brace was the first to bestir himself. Snowball had never been an early riser, and if permitted by his duties, or the neglect of them either, he would have kept his couch till midday. Ben, however, knew that there was work to be done, and no time to be wasted in idleness. The captain of the catamaran had given up all hopes of the return of the whaler, and therefore the sooner they could complete their arrangements for cutting adrift from the carcass and continuing their interrupted course towards the west, the better would be their chance of ultimately reaching land. Snowball, sans cérémonie, was shaken out of his slumbers, and the process of restoring him to wakefulness also awoke little William and Lilly Lalee, so that the whole crew were now up and ready for action. A hasty déjeuner à la matelot served for the morning repast, after which Snowball and the sailor, accompanied by the boy, climbed once more upon the back of the cachalot to resume the operations which had been suspended for the night, while the girl, as usual, remained in charge of the catamaran. End of chapter 79.
Chapter 80 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 80. Suspicious Sounds. The ex-cook, in the lead of those who ascended to the summit of the carcass, had some difficulty in finding his kitchen, but after groping some time over the glutinous epidermis of the animal, he at length laid his claws upon the edge of the cavity. The others joined him just as he had succeeded in inserting a bit of fresh wick, and soon after a strong flame was established, and a fresh spitful of shark steaks hung frizzling over it. Nothing more could be done than wait until the meat should be done. There was no basting required, only an occasional turning of the steaks, and a slight transposition of them on the harpoon spit, so that each should have due exposure to the flame. These little culinary operations needed only occasional attention on the part of the cook. Snowball, who preferred the sedentary pose, as soon as he saw his range in full operation, squatted down beside it. His companions remained standing. Scarcely 5 minutes had passed when the negro was seen to make a start as if someone had given him a kick in the shin. Simultaneously with that start, the exclamation, "Golly!" escaped from his lips. "What be the matter, Snowy?" interrogated Brace. "Hush! Hab you not hear nuffin?" "No," answered the sailor, little William chiming in with the negative. "I hab den. I hab hear someting." "What?" "Dat I don't know." "It's the frizzling of those shark steaks, or maybe some sea bird squeaking up in the air." "No, neither one nor t'other. Hush, Massa Brace, I hab hear some 'tirely different. Somethin' like de voice ob human man. You observe silence. Maybe we hear him again." Snowball's companions, though inclined to incredulity, obeyed his injunction. They might have treated it with less regard had they not known the Coromantee to be gifted with a sense of hearing that was wonderfully acute. His largely developed ears would have proved this capacity, but they knew that he possessed it from having witnessed many exhibitions of it previous to that time. For this reason they yielded to his double solicitation to remain silent and listen. At this moment, to the surprise of Ben Brace and William, and not a little to the astonishment of the negro, a tiny voice reached them from below, which they all easily recognized as that of Lilly Lalee. "Oh, Snowball!" called out the girl, addressing herself to her especial protector, "I hear people speaking. It's out upon the water. Do you not hear them?" "Hush, Lilly Lally," answered the negro, speaking down to his protege in a sort of hoarse whisper. "Hush, Lilly. Pet, don't you peek above him, Lilly Breff. Keep till, dat a good gal." The child, restrained by this string of cautionary appeals, offered no further remark, and Snowball, making a sign for his companions to continue silent, once more resumed his listening attitude. Ben Brace and the boy, convinced by this additional testimony that the Coromantee must have heard something more than the frizzling of shark flesh, without saying a word imitated his example, and eagerly bent their ears to listen. They had not long to wait before becoming convinced that Snowball had heard something besides the spurting of the shark steaks. They heard something more themselves. They heard sounds that could not be mistaken for those of the sea. They were the voices of men. They were still at some distance, though perhaps not so distant as they seemed. The thick fog, which, as everyone knows, has the effect of deadening sound, was to be taken into account, and making allowance for this, the voices heard might not be such a great way off. Whatever was the distance, it was constantly becoming less. The listeners could tell this, ere they had stood many minutes listening. Whoever gave utterance to those sounds, words they were, must be moving onward, coming towards the carcass of the cachalot. How were they coming? They could not be walking upon the water. They must be aboard a ship? This interrogatory occurred to those who stood upon the whale. Could they have answered it in the affirmative, their own voices would soon have been uplifted in a joyous huzza, while the hail, "Ship ahoy!" would have been sent through the sombre shadows of the mist, in the hope of its receiving an answer. Why was the hail not heard? Why did the crew of the Catamaran stand listening to those voices without making challenge, and with looks that betokened the apprehension rather than relief? 6 words that escaped from the lips of Ben Brace will explain the silence of himself and his companions, as well as the dissatisfied air that had impressed itself upon their faces. The 6 words were, "Dangnation, it be the big raft!" End of chapter 80.
Chapter 81 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 81 Unpleasant Conjectures. Oh, dangnation, it be the big raft. Such was the singular speech that fell from the lips of the sailor, and with an accent that proclaimed it ominous. And why ominous? Why should the presence of that embarkation, known to them as the big raft, cause apprehension to the crew of the Catamaran? So far as Ben Brace and little William were concerned, the question has already been answered. It may be remembered with what feelings of alarm they first listened to the voices of Snowball and Lilly Lally, heard in a similar manner during the darkness of the night, and with what suspicious caution they had made their approach to the Coromantee in the middle of his casks. It may be remembered for what reason they were thus suspicious, for it was then given, a dread on the part of William, and a great one too, of being devoured by that cannibal crew, and on the part of his generous protector, a fear of becoming a victim to their revenge. The same motive for their fear still existed, and their apprehension of being approached by the raft was as unabated as ever. Snowball's dread of the Pandora's people might not have been so acute, but for a certain circumstance that came before his mind. He had been made aware, by sundry ill usage he had received from the slaver's captain and mate, just previous to the climax of the catastrophe, that he was himself regarded as the author of it. He knew he had been, and he supposed that the thing must have become known to the rest of the crew. He had not encountered them afterwards, and well had it been for him, for certainly they would have wreaked their vengeance upon him without stint. Snowball had sense enough to be aware of this, and therefore his aversion to any further intercourse with the castaways of the lost ship was quite as strong as that of either Ben Brace or the boy. As for Lilly Lally, her fears were due to a less definite cause, and only arose from observing the apprehension of her companions. "The big raft," said Snowball, mechanically repeating the sailor's last words. "You believe him be that, Massa Brace?" "Shiver me timbers if I know what to think, Snowy. If it be that—" "If him be that, what then?" inquired the Coromantee, seeing that Brace had stopped short of what he was going to say. "Why, only that we're in an ugly mess. There's no reason to think they'd pick up a stock of provisions since we parted with them. I don't know how they stuck it out. That is, supposing it be them. They may have got shark meat like ourselves, or they have lived upon." The sailor suddenly suspended his speech, glancing towards William, as if what he was about to say had better not reach the ears of the lad. Snowball, however, understood him, as was testified by a significant shake of the head. "As for water," continued the sailor, "they had some left, but not enough to have lasted them to this time. They had rum, oceans at that, but it'd only make things worse. True, they might have caught some of the rain in their shirts and toplins, as we did, but they weren't the sort to be careful o' with a rum cask standing by. And I dare say, by this time, though they may have something to eat, as you know, Snowy, they'll be dying for a drop of drink. In that case, they rob us of the whole stock we have saved. Then we perish for certain." "Sure at that, at least," continued the sailor. "But they wouldn't stop by robbing us of our precious water. They'd take everything, and most likely our lives into the bargain. Let us hope it ain't them we've heard." "What you say, Massa Brace? Pose and be the captain and the mothers in the gig. What you think?" "It mout," answered the sailor. "I weren't thinking of them. It mout be. And if so, we han't so much to fear as them from the other ones. They aren't so hard up, I should say. Or even if they be, there aren't so many of them to bully us. There are only 5 or 6 of them. I should be good for any 3 of that lot myself. And I reckon you and William here could stand a tussle with the others. I wish it were them, but it ain't likely. They have a good boat and a compass in it. And if they've made use of their oars, they ought to be far from here for this. They've got the best ears, nigger. Keep them well set and listen. You know the voices of the old Pan's crew. See if you can make 'em out." During the above dialogue, which had been carried on in an undertone, a whisper, in fact, the mysterious voices had not been again distinguished. When first heard, they appeared to proceed from 2 or more men engaged in conversation, and, as we have said, were only very indistinct, either from the speakers being at a distance, or talking in a low tone of voice. The catamarans now listened, expecting to hear some words pronounced in a louder tone, and yet not wishing to hear them. Rather would they that those voices should never again sound in their ears. For a time, it seemed as if they were going to have this wish gratified. Full 10 minutes elapsed, and no sound reached their ears, either of human or other voice. This silence was at first satisfactory, but all at once a reflection came across the mind of Ben Brace, which gave a new turn to his thoughts and wishes. What if the voices heard had come from a different sort of men? Why should they be those of the slaver's castaway crew, either the ruffians on the raft, or the captain's party in the gig? What, after all, if they had proceeded from the deck of the whaler? The old whalesman had not thought of this before, and, now that he did think of it, it caused such a commotion in his mind that he could hardly restrain himself from crying out, "Ship ahoy!" He was hindered, however, by a quick reflection that counselled him to caution. In case of its not being the whaler's men that had been heard, it must be those of the slaver, and the hail would but too certainly be the precursor of his own destruction, as well as that of his own companions. In a whisper, he communicated his thoughts to Snowball, who became equally affected by them, equally inclined to cry, "Ship ahoy!" and alike conscious of the danger of doing so. A strife of thought was now carried on in the bosoms of both. It was lamentable to reflect that they might be close to a ship, within hailing distance of her, which could at once have rescued them from all the perils that surrounded them, and that this ship might be silently gliding past, shrouded from their sight under that thick fog. in another hour, to be far off upon the ocean, never to come within hailing distance again. A single word, a shout, might save them, and yet they dared not utter it, for the same shout might equally betray and lead to their destruction. They were strongly tempted to risk the ambiguous signal. For some seconds they stood wavering between silence and "ship ahoy," but caution counselled them the former, and prudence at length triumphed. This course was not adopted accidentally. A process of reasoning that passed through the mind of the old whalesman, founded upon his former professional experiences, conducted him to it. If it be the whale ship, reasoned he, she must have come back in search of the cachalot. Her crew must have known that they had killed it. The drogues and flag proved that belief on their part, and that the ex-whalesman knew it would be well worth their while to return in search of the whale. It was this very knowledge that had sustained his hopes, and delayed him so long by its carcass. A whale, which would have yielded nearly 100 barrels of spermacety, was a prize not to be picked up every day in the middle of the ocean, and he knew that such a treasure would not be abandoned without considerable search, having first been made to recover it. All this was in favor of the probability that the voices heard had been proceeded from the whale ship, and if so, it was farther probable that in the midst of that fog, while bent upon such an errand, the crew would not care to make way, but on the contrary would lay to and wait for the clearing of the atmosphere. In that case, the catamarans might still expect to see the welcome ship when the fog should rise, and with this hope they came to the determination to keep silence. The hour was still very early, the sun scarce yet above the horizon. When that luminary should appear, his powerful rays would soon dissipate the darkness, and then, if not before, would they ascertain whether those voices had proceeded from the throats of monsters or of men. End of chapter 81.
Chapter 82 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 82. An Informal Inquest. They did not have to stay for scattering of the fog. Long before the sun had lifted that veil from off the face of the sea, the crew of the catamaran had discovered the character of their neighbors. They were not friends, but dire enemies, the very enemies they so much dreaded. The discovery was not delayed. It was made soon after, and in the following manner. The three, Snowball, the sailor, and little William, had kept their place on the carcass of the cachalot, all three attentively listening, the two last standing up, and the former in a reclining attitude, with his huge ear laid close to the skin of the whale, as though he believed that to be a conductor of sound. There was no need for them to have been thus straining their ears, for when a sound reached them at length, it was that of a voice, so harsh and loud that a deaf man might almost have heard it. "Sacré!" exclaimed the voice, apparently pronounced in an accent of surprise. "Look here, comrades, here's a dead man among us." Had it been the demon of the mist that gave utterance to these speeches, they could not have produced a more fearful effect upon those who heard them from the back of the cachalot. The accent, along with that profane shibboleth, might have proceeded from anyone who spoke the language of France, but the tone of the voice could not be mistaken. It had too often rung in their ears with a disagreeable emphasis. "Master Legros, da am," muttered the negro. "Anybody tell dat?" Snowball's companions made no reply. None was required. Other voices rose up out of the mist. "A dead man!" shouted a second. "Sure enough, who is it?" "It's the Irishman," proclaimed a third. "See, he's been killed. There's a knife sticking between his ribs. He's been murdered." "That's his own knife," suggested someone. "I know it because it once belonged to me. If you look, you'll find his name on the haft. He graved it there the very day he bought it from me." There was an interval of silence, as if they had to pause to confirm the suggestion of the last speaker. "You're right," said one, resuming the informal inquest. "There's his name, sure enough, Larry O'Gorman." "He's killed himself," suggested a voice not hitherto heard. "He's committed suicide." "I don't wonder at his doing so," said another, confirmingly. "He expected to have to die anyhow, and I suppose he thought the sooner it was off his mind, the better it would be for him." "How's that?" inquired a fresh speaker, who appeared to dissent from the opinions of those that had preceded him. "Why should he expect to die any more than the rest of us?" You forget, mate, that the fight was not finished between him and Monsieur Le Gros." "No, I don't forget it." "Well, yourself. I don't follow he was to be the next to die. Not as I can see. Look at this, comrades. There's been foul play here. The Irishman's been stabbed with his own knife. That's plain enough. But it is not so sure that he did it himself. Why should he? I say again, there's been foul play. And who do you accuse of foul play?" "I don't accuse anyone. Let them bring the charge, as I have seen something. Somebody must know how this came about. There's been a murder. Can anyone tell who did it?" There was a pause of silence of more than a minute in duration. No one made an answer. If anyone knew who was the murderer, they failed to proclaim it. "Look here, mates," put in one, whose sharp voice sounded like the cry of a hyena. "I'm as hungry as a starved shark. Suppose we suspend this inquest till we had breakfast. After that we can settle who's done the deed, if there's been anyone, except the man himself. What say ye all?" The horrid proposal was not replied to by anyone. The loud shout that succeeded it sprang from a different cause, and the words that were afterwards uttered had no reference to the topic under consideration. "A light! A light!" cried the voice, vociferated by several voices. "It's the light we saw last night. It's the galley fire. There's a ship within 100 yards of us." "Ship ahoy! Ship ahoy! Ship ahoy! What ship's that?" "Why the devil don't you answer our hail?" "To the oars, men, to the oars! Sacre Dieu, the lubbers must be asleep." "Ship ahoy! Ship ahoy!" There was no mistaking the significance of these speeches. The sailor and Snowball exchanged glances of despair. Both had already looked behind them. There, blazing fiercely up, was the fire of the spermaceti, with the shark steaks browning in its flame. In the excitement of the moment they had forgotten all about it. Its light, gleaming through the fog, had betrayed their presence to those upon the raft, and the order issued to take to the oars, with the confused splashing that quickly followed, told the Catamarans that the big raft was about to bear down upon them. End of chapter 82. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. Chapter 83 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 83. Slipping the Cable. "They're coming on," muttered Snowball. "Whoa, we better do better, Master Brace. If we stay here, they'll destroy us for certain." "Stay here!" exclaimed the sailor, who no longer spoke in whispers, since such would no longer avail. "Anything but that. Quick, Snowy! Quick, Will'm! Back down to the deck of our craft. Let's make all speed and cast off from the carcass of the whale. There'll be time enough yet, and then it'll be who's got the heels. Don't be so bad scared, Snowy. The old Catamaran be a trim craft. I built her myself, with your help, nigger, and I got faith in her speed. Well outsail 'em." "Dat we will, Master Brace," assented Snowball, as, close following the sailor, he glided down the rope on the deck to the Catamaran, where little William had already arrived. It was the work of only a few minutes to cut the tiny cable by which the little embarkation had been attached to the fin of the cachalot, and push the craft clear off its moorings. Sure as was the time, during its continuance, the sun had produced a wonderful change in that oceanic panorama. The floating fog, absorbed by his fervid rays, had almost disappeared from the deep, or at all events had become so dissipated that the different objects composing that strange tableau in the proximity of the dead cachalot could all be seen by a single coup d'oeil, and were also in sight of one another. There was the huge carcass itself, looming like a great black rock above the surface of the sea. Just parting from its side was the little catamaran, with its sails set and its crew, consisting of 2 men and a boy, the little Portuguese girl appearing as a passenger, the 2 men energetically bending to the oars, while the boy held hold of the rudder. Scarce 100 yards astern was the larger embarkation, supporting its score of dark forms, some seated and straining at the oars, some steering, others attending to the sail, and 1 or 2 standing by the head, shouting directions to the rest, all apparently in wonder at the tableau thus suddenly disclosed, and uncertain what to make of it, or what course to pursue. The occupants of the great raft were infinitely more astonished than those of the catamaran. On the part of the latter there was no longer any astonishment. On recognizing the voices taking part in that ceremonious inquest, they had comprehended all. The surprise they had at first felt was now changed into terror. The men on the raft were still under the influence of astonishment, and no wonder. The apparition that had so suddenly loomed up before their eyes, at first obscurely seen through the fog, but gradually becoming more distinct, was enough to cause any amount of surprise. Such a grouping of strange objects in such a situation, the huge carcass of a whale, a fire upon its back, with bright flames blazing upward, a crane over the fire with the curious flitches suspended from it, a raft, in some respects resembling their own, supported by empty casks, and carrying a sail with 4 human beings seen upon its deck. All these formed a series of phenomena or facts that was enough to have excited the surprise of the most indifferent observers. Some of the men were even speechless with wonder, and so continued for a time, while others gave vent to their astonishment in loud shouts and excited gesticulations. The first order issued by Le Gros, for it was his voice that had been heard giving it, had no other object than to cause a rapid movement towards the dark mass, or rather the beacon seen blazing upon its summit. The order had been instantly obeyed, but there was an instinctive apprehension on the part of all that, as before, the light might again vanish from their view. As they drew nearer, however, the fog continued to disperse. They obtained a fairer view. Their surprise was not much diminished, though their comprehension of the objects before them became rapidly clearer. The retreat of the catamaran, for the moment of the latter proclaimed this design, was of itself suggestive, and, perhaps more than aught else, enabled those from whom they were retreating to comprehend the situation. At first they could not even conjecture who they were that occupied the little raft. They saw 4 human beings upon it, but the mist was still thick enough to hinder them from having a clear view of either their forms, faces, or features, though the filmy atmosphere to recognize them was impossible. Had there been but 2, and had the embarkation that carried them been a mere platform of planks, they might have shaped a conjecture. They remembered that upon such a structure Ben Brace and the boy had given them the slip, and it might be them. But who were the other 2, and whence came the 6 water casks, the sail, and other paraphernalia seen upon the escaping craft? They did not stay to waste time in conjectures. It was enough for them to perceive that the 4 individuals thus seen were trying to get out of their reach. This was prima facie proof that they had something worth carrying along with them, perhaps water. Some one made use of the word. It was like proclaiming a reprieve to a wretched upon the scaffold about to be launched into eternity. It caused such excitement in the minds of the motley crew, all of them suffering from extreme thirst, that without further hesitancy they bent eagerly to their oars, putting forth the utmost effort of their strength in chase of the catamaran. End of chapter 83. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. Chapter 84 of The Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 84. The Chase. Half pulling, half trusting to the sail, in a few seconds they were alongside the carcass of the cachalot. They saw what it was, and divined how it came to be there, though still puzzled by the pyrotechnic display exhibited on its summit. As they passed under the shadow of the huge mass, some proposed that they should stay by it, alleging that it would furnish food for all, but this proposal was rejected by the majority. "Pardieu!" exclaimed the directing voice of Legros. "We have plenty of food. It's drink we want now. There's no water upon the whale, and there must be some in the possession of these runaways, whoever they may be. Let us first follow them. If we overhaul them, we can come back. If not, we can return all the same." This proposal appeared too reasonable to be rejected. A muttered assent of the majority decided its acceptance, and the raft, yielding to the renewed impulse of the rowers, swept past the carcass, leaving both the black mass and the blazing beacon astern. As a further to justify the course of action he had counselled, Legros continued: "No fear about our finding a dead fish. This fog is clearing away. In half an hour there won't be a trace of it. We shall be able to make out the carcass of the whale was 20 miles off, especially with the smoke of that infernal fire to guide us. Pull like the devil. Be sure of it. There's water in those casks we see. Only think of it, water." It scarce needed the repetition of this magic word to stimulate his thirsty companions. They were already pulling with all their strength. For about 10 minutes the chase continued, both the pursued and the pursuer equally enveloped in vapor. They were less than 200 yards apart, and virtually within view, though not so near as to distinguish one another's features. Each crew could make out the forms of the other, but only to tell that they were human beings clad in some kind of costume. In this respect the Catamaran had the advantage. They knew who were the pursuers, and all about them. The latter were still in a state of ignorance as to who were the 4 individuals so zealously endeavoring to avoid an interview with them. They could perceive that only 2 of them were full-grown men, and that the other 2 were of smaller sizes, but this gave them no clue for the identification of the fugitives. Of course it did not occur to any of them to think over the rest of the Pandora's people, and even if it had, there was no one who would have for a moment supposed that either the black cook, Snowball, or the little Portuguese pickaninny, rarely seen upon the slaver's deck, could be among the survivors. Such a conjecture never occurred to any of the ruffians upon the great raft, and therefore they were continuing the chase still ignorant of the identity of those who seemed so desirous of escaping them. It was only after the fog had floated entirely away, or grown so thin as to appear but transparent film, that the pursuers identified those they were pursuing. They did their doubts cease, and their conjectures came to a termination. Of the 4 forms distinguishable upon that deck of the escaping craft, there was one that could not be mistaken. That huge, rounded bust covered with its sable epidermis, for the negro had stripped to his work, could belong to no living creature but the ex-cook of the Pandora. It was Snowball to a certainty. A general shout proclaimed the recognition, and for some moments the air was rent with the voices of his ci-devant comrades calling upon the Coromantee to come to anchor. "Lie to, Snowball!" cried several of his old comrades. "Why have you cut your cable in that fashion? Hold on till we come up. We mean you no harm." Snowball did hold on, though not in the sense that his former associates desired. On the contrary, their request only stimulated him to fresh exertions, to avoid the renewal of an acquaintance which he knew would certainly end in his ruin. The Coromantee was not to be cajoled, with Ben Brace by his side, muttering wholesome counsel. He lent a deaf ear to the proposal of the pursuers, and only answered it by pulling more energetically at his oar. What had been only a request now became a demand, accompanied by threats and protestations. Snowball was menaced with the most dire vengeance, and told of terrible punishments that awaited him on his capture. Their threats had no more influence than their solicitations, and they who had given utterances to them, arriving after a time at this conviction, ceased talking altogether. Snowball's silence, though evidently determined rejection of their demands, had the effect of irritating those who had made them, and stimulated by their spirit with more energy than ever did they bend themselves to the task of overtaking the fugitive craft. 200 yards still lay between pursuer and pursued. 200 yards of clear, unobstructed ocean. Was that distance to be diminished to the capture of the Catamaran, or was it to be increased to her escape? End of chapter 84. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. Chapter 85 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 85. Nearer and Nearer. Were the catamaran to escape or be captured, though not propounded as above, this was the question that occupied the minds of both crews, the pursued and the pursuing. Both were doing their very utmost, the former to make their escape, the latter to prevent it, and very different were the motives by which the two parties were actuated. The occupants of the lesser raft believed themselves to be rowing and sailing for their lives, and they were not far astray in this belief, for those upon the larger embarkation were pulling after them with the most hostile intentions, to rob them of everything they had got, even their lives included. So went they over the wide ocean, the pursued exerting themselves under the influence of fear, the pursuer under that of a ferocious instinct. In sailing qualities the Catamaran was decidedly superior to the larger craft, and had the wind been a little fresher she would have soon increased the distance between herself and her pursuer. Unfortunately it was a very gentle breeze that was blowing at the time, and therefore it was a contest of speed that would most likely have to be decided by oars. In this respect the Catamaran laboured under a great disadvantage. She could only command a single pair of oars, while taking into account the various implements, capstan bars, and handspikes possessed by her competitor, nearly a dozen oars might be reckoned upon. In fact, when her crew had gotten fairly settled down to the chase, quite this number of men could be seen acting as rowers. Though their strokes were by no means either regular or efficient, still they did produce a rate of speed greater than that of the Catamaran, and the crew of the latter saw, to their dismay, that their pursuers were gaining upon them. Not very rapidly, but sufficiently so to be perceived, and to inspire them with the dreaded belief that, in course of time, they would be overtaken. Under this belief, men of a despairing turn of mind would have ceased to exert themselves, and yielded to a fate that appeared almost certain to ensue. But neither the English sailor nor the Coromantee sea cook were individuals of yielding kind. They were both made of sterner stuff, and even when the chase was undoubtedly going against them, they were heard muttering to each other words of encouragement and a mutual determination never to lay down their oars, so long as 6 feet of water separated them from their unpitying pursuers. "No," ejaculated the sailors, "it used to be no use. They showed us no more mercy than so many sharks. I know it by their ways. Don't lose the stroke, Snowy. We might tire 'em out yet." "Never fear for me, Master Brace," replied the Coromantee. "I keep pulling so long there be a pounding of strength in my arms, or a bit of breath in my body. Never fear." It might appear as though the crew of the Catamaran were now contending against fate, and without hope. This, however, was not the case, for there still was something like a hope to cheer them on, and nerve them to continue their exertions. What was it? The answer to this question would have been found by anyone who could have looked upon the sea, at some distance astern of the chase. There might have been observed an appearance upon the water which betokened it different from that through which they were making their way. It resembled a dark, shadowy line extending athwart the horizon. It might not have attracted the notice of an ordinary observer, but to the eye of Ben Brace, as he sat by his oar facing it, that dark line had a peculiar significance. He knew that it denoted rougher water, and a stiffer breeze that blowing upon them, and from this, as well as the clouds fast gathering astern, he knew there was a wind coming from that quarter. He had imparted his observations to Snowball, and it was this that continued to inspire them with a hope of ultimate escape. Both believed that, with a strong wind in their favor, they would have the advantage of the pursuer, and so, while still bending all their energies to the propulsion of the Catamaran, they kept their eyes almost continually fixed upon the sea astern, even with a more anxious glance than that which they regarded their pursuers. "If we can keep out of their way," muttered he to his fellow oarsmen, "only 20 minutes longer. By that time yonder breeze 'll be down on us, and then we'll have some chance. There be no doubt but they're gaining on us now, but the breeze be a gaining on them equally, if not faster. If only we had a puff of yonder wind! It be blowing fresh and strong, and I can see it curling up the water not 3 knots astern of the big raft. Oh, for your life, Snowy! Shiver my timbers!" There was a despairing tone in the last words that told how fearful appeared their situation to the captain of the Catamaran. The sign of assent made by Snowball in reply, an ominous shake of the head, showed that the ex-cook shared the apprehensions of his comrade. End of chapter 85. Recording by Kenneth Sergeant Gagan. Chapter 86 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sergeant Gagan. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 86. Cut in Twain. For some seconds the sailor and Snowball remained silent, both too busy with their oars as well as their eyes to find time for speech. Their pursuers were noisy enough. They had kept quiet so long as there appeared to be any uncertainty about the results of the chase. But as soon as they became assured that their clumsy craft was going faster than that of the which they were in pursuit, and they no longer felt doubt about overtaking the latter, their fiendish voices once more filled the air, and commands from the Catamaran to come to, with threats of revenge in case of non-compliance, were hurled after the fugitives. One man was conspicuous among the rest, both for the position which he held upon the raft, and the menacing words and gestures of which he made use. This man was Le Gros. Standing prominently forward near the head of the embarkation, with a long boat-hook in his hand, he appeared to direct the movements of the others, urging them in every way to their utmost exertions. He was heard telling them that he saw both food and water in possession of the fugitives, a cask of the latter, as he stated, being lashed to the Catamaran. It need scarce be said that the statement, whether true or fallacious, acted as a stimulus to his comrades at the oar. The word water was music to their ears, and, on hearing it pronounced, one and all of them put forth their utmost strength. The increased speed thus obtained for the larger craft was likely to bring about the crisis. She was now seen to gain upon the lesser more rapidly than ever, and before another 10 minutes had elapsed she had forged so close to the stern timbers of the Catamaran that an active man might almost have leaped from one to the other. The crew of the latter beheld the proximity with despair. They saw the black waves, with white curling crests, coming on behind. They saw the sky becoming overcast above their heads, but it appeared only to scowl upon them, as if to make darker the dread doom that was now threatening so near. "Shiver my timbers!" cried the sailor, alluding to that tardy wind. "It'll be too late to save us." "Too late!" echoed the voice of Le Gros from the big raft, his white teeth, as they shone through his black beard, imparting to him a ferocity of aspect that was hideous to behold. "Too late, you say, Monsieur Brace? For what, may I ask? Not too late for us to get a drink out of your water cask? Ha, ha, ha! You son of a sea cook," he continued, addressing himself to the negro, "why don't you hold your oars? Sacre Dieu! What's the use, you ugly nigger? Don't you see we'll board you in 6 seconds? More than drop your oars, I say, and save time. If you don't, we'll skin you alive when we got our flippers on you." "Nebba, Master Growl," defiantly retorted Snowball. "You nebba can dis nigger alive. He can go die before you do dat. He got him knife yet. My golly, me kill more than one of you 'fore give in. So have a care, Master Crow. You lay hand on old Snowy, you got yourself a darned hassle." To this threat of resistance the Frenchman did not vouchsafe a reply, for the rafts were now so near to each other that his attention became engrossed by something that left no time for further speech. He saw that the Catamaran was in reach of his boat hook, and leaning forward, with the long shaft extended, he struck its grappling iron into her stern timber. For a second or two there was a struggle, which would have ended in the two rafts being brought in contact with one another, but for an adroit stroke given by the oar of the English sailor. This not only detached the boat hook from its grip, but also from the grasp of Le Gros, and sent the implement shivering through the air. At the same instant of time the Frenchman, losing his balance, was seen to stagger and then sink suddenly downwards, not into a prostrate position, but perpendicularly, as if his legs had penetrated between the timbers of the raft. This is what exactly had occurred, for as soon as the spectators in both crafts could recover from their surprise, they saw only so much of Monsieur Le Gros as he lay between his armpits and the crown of his head, his limbs and the lower half of his body being concealed between the planks that prevented him from sinking wholly into the water. Perhaps it would have been better for him had he made a complete plunge of it. A bold header could not have had for him a more unfortunate ending. Scarce had he sunk between the timbers when a wild shriek came forth from his throat, accompanied by a pallor of countenance and a contortion of his features, that proclaimed something more than a mere start, received by suddenly sinking waist deep into the sea. One of his comrades, the Confederate ruffian already spoken of, rushed forward to raise him out of the trap, from which he was evidently unable to extricate himself. The man caught hold of him by the arms and was dragging him up, when all at once he was seen to let go and start back with a cry of horror. This singular contact was explained on looking at the object from which he had made such a precipitous retreat. It was no longer Le Gros, not even Le Gros's body, but only the upper half of it, cut off by the abdomen, as clean as it had been severed by a pair of gigantic shears. "A shark!" cried a voice which only gave utterance to the thought that sprung up simultaneously in the minds of all, both the occupants of the big raft and the crew of the Catamaran, thus deplorably terminating the life of a sinful man, who certainly merited punishment, and perhaps deserved no better fate. End of chapter 86. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan.
Chapter 87 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 87. An Unlooked-for Deliverance. A spectacle so unexpected, but, above all, of such a horrid nature, could not fail to produce a powerful impression upon those who were witnesses to it. It even caused a change of proceedings on the part of the pursuers, almost a suspension of the pursuit, and on that of the pursued some relaxation in their efforts to escape. Both parties appeared for some seconds as if spellbound, and the oars on both rafts were for a while held apeak. This pause in the action was in favour of the Catamaran, whose sailing qualities were superior to those of her pursuer. Her crew, moreover, less caring for what had happened to Monsieur Le Gros, were the first to recover from their surprise; and before the comrades of the half-eaten Frenchman thought of continuing the chase, they had forced ahead several lengths of their craft from the dangerous contiguity so near being established between them. The ruffian crew, now castaways, of the Pandora, had been awed by the strange incident; so much so as to believe, for a time, that something more than chance had interfered to bring it about. They were not all friends of the unfortunate man who had succumbed to such a singular fate. The inquest that had been interrupted was still fresh in their minds, and many of them believed that the inquiry, had it proceeded to a just termination, would have resulted in proving the guilt of Le Gros, and proclaiming him the murderer of O'Gorman. Under this belief, there were many aboard the big raft that would not have cared to continue the chase any further, had it merely been to avenge the death of their late leader. With them, as with the others, there was a different motive for doing so, a far more powerful incentive, and that was the thirst which tortured all, and the belief that the escaping craft carried the means to relieve it. The moiety of their mutilated chief, lying along the planks of the raft, engaged their thoughts only for a very short while, and was altogether forgotten when the cry of "Water!" once more rising in their midst, urged them to resume the pursuit. Once more did they betake themselves to their oars. Once more did they exert their utmost strength, but with far less effect than before. They were still stimulated by the torture of thirst, but they no longer acted with that unanimity which secures success. The head that had hitherto guided them with those imperious eyes, now glaring ghastly from the extremity of the severed trunk, was no longer of authority among them, and they acted in that undecided and irregular manner always certain to result in defeat. Perhaps, had things continued as they were, they might have made up for the lost opportunity, and in time have overtaken the fugitives on the Catamaran; but during that excited interval a change had come over the surface of the sea, which influenced the fate both of pursuers and pursued. The dark line, first narrowly observed by the crew of the Catamaran upon the distant verge of the horizon, was no longer a mere streak of shadowed water. It had developed during the continuance of the chase, and now covered both sea and sky, the latter with black cumbrous clouds, the former with quick curling waves that lashed the water casks supporting both rafts, and proclaimed the approach, if not of a storm, at least a fresh breeze, likely to change the character of the chase hitherto kept up between them. And very quickly came that change to pass. By the time that the castaways on the great raft had once more headed their clumsy embarkation to the pursuit, they saw the more trim craft, by her builders yclept the Catamaran, with her sails spread widely to the wind, gliding rapidly out of their reach, and walking the water like a thing of life. They no longer continued the pursuit. They might have done so but for the waves that now, swelling up around the raft, admonished them of danger hitherto unknown. With the spray rushing over them, and the sea, at each fresh assault, threatening to engulf their ill-governed craft, they found sufficient employment for their remaining strength in clinging to the timbers of their rude embarkation. End of chapter 87. Chapter 88 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 88. A Threatened Storm. Thus once more were the catamarans delivered from a terrible danger, almost literally from the jaws of death. And once more, too, by what appeared a providential interference. Ben Brace actually believed it so. It would have been difficult for anyone to have thought otherwise. But the moral mind of the sailor had of late undergone some very serious transformations. And the perils through which they had been passing, with their repeated deliverances, all apparently due to some unseen hand, had imbued him with a belief that the Almighty must be everywhere, even in the midst of the illimitable ocean. It was this faith that had sustained him through the many trials through which they had gone, and that in the very latest and last, when the ruffians upon the raft were fast closing upon the catamaran, had led him to give encouraging counsels to Snowball to keep on. It had encouraged him, in fine, to strike the boat-hook from the grasp of Le Gros, which act had ended by putting their implacable enemy hors de combat, and conducting to their final deliverance. It was this belief that still hindered their brave mariner. Now that the sea began to surge around them, and the spray to dash over the deck of their frail craft, hindered him from giving way to a new despair, and from supposing that they had been only delivered from one danger to be overwhelmed by another. For some time it did seem as if this was to be their fate, as if literally they were to be overwhelmed. The breeze which had so opportunely carried the catamaran beyond the reach of the pursuing raft soon freshened into a gale, and threatened to continue increasing to that still more dreaded condition of the ocean atmosphere, a storm. The rafts were no longer in sight of each other. Scarce 5 minutes had elapsed after being grappled by Le Gros, when the breeze had caught hold of the catamaran, and from her superior sailing qualities she had soon become separated from the more clumsy embarkation of the enemy. In another hour the catamaran, under good steering, had swept several miles to the westward, while the raft, no longer propelled by oars, and its rudder but ill-directed, had gone drifting about, as if they who occupied it were making only a despairing effort to keep it before the wind. Despite the rising gale and the increasing roughness of the water, there were no despairing people upon the catamaran. Supported by his faith in providential protection, Ben Brace acted as if there was no danger, and encouraged his companions to do the same. Every precaution was adopted to provide against accidents. As soon as they saw that the pursuer was left behind, and they were no longer in any peril from that quarter, the sail was lowered upon the mast, and there was too great a breadth of it for the constantly freshening breeze. It was not taken in altogether, but only shortened, reefed in a rude fashion, so as to expose only half its surface to the wind, and this proved just sufficient to keep the catamaran trim and steady upon her course. It would not be correct to say that her captain and crew felt no fears for her safety. On the contrary, they experienced the apprehensions natural to such a situation, and for this reason did they take every precaution against the danger that threatened. The Coromantee might have given way to a feeling of fatalism, peculiar to his country and class, but there was no danger of Ben Brace doing so. Notwithstanding his faith about being protected by Providence, the sailor also believed that self-action is required on the part of those who stand in need of such protection, and that nothing should be left undone to deserve it. The situation was altogether new to them. It was the first thing, in the shape of a storm, or even a gale, they had encountered since the construction of their curious craft. Ever since the burning of the Pandora, they had been highly favoured in this respect. They had been navigating their various embarkations through a summer sea, in the midst of the tropical ocean, where ofttimes whole weeks elapse without either winds or waves occurring to disturb its tranquillity. A sea, in short, where the calm is more dreaded than the storm. Up to this time they had not experienced any violent commotion of the atmosphere, nothing stronger than what is termed a fresh breeze, and in that the Catamaran had proved herself an accomplished sailor. It was now to be seen how she would behave under a gale that might end in a storm, perhaps a terrific tempest. It would be untrue to say that her crew looked forward to the event without fear. They did not. As said, they suffered considerable apprehension, and would have felt it more keenly but for the cheering influence of that faith with which her captain was sustained, and which he endeavoured to impart his companions. Leaning upon this, they looked with less dread upon the sky lowering above and the storm gathering around them. As the day advanced, the wind continued to freshen until about the hour of noon. It was then blowing a brisk gale. Fortunately for the crew of the Catamaran, it did not become a storm. Had it done so, their frail craft must have been shivered and her component parts once more scattered over the ocean. It was just as much as her crew could accomplish to keep them together, in a sea only moderately rough, compared with what it would have been in a storm. This they discovered during the afternoon of that day, and it was no great comfort to them to reflect that, in the event of a real storm being encountered, the Catamaran would undoubtedly go to pieces. They could only console themselves with the hope that such an event might not arise until they should reach land, or, which was perhaps more probable, be picked up by a ship. The chances of terminating their perilous voyage in either way were so slight and distant that they scarce gave thought to them. When they did, it was only to be reminded of the extreme hopelessness of their situation, and yield to despairing reflections. On that particular day they had no time to speculate upon such remote probabilities as the ultimate ending of their voyage. They found occupation enough, both for their minds and bodies, in ensuring its continuance. Not only had they to watch every wave as it came rolling upon them, and keep the Catamaran trimly set to receive it, but they had to look to the timbers of the craft, and see that the lashings did not get loose. Several times did the sea break quite over them, and but that Lilly Lally and little William were fast tied to the foot of the mast, they would both have been washed off, and probably lost amidst the dark waste of waters. It was just as much as the two strong men could do to keep aboard, and even they had ropes knotted round their wrists and attached to the timbers of the raft in case of their getting carried overboard. Once a huge billow swept over, submerging them several feet under the sea. At the crisis all four thought that their last hour had come, and for some seconds were under the belief that they were going to the bottom and would never more look upon the light of day. But for the peculiar construction of their raft, this, in all likelihood, would have been the result. But those buoyant water casks were not to be drowned in such a fashion, and soon bobbed back to the surface, once more bringing the Catamaran and her crew above water. It was fortunate for them that Ben Brace and Snowball had not trusted too much to fate while constructing their abnormal craft. The experienced sailor had foreseen the difficulties that on this day beset them, and instead of making a mere temporary embarkation to suit the conditions of the summer sea that then surrounded them, he had spared no pains to render it seaworthy as far as circumstances would allow. He and Snowball had used their united strength in drawing tight the cords with which the timbers were bound together, as well as those that lashed them to the casks, and their united skill in disposing the rude materials in a proper manner. Even after launching the Catamaran, every day, almost every hour, had they been doing something to improve her, either by giving the craft greater strength and compactness, or in some other way rendering her more worthy both of the sea and her sailors. By this providential industry they were now profiting, since by it, and it alone, were they enabled to ride out the gale. Had they trusted to chance and given way to indolence, all the more natural under the very hopelessness of their situation, they would never have outlived that day. The Catamaran might not have gone to the bottom, but she would have gone to pieces, and it is not likely that any of her crew would have survived the catastrophe. As it was, both raft and crew weathered the gale in safety. Before sunset the wind had fallen to a gentle zephyr. The tropical sea was gradually returning to its normal state of comparative calm, and the Catamaran, with her broad sail once more spread to the breeze, was scudding on, guided in her course by the golden luminary slowly descending towards the western edge of a cloudless heaven. End of chapter 88.
Chapter 89 of The Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 89. A startling shriek. The night proved pleasanter than the day. The wind was no longer an enemy, and the breeze that succeeded was more advantageous than would have been a dead calm, since it steadied the craft amidst the rolling of the swell. Before midnight the swell itself had subsided. It had never reached any great height, as the gale had been of short continuance, and for the same reason it had suddenly gone down again. With the return of smooth water they were able to betake themselves to rest. They needed it, after such a series of fatigues and fears, and having swallowed a few morsels of their unpalatable food, and washed it down by a cup of diluted canary, they all went to rest. Neither the wet planking on which they were compelled to encouch themselves, nor the sea-soaked garments clinging round their bodies, hindered them from obtaining sleep. In colder clime their condition would have been sufficiently comfortless, but in the ocean atmosphere of the torrid zone the night hours are warm enough to render wet sheets not only endurable, but at times even pleasant. I have said that all of them went to sleep. It was not their usual custom to do so. On other nights one was always upon the watch, either the captain himself, the ex-cook, or the boy. Of course Lilly-Lally enjoyed immunity from this kind of duty, since she was not, properly speaking, one of the crew, but only a passenger. Their customary night watch had a twofold object: to hold the Catamaran to her course, and to keep a look-out over the sea, the latter having reference to the chance if seeing a sail. On this particular night their vigil, had it been kept, might have had a threefold purpose, for it is not to be forgotten that they were still not so very far from their late pursuers. They too must have been making their way with the wind. Neither had the Catamarans forgotten it, but even with this thought before their minds, they were unable to resist the fascinations of Morpheus, and leaving the craft to take her own course, the ships, if there were any, to sail silently by, and the big raft, if chance so directed it, to overtake them, they yielded themselves to unconscious slumber. Simultaneously they were awakened, and by a sound that might have awakened the dead. It was a shriek that came pealing over the surface of the ocean, as unearthly in its intonation as if only the ocean itself could have produced it. It was short, sharp, quick, and clear, and so loud as to startle even Snowball from his torpidity. The Coromantee was the first to inquire into its character. "What de devil and dat?" he asked, rubbing his ears to make sure that he was not labouring under a delusion. "Shiver my timbers if I can tell," rejoined the sailor, equally puzzled by what he had heard. "Dat sound berry like de voice of some un drowned, berry like. Wha you say, Massa Brace?" "It was a good bit like the voice of a man cut in two by a shark, that's what it minded me of." "By golly, you speak de truth. It were jist like dat, jist like de last shriek of Massa Grow." "And yet," continued the sailor, after a moment's reflection, "'twa'n't like that neither. 'Twa'n't human, nohow. Leastwise, I never heerd such come out of a human throat. I don't b'lieve de big raff can be near. We have been running down de wind ever since you knock off dat boat hook. We got de start of de Pandoras, and dar's no mistake, but we hab kept de distance. Dat shrieks no come from dem." "Look yonder!" cried little William, interrupting the dialogue. "I see something." "Where away? What like be it?" inquired the sailor. "Yonder," answered the lad, pointing over the starboard bow of the Catamaran, "about 3 cables' length out in the water. It's a black lump. It looks like a boat." "A boat! Shiver my timbers if that bain't right, lad. I see it now. It do look something as you say. But what'll a boat be doing here, out in the middle of the Atlantic?" "Dat am a boat," interposed Snowball. "For sartin it am." "It must be," said the sailor, after more carefully scrutinizing it. "It is. I see its shape better now. There's someone in it. I see only one. Ah, he be standing up in the middle o' it, like a mast. It be a man, though, and I dare say the same as gied out that shout, if he be a human, though sartin there weren't much human in it." As if to confirm the sailor's last assertion, the shriek was repeated, precisely as it had been uttered before, though now, entering ears that were awake, it produced a somewhat different impression. The voice was evidently that of a man, even under the circumstances it could be nothing else, but of a man who had taken leave of his senses. It was the wild cry of a maniac. The crew of the Catamaran might have continued in doubt as to this had they been treated only to a repetition of the shriek, but this was followed by a series of speeches, incoherent it is true, but spoken in an intelligible tongue, and ending in a peal of laughter such as might be heard echoing along the corridors of a lunatic asylum. One and all of them stood looking and listening. It was a moonless night, and had been a dark one, but it was now close upon morning. Already had the aurora tinged the horizon with roseate hues. The grey light of dawn was beginning to scatter its soft rays over the surface of the ocean, and objects, had there been any, could be distinguished at a considerable distance. Certainly there was an object, a thing of boat shape, with a human form standing near its middle. It was a boat, a man in it, and, from the exclamation and laughter to which they had listened, there could be no doubt about the man being mad. Mad or sane, why should they shun him? There were 2 strong men on the raft, who need not fear to encounter a lunatic under any circumstances, even in the midst of the ocean. Nor did they fear it, for as soon as they became fully convinced that they saw a boat with a man in it, they ported the helm of the Catamaran, and stood directly towards it. Less than 10 minutes' sailing in the altered course brought them within fair view of the object that had caused them to deviate, and, after scrutinizing it, less than 10 seconds enabled them to satisfy their minds as to the strange craft and its yet stranger occupant. They saw before them a gig of the slaver, and standing midships in the boat, just half-way between stem and stern, they saw the captain of that ill-starred, ill-fated vessel. Chapter 89. Chapter 90 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 90. A Madman in Mid-Ocean. In the minds of the Catamaran's crew there was no longer any cause for conjecture. The boat-shaped object on the water, and the human form standing up within it, were mysteries no more, nor was there any when that boat and that human being were identified. If in the spectacle there was aught still to puzzle them, it was the seeing only one man in the boat instead of 6. There should have been 6, since that was the number that the gig had originally carried away from the burning bark. 5 others besides the one now seen, and who, notwithstanding a great change in his appearance, was still recognizable as the slaver's captain. Where were the missing men, the mates, the carpenter, and 2 common sailors, who had escaped along with him? Were they in the boat, lying down, and so concealed from the view of those upon the Catamaran, or had they succumbed to some fearful fate, leaving only that solitary survivor? The gig sat high in the water. Those upon the Catamaran could not see over its gunwale, unless by approaching nearer, and this they hesitated to do. Indeed, on identifying the boat, and the individual standing in it, they had suddenly hauled down the sail, and were lying to, using their oar to keep them from drifting any nearer. They had done so from an instinctive apprehension. They knew that the men who had gone off in the gig were not a whit better than those upon the big raft, for the officers of the slaver, in point of ruffianism, were upon a par with their crew. With this knowledge, it was a question for consideration whether the Catamarans would be safe in approaching the boat. If the 6 were still in it, and out of food and water, like those on the large raft, they would undoubtedly despoil the Catamaran, just as the others had designed doing. From such as they no mercy need be expected, and as it was not likely any succour could be obtained from them, it would, perhaps, be better in every way to give them a wide berth. Such were the thoughts that passed hastily through the mind of Ben Brace, and were communicated to his companions. Were the 5 missing men still aboard the boat? They might be lying down along the bottom, though it was not likely they could be asleep. That appeared almost impossible, considering the shouts and screams which the captain at intervals still continued to send forth. "By de great Gorramity," muttered Snowball, "I don't b'lieve one ob dem's left 'board dat boat, 'ceptin' de old kipper himself, and ob him there am nuffin left 'cept de body. Dat man's intellect am clar gone. He am raving mad." "You're right, Snowy," assented the sailor. "There be ne'er a one there but himself. At all events they ain't all there. I can tell by the way the gig sits out of the water. No boat of her size, with 6 men aboard, could have a gunwale as high as that 'ere. No. If there be any besides the captain, there's only 1 or 2. We needn't fear to go as nigh as we like. Let's put about, and board the craft anyhow. What say ye?" "Haben't de least objection, Massa Brace, so long as you ain't done no fear. Dis child ready take de chance. If there be any odder 'ceptin' de kipper, it no like dar am trong enough to bully me nohow. De 2 ob us be equal match for any 4 of dem, say nuffin of Lilly Wilm." "I feel almost sartain," rejoined the sailor, still undecided, "there be only him. If that's the case, our best way is to close up and take possession of the boat. We may have some trouble with him, if he's gone mad, and from the way he be running on, it do look like it. Never mind, I dare say we'll be able to manage him. Port about, and let us see the thing through." Snowball was at the steering oar, and thus commanded by her captain, he once more headed the Catamaran in the direction of the drifting boat, while the sailor and William betook them to the oars. Whether the occupant of the gig had yet perceived the raft was not certain. It is likely he had not, since the yells and incoherent speeches to which he had been giving utterance appeared to be addressed to no one, but were more like, what they believed them to be, the wild ravings of a lunatic. It was still only the grey twilight of morning, with a slight fog upon the water, and although through this the Catamarans had recognised the gig and captain of the Pandora, they had done so with certain souvenirs to guide them. Both the boat and its occupant had been seen only distinctly, and it was possible that the latter had not seen them, and was still unsuspicious of their presence. As they drew nearer, the light at each moment increasing in brightness, there was no longer any uncertainty as to their being seen, for, along with the yells uttered by the occupant of the gig, could be heard the significant speeches of "Sail ho! Ship ahoy! What ship's that? Heave to, and be! Heave to, you infernal lubbers! If you don't, I'll sink you!" The manner in which these varied phrases were jumbled together, intermingled with screeching exclamations, as well as the excited and grotesque gestures that accompanied them, might have been ludicrous, but for the painful impression it produced. There was no longer any doubt in the minds of those who witnessed his behaviour that the ex-skipper of the Pandora was mad. None but a madman would have spoken, or acted as he was doing. In the state he was in, it would be dangerous to go near him. This was evident to the occupants of the raft, and when they had arrived within a half cable's length of the boat, they suspended the stroke of the oars, with the intention of entering upon a parley, and seeing how far their words might tranquillize him. "Captain," cried the sailor, hailing his former commander in a friendly tone of voice, "it's me. Don't you know me? It's Ben Brace, one of the old Pandora. We've been on this bit o' raft ever since the burning of the bark, myself and Snowball." At this moment the sailor's epitomized narrative was interrupted by a fiendish yell, proceeding from the throat of the maniac. They were now near enough to have a clear view of his face, and could note the expression of his features. The play of these, and the wild rolling of his eyes, confirmed them in their belief as to his insanity. There could be no doubt about it. But if there had, what soon after succeeded was proof sufficient to satisfy them. During the continuance of the discourse addressed to him by the sailor, he had kept silent until the word "Snowball" fell upon his ears. Then all at once he became terribly excited, as was testified by a terrible shriek, a twitching contortion of his features, and a glaring in his eyes that was awful to behold. "Snowball!" screamed he. "Snowball, you say, do you? Snowball, the infernal dog! Show him to me." "Ah, blood and furies! It was he that fired my ship. Where is he? Let me at him. Let me lay my hands upon his black throat. I'll teach the sneaking nigger how to carry a candle that'll light him into the next world. Snowball! Where is he?" At this moment his rolling orbs became suddenly steadied, and all could see that his gaze was fixed upon the Coromantee with a sort of desperate identification. Snowball might have quailed under that glance, had there been time for him to take heed of it, but there was not, for upon the instant it was given, the madman uttered another wild screech, and, rising into the air, sprang several feet over the gunwale of the gig. For a second or two he was lost to sight under the water. Then, rising to the surface, he was seen swimming with vigorous sweep towards the Catamaran. Chapter 90.
Chapter 91 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy Perry. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 91. The Insane Swimmer. A dozen strokes would have carried him up to the craft, which they could not have hindered him from boarding, except by using some deadly violence. To avoid this, the oars were plied, and the raft rapidly pulled in a contrary direction. For all this, so swiftly did the maniac make way through the water, that it was just as much as they could do to keep the Catamaran clear of his grasp, and it was only after Ben Brace and Snowball had got fairly bent to their oars that they could insure themselves against being overtaken. Then became it a chase, in which there was no great advantage in speed between the pursued and the pursuer, though what little there might have been was in favour of the former. How long this singular chase might have continued it is impossible to say. Perhaps until the lunatic had exhausted his insane strength and sunk into the sea, since he appeared to have no idea of making an attempt to return to the boat. He never looked round to see how far he was leaving it behind him. On the contrary, he swam straight on, his eyes steadfastly fixed upon the one object that seemed to have possession of his soul, the Coromantee. That it was of him only he was thinking could be told from his speech, for even while in the water he continued to utter imprecations on the head of the negro, his name being every moment mentioned in terms of menace.
The chase could not have lasted much longer, even had it been permitted to terminate by the exhaustion of the insane swimmer. The supernatural strength of insanity could not for ever sustain him, and in due time he would have sunk helplessly to the bottom of the sea. But this was not the sort of death that fate had designed for him. A still more violent ending of his life was in store for the unfortunate wretch. Though he himself knew it not, those aboard the catamaran had now become aware of its approach. Behind him, scarce half a cable's length, two creatures were seen moving through the water. Horrible-looking creatures they were, for they were hammer-headed sharks. Both were conspicuously seen, for they had risen to the surface, and were swimming with their dark dorsal fins protruded above, and set with all the triangular sharpness of staysails. Although they had not been observed before by those on the catamaran, they appeared to have been swimming in the proximity of the gig, on which, beyond doubt, they had been for some time attending. They were now advancing side by side, in the same direction as the swimmer, and there could be no doubt as to their design. They were evidently in chase of him, with as much eagerness as he was in chase of the catamaran. The wretched man neither saw nor thought of them. Even had he seen them, it is questionable whether he would have made any attempt to escape from them. They would, in all likelihood, have appeared a part of the fearful phantasmagoria already filling his brain. In any case, he could not have eluded those earnest and eager pursuers, unless by the intervention of those upon the raft. And even had these wished to succour him, it would have required a most prompt and adroit interference. They did wish it, even became desirous to save him. Their hearts melted within them as they saw the unfortunate man, maniac though he was, in such a situation. Fear him as they might, and deem him an enemy as they did, still he was a human being, one of their own kind, and their natural instinct of hostility towards those ravenous monsters of the deep had now obliterated that which they might have felt for him about to become their prey. Risking everything from the encounter which they might expect with a madman, they suspended their oars and then commenced backing towards him. Even Snowball exerted himself to bring the catamaran within saving distance of the wretch, who, in his insane hatred, was threatening his own destruction. Their good intentions, however, proved of no avail. The man was destined to destruction. Before they could get near enough to make any effective demonstration in his favour, the sharks had closed upon him. They who would have saved him saw it, and ceased their exertions to become spectators of the tragical catastrophe. It was a brief affair. The monsters swam up, one on each side of their intended victim, till their uncouth bodies were parallel with his. He saw one of them first, and, with an instinct more true than his dethroned powers of reason, swerved out of the way to avoid it. The effort resulted in placing him within reach of the other, that, suddenly turning upon its side, grasped him between its extended jaws. The shriek that followed appeared to proceed from only the half of his body, for the other half, completely dissevered, had already been carried off between the terrible teeth of the zygaena. There was but one cry. There was not time for another, even had there been strength. Before it could have been uttered, the remaining moiety of the madman's body was seized by the second shark and borne down into the voiceless abysm of the ocean. End of chapter 91. Recording by Lucy Perry, in Bath, on July 9th, 2016.
Chapter 92 of The Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid, Chapter 92. Boarding the Boat. Back to the boat. In the minds of the catamaran's crew, naturally did this resolve succeed to the spectacle they had just witnessed. There was nothing to stay them on that spot. The blood-stained water which momentarily marked the scene of the tragedy had no further interest for those who had been spectators to it, and once more heading their craft for the drifting gig, they made way towards it as fast as their oars and the sail, now reset, would carry them. They no longer speculated as to the boat being occupied by a crew, either sleeping or awake. In view of the events that had occurred, it was scarce possible that anyone, in either condition, could be aboard of her. She must have been abandoned before that hour by all but the solitary individual standing amidships and pouring out his insane utterances to the ears of the ocean. Where were the men that were missing? This was the question that occupied the crew of the Catamaran as they advanced towards the deserted gig, and to which they could give no satisfactory answer. They could only shape conjectures, none of which had much air of probability. From what they knew or suspected to have occurred upon the large raft, they could draw inferences of a revolting nature. It might be that the same course had been pursued among those in the gig, and yet it seemed scarce probable. It was known that the latter had gone off from the burning bark, if not sufficiently provided for a long voyage, at least with a stock of both food and water that should have sustained them for many days. Little William had been a witness of their departure, and could confirm these facts. Why then had their boat voyage resulted so disastrously? It could not have arisen from want, it could not have been the gale. In all probability, had the sea washed over them, the boat would either have been swamped or capsized. The captain alone could not have righted her. Besides, why should he be the only survivor of the 6? But there had not been storm enough for a disaster of this kind, and unless by some dire mismanagement, the men could not have fallen overboard. Still puzzled to account for the strange condition of things, the crew of the Catamaran continued to pull towards the gig, and at length came up with it. There they beheld a horrid spectacle, though it afforded no clue to what had occurred. In fact, it left the affair as inexplicable as ever. What they saw gave them reason to believe that some terrible tragedy had transpired on board the boat, and that not the elements but the hand of man had caused the disappearance of the crew. Along the bottom timbers lay stretched a human form. It was not only lifeless, but disfigured by many wounds, any one of which would have proved mortal. The face was gashed in the most frightful manner, and the skull crushed in several places, as if by repeated blows of a heavy hammer, while numerous wounds that had been inflicted by some sharp-bladed weapon or implement appeared over the breast and body. This mutilated shape of humanity was lying half submerged in the bilge water contained in the boat, and which looked more like blood. So deep was its color, and in such quantity, that it was difficult to believe it could have been stained by the blood of only that one body, to which in turn, as the red fluid went washing over it, had been imparted the same sanguinary hue. The features of the hideous corpse could not be identified. The axe, knife, or whatever weapon it was, had defaced them beyond recognition. But for all this, both Ben Brace and Snowball recognized the mutilated remains. Something in the garments still clinging round the corpse was remembered, and by this they were enabled to identify it as that of the one too well known to them, the first mate of the slaver. Instead of elucidating the mystery, this knowledge only rendered it more inexplicable. It was evident the man had been murdered. The wounds proved that, for from the appearance of the extravasated blood, they must have been given while he was still alive. It was but natural to suppose that the deed had been done by his insane companion. The number and character of the wounds, consisting of blows, cuts, and gashes, showed that they had been inflicted by someone out of his senses, for life must have been extinct before half of them could have been given. So far the circumstances seemed clear enough. The maniac captain had murdered the mate. No motive could be guessed at, for no motive was needed to inspire a madman. Beyond this, all was shrouded in mystery. What was to explain the absence of the other 4? What had become of them? The crew of the Catamaran could only frame conjectures, all of a horrid nature. That of Snowball was the most rational that could be arrived at. It suggested the probability that the first mate and captain had combined in the destruction of the others, their motive being to get all the food and water themselves, and thus secure a better chance of prolonging their lives. They might have accomplished their atrocious design in various ways. There might have been a struggle in which these 2 men, much stronger than their fellows, had proved victorious, or there might not have been any contest at all. The foul crime could have been committed in the night, when their unsuspicious comrades were asleep, or even by the light of day, when the latter were under the spell of intoxication produced by the brandy that had furnished part of the stores of the gig. All these were horrid imaginings, but neither Snowball nor the sailor could help giving way to them. Otherwise they could not account for the dreadful drama of which that blood-stained boat must have been the scene. Supposing their conjectures to have been correct, no wonder that the sole survivor of such scenes should have been found a raving lunatic. No wonder the man had gone mad. End of chapter 92. Chapter 93 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 93. The Catamaran Abandoned. For some time the crew of the catamaran stood contemplating the gig and its lifeless occupant with looks that betokened repugnance. By reason of the many dread scenes they had already passed through, this feeling was the less intense, and gradually wore away. It was neither the time nor the place for any show of sentimentalism. Their own perilous situation was too strongly impressed on their minds to admit of unprofitable speculations, and instead of indulging in idle conjectures about the past, they directed their thoughts to the future. The first consideration was what was to be done with the gig. They would take possession of her, of course. There could be no question about this. It is true the catamaran had done them good service. She had served to keep them afloat and thus far saved their lives. In calm weather they could have made themselves very comfortable on their impoverished embarkation, and might have remained safe upon it so long as their water and provisions lasted. But with such a slow-sailing craft the voyage might last longer than either, and then it could only result in certain death. They might not again have such good fortune in obtaining fish, and their stock of water once exhausted, it was too improbable to suppose they should ever be able to replenish it. There might not be another shower of rain for weeks, and even should it fall, it might be in such rough weather that they could not collect a single quart of it. Her slow sailing was not the only objection to the catamaran. Their experience in the gale of the preceding night had taught them how little they could depend upon her in the event of a real storm. In very rough weather she would certainly be destroyed. Her timbers under the strain would come apart, or even if they should stick together, and by the buoyancy of the empty casks continue to keep afloat, the sea would wash over them all the same, and either drown or otherwise destroy them. In such a long time as it must take before reaching land, they could not expect to have a continuance of fair weather. With the gig, a first-rate craft of its kind, the case would be different. Ben Brace well knew the boat, for he had often been one of its crew of rowers. It was a fast boat, even under oars, and with a sail set to it and a fair wind, they might calculate upon making 8 or 10 knots an hour. This would in no great time enable them to run down the trades and bring them to some port of the South African coast, perhaps to Guiana or Brazil. These speculations occupied them only a few seconds of time. In fact, they had passed through their minds long before they arrived alongside the gig, for they were but the natural considerations suggested by the presence of the boat. They were now in possession of a seaworthy craft. It seemed as if Providence had thrown it in their way, and they had no idea of abandoning it. On the contrary, it was the raft which was to be deserted. If they hesitated about transferring themselves and their chattels from the catamaran to the gig, it was but for a moment, and that brief space of time was only spent in considering how they might best accomplish the transfer. The boat had first to be got into a fit state for their reception, and as soon as they had recovered from the shock caused by that hideous spectacle, the sailor and Snowball set to work to remove the body out of sight, as well as every trace of the sanguinary strife that must have taken place. The mutilated corpse was cast into the sea and sank at once under the surface, though perhaps never to reach the bottom, for those two ravenous monsters were still hovering around the spot in greedy expectation of more food for their insatiable stomachs. The red bilgewater was next bailed out of the boat, the inside timbers cleared of their ensanguined stains and swilled with clean water from the sea, which was in its turn thrown out until no trace remained of the frightful objects so lately seen. A few things that had been found in the boat were permitted to remain as they might prove of service to the crew coming into possession. Among these there was not a morsel of food, nor a drop of drinking water. But there was the ship's compass, still in good condition, and the sailor knew that this treasure was too precious to be parted with, as it would enable them to keep their course under the most clouded skies. As soon as the gig was ready to receive them, the stores of the catamaran were transferred to it. The cask of water was carefully hoisted aboard the boat, and also the smaller cask containing the precious canary. The dried fish packed inside the chest, the oars, and other implements were next carried over the gangway between the two crafts, each article being stowed in a proper place within the gig. There was plenty of room for everything, as the boat was a large one, capable of containing 12 men, and of course ample for the accommodation of the catamaran's crew with all their impedimenta. The last transfer made was the mast and sail, which were unshipped from the catamaran to be set up on the gig, and which were just of the right size to suit the latter craft. There was nothing left upon the raft that could be of any use to them on their boat voyage, and after the mast and sail had been removed, the catamaran appeared completely dismantled. As they undid the lashings, which during the transfer had confined her to the gig, a feeling of sadness pervaded the minds of her former crew. They had grown to feel for that embarkation, frail and grotesque as it was, a sort of attachment, such as one may have for a loved home. To them it had been a home in the midst of the wilderness of waters, and they could not part from it without a strong feeling of regret. Perhaps it was partly for this reason they did not at once dip their oars into the water and row away from the raft, though they had another reason for lingering in its proximity. The mast had to be stepped into the gig, and the sail bent onto it, and as it seemed better that these things should be done at once, they at once set about doing them. During the time they were thus engaged, the boat drifted on with the breeze, making 2 or 3 knots to the hour. But this caused no separation between the two crafts, for the same breeze carried the dismantled raft, now lying light upon the water, at the like rate of speed. And when at length the mast stood amidships in the gig, and the sail yard was ready to be hauled up to it, there was scarce a cable's length between them. The catamaran was astern, but coming on at a fair rate of speed, as if determined not to be left behind in that lone wilderness of waters. End of chapter 93.
Chapter 94 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 94. A School of Sperm Whales. To all appearances, the hour had arrived when they were to look their last on the embarkation that had safely carried them through so many dangers. In a few minutes their sail would be spread before a breeze that would impel their boat at a rapid rate through the water, and in a short time they would see no more of the catamaran, crawling slowly after them. A few miles astern, and she would be out of sight, once and forever. Such was their belief as they proceeded to set the sail. Little were they thinking of the destiny that was before them. Fate had not designed such a sudden separation, and well was it for them that the catamaran had clung so closely upon their track as still to offer them an asylum, a harbor of refuge to which they might retreat, for it was not long before they found themselves in need of it. As stated, they were proceeding to set the sail. They had got their rigging all right, the canvas bent upon the yard, the halyards rove, and everything except hauling up and sheeting home. These last operations would have been but the work of 6 seconds, and yet they were never performed. As the sailor and Snowball stood, halyards in hand, ready to hoist up, an exclamation came from little William that caused both of them to suspend proceedings. The boy stood gazing out upon the ocean, his eyes fixed upon some object that had caused him to cry out. Lally was by his side also, regarding the same object. "What is it, Willem?" eagerly inquired the sailor, hoping the lad might have made out a sail. William had himself entertained this hope. A whitish disk over the horizon had come under his eye, which for a while looked like a spread canvas, but soon disappeared, as if it had suddenly dissolved into air. William was ashamed of having uttered the exclamation, as being guilty of causing a false alarm. He was about to explain himself, when the white object once more rose up against the sky, now observed by all. "That's what I saw," said the alarmist, confessing himself mistaken. "If you took it for a sail, lad," rejoined the sailor, "you were mistaken. It be only the spouting of a spermaceti." "There's more than one," rejoined William, desirous of escaping from his dilemma. "See, yonder's half a dozen of them." "There ye be right, lad, though not in saying there's a half a dozen. More like there's half 100 of 'em. There's sure to be that number where you see 6 a-blowing at the same time. There'd be a school of them, I be bound. Maybe a body." "Golly!" cried Snowball, after regarding the whales for a moment. "Dey am a-comin' dis way." "They'd be," muttered the old whalesman in a tone that did not show much satisfaction at the discovery. "They're coming right down upon us. I don't like it a bit. They're on a passage, that I can see, and it be dangerous to get in their way when they're going so, especially aboard a craft such as this un." Of course the setting of the sail was adjourned at this announcement, as it would have been whether there had been danger or not. A school of whales, either upon their passage or when gambolling, is a spectacle so rare, at the same time so exciting, as not to be looked upon without interest, and the voyager must be engrossed in some very serious occupation who can permit it to pass without giving it his attention. Nothing can be more magnificent than the movement of these vast leviathans as they cleave their track through the blue liquid element, now sending aloft their plume-like spouts of white vapor, now flinging their broad and fan-shaped flukes into the air, at times bounding with their whole bodies several feet above the surface, and dropping back into the water with a tremendous concussion that causes the sea to swell into huge foam-crest columns, as if a storm was passing over it. It was the thought of this that came into the mind of the ex-whalesman, and rendered him apprehensive, as he saw the school of cachalots coming on towards the spot occupied by the frail embarkation. He knew that the swell caused by the breaching of a whale is sufficient to swamp even a large-sized boat, and if one of the body now bowling down towards them should chance to spring out of the water while passing near, it would be just as much as they could do to keep the gig from going upon her beam ends. There was not much time to speculate upon chances or probabilities. When first seen, the whales could not have been more than a mile distant, and going on as they were, at the rate of 10 knots an hour. Only 10 minutes elapsed before the foremost was close up to the spot occupied by the boat and the abandoned raft. They were not proceeding in a regular formation, though here and there 4 or 5 might have been seen moving in a line, abreast with one another. The whole herd occupied a breadth extending about a mile across the sea, and in the very centre of this, as ill luck would have it, lay the cockle shell of a boat and an abandoned raft. It was one of the biggest schools that Ben Brace had ever seen, consisting of nearly 100 individuals, full-grown females followed by their calves, and only one old bull, the patron and protector of the herd. There was no mistaking it for a pod of whales, which would have been made up of young males just escaped from maternal protection, and attended by several older individuals of their own sex, acting as trainers and instructors. Just as the ci devant whalesman had finished making this observation, the cachalots came past, causing the sea to undulate for miles around the spot, as if a tempest had swept over and was succeeded by its swell. One after another passed with a graceful gliding that might have won the admiration of an observer viewing it from a position of safety. But to those who beheld it from the gig, there was an idea of danger in their majestic movement, heightened by the surf-like sound of their respirations. They had nearly all passed, and the crew of the gig were beginning to breathe freely, when they perceived the largest of the lot, the old bull, astern of the rest, and coming right towards them. His head, with several fathoms of his back, protruded above the surface, which at intervals he fluked with his tail, as if giving a signal to those preceding him, either to direct their onward course or warn them of some threatened danger. He had a vicious look about him, notwithstanding his patriarchal appearance, and the ex-whalesman uttered an exclamation of warning as he approached. The utterance was merely mechanical, since nothing could be done to ward off the threatened encounter. Nothing was done. There was no time to act, nor even to think. Almost on the same instant in which the warning cry was heard, the whale was upon them. He who had uttered it, along with his companions, felt themselves suddenly projected into the air, as if they had been tossed from a catapult, and their next sensation was that of taking a tremendous header into the depths of the fathomless ocean. All four soon came to the surface again, and the two who had best retained their senses, the sailor and Snowball, looked round for the gig. There was no gig in sight, nor boat of any kind, only some floating fragments, among which could be distinguished a cask or two, with the scattering of loose boards, oars, and handspikes, and articles of apparel. Among these were struggling two youthful forms, recognizable as Little William and Lilly Lally. A quick transformation took place in the tableau. A cry arose, "Back to the Catamaran!" and in a score of seconds the boy sailor was swimming alongside the A.B. for the raft, while the Coromantee, with Lilly Lally hoisted upon his left shoulder, was cleaving the water in the same direction. Another minute and all four were aboard the embarkation they had so lately abandoned, once more saved from the perils of the deep. End of chapter 94.
Chapter 95 of The Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 95. Worse Off Than Ever. There was no mystery about the incident that had occurred. It had scarce created surprise, for the moment that the old whalesman felt the shock, he knew what had caused it, as well as if he had been a simple spectator. The others, warned by him that danger might be expected in the passage of the whales, though then unapprised of its exact nature, were fully aware of it now. It had come and passed. At least, after mounting once more upon the raft, they perceived that their lives were no longer in peril. The occurrence needed no explanation. the detached timbers of the gig floating about on the water, and the shock they had experienced told the tale with sufficient significance. They had been "fluked" by the bull whale, whose fan-shaped tail fins, striking the boat in an upward direction, had shattered it as easily as an egg-shell, tossing the fragments, along with the contents, both animate and inanimate, several feet into the air. Whether it was done out of spite or wanton playfulness, or for the gratification of a whalish whim, the act had cost the huge leviathan no greater effort than might have been used in brushing off a fly, and after its accomplishment the old bull went bowling on after its frolicsome school, gliding through the water, apparently with as much unconcern as if nothing particular had transpired. It might have been nothing to him, neither the capsize nor its consequences, but it was everything to those he had so unceremoniously upset. It was not until they had fairly established themselves on the raft, and their tranquillity had become a little restored, that they could reflect upon the peril through which they had passed, or realize the fullness of their misfortune. They saw their stores scattered about over the waves, their oars and implements drifting about, and what was still worse, the great sea chest of the sailor, which in the hurry of the late transfer had been packed full of shark flesh, they could not see. Weighted as it was, it must have gone to the bottom, carrying its precious contents along with it. The water cask and the smaller one containing the canary were still afloat, for both had been carefully bunged, but what mattered drink if there was no meat, and not a morsel appeared to be left them. For some minutes they remained idly gazing upon the wreck, a spectacle of complete ruin. One might have supposed that their inaction proceeded from despair, which was holding them as if spellbound. It was not this, however. They were not the sort to give way to despair. They only waited for an opportunity to act, which they could not do until the tremendous swell caused by the passage of the whales should to some extent subside. Just then the sea was rolling mountains high, and the raft on which they stood, or rather crouched, was pitching about in such a manner that it was as much as they could do to hold footing upon it. Gradually the ocean around them resumed its wonted tranquillity, and, as they had spent the interval in reflection, they now proceeded to action. They had formed no definite plans, further than to collect the scattered materials, such of them as were still above water, and, if possible, re-rig the craft which now carried them. Fortunately the mast, which had been forced out of its stepping in the timbers of the gig, and entirely detached from the broken boat, was seen drifting at no great distance off, with the yard and sail still adhering to it. As these were the most important articles of which the Catamaran had been stripped, there would be no great difficulty in restoring her to her original entirety. Their first effort was to recover some of the oars. This was not accomplished without a considerable waste of time and a good deal of exertion. On the dismantled embarkation there was not a stick that could be used for rowing, and it was necessary to propel it with their outspread palms. During the interval of necessary inaction, the floating fragments of the wreck had drifted to a considerable distance, or rather had the raft, buoyed up by its empty casks, glided past them, and was now several cable lengths to leeward. They were compelled, therefore, to work up the wind, and their progress was consequently slow, so slow as to become vexatious. Snowball would have leaped overboard and recovered the oars by swimming, but the sailor would not listen to this proposal, pointing out to his sable companion the danger to be apprehended from the presence of the sharks. The negro made light of this, but his more prudent comrade restrained him, and they continued patiently to paddle the raft with their hands. At length a pair of oars were got hold of, and from that moment the work went briskly on. The mast and sail were fished out of the sea and dragged aboard. The casks of water and wine were once more secured, and the stray implements were picked up one after another, all except those of iron, including the axe, which had gone to the bottom of the Atlantic. Their greatest loss had been the chest and its contents. This was irreparable, and in all probability the precursor of a still more serious misfortune, the loss of their lives. End of chapter 95. Chapter 96 of The Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 96. The Darkest Hour. Death in all its dark reality once more stared them in the face. They were entirely without food. Of all their stores, collected and cured with so much care and ingenuity, not a morsel remained. Besides what the chest contained, there had been some loose flitches of the dried fish lying about upon the raft. These had been carried into the boat, and must have been capsized into the sea. While collecting the other debris, they had looked for them in hopes that some stray pieces might still be picked up. Not one had been found. If they floated at all, they must have been grabbed by the sharks themselves, or some other ravenous creatures of the deep. Had any such waifs come in their way, the castaways, just at that crisis, might not have cared to eat them with the bitterness they must have derived from their briny immersion. Still they knew that in due time they would get over any daintiness of this kind, and indeed, before many hours had elapsed, all four of them began to feel keenly the cravings of a hunger not likely to refuse the coarsest or most unpalatable food. Since that hurried retreat from their moorings by the carcass of the cachalot, they had not eaten anything like a regular meal. The series of terrible incidents, so rapidly succeeding one another, along with the almost continuous exertions they had been compelled to make, had kept their minds from dwelling upon the condition of their appetites. They had only snatched a morsel of food at intervals, and swallowed a mouthful of water. Just at the time the last catastrophe occurred, they had been intending to treat themselves to a more ceremonious meal, and were only waiting until the sail should be set, and the boat gliding along her course, to enter upon the eating of it. This pleasant design had been frustrated by the flukes of the whale, which, though destroying many other things, had unfortunately not injured their appetites. These were keen enough when they first reoccupied their old places on the catamaran, but as the day advanced, and they continued to exert themselves in collecting the fragments of the wreck, their hunger kept constantly increasing, until all four experienced that appetite as keenly as they had ever done since the commencement of their prolonged and perilous cruise. In this half-famished condition, it was not likely they should have any great relish for work, and as soon as they had secured the various waifs against the danger of being carried away, they set themselves to consider what chance they had to provide themselves with a fresh stock of food. Of course their thoughts were directed towards the deep, or rather its finny denizens. There was nothing else above, beneath, or around them that could have been coupled with the idea of food. Their former success in fishing might have given them confidence, and would have done so, but for an unfortunate change that had taken place in their circumstances. Their hooks were among the articles now missing. The harpoons which they had handled with such deadly effect upon the carcass of the cachalot had been there left, sticking up out of the back of the dead leviathan, composing that improvised spit erected for roasting the shark steaks. In short, every article of iron, even to their own knives, which had been thrown loosely into the boat, was now at the bottom of the sea. There was not a moiety of metal left out of which they could manufacture a fish hook, and if there had been it would not have mattered much, since they could not discover a scrap of meat sufficient to have baited it. There seemed no chance whatever of fishing or obtaining fish in any fashion, and after turning the subject over and over in their minds, they at length relinquished it in despair. At this crisis their thoughts reverted to the cachalot, not the live leaping leviathan whose hostile behaviour had so suddenly blighted their bright prospects, but the dead one, upon whose huge carcass they had so lately stood. There they might still find food, more shark meat. If not, there was the whale beef or blubber, coarse viands, it is true, but such as may sustain life. Of that there was enough to have replenished the larder of a whole ship's crew, of a squadron. It was just possible they could find their way back to it, for the wind, down which they had been running, was still in the same quarter, and the whole distance they had made during the night might in time be recovered. At the best it would have been a difficult undertaking and doubtful of success, even if there had been no other obstacle than the elements standing in their way. But there was, one more dreaded than either the opposition of the wind or the danger of straying from their course. In all likelihood their pursuers had returned to the spot which they had forsaken, and might at that very moment be mooring their craft to the huge pectoral fin that had carried the cable of the Catamaran. In view of this probability, the idea of returning to the dead whale was scarce entertained, or only to be abandoned on the instant. Cheerless were the thoughts of the Catamarans as they sat pondering upon that important question, how they were to find food, cheerless as the clouds of night that were now rapidly descending over the surface of the sea, and shrouding them in sombre gloom. Never before had they felt so dispirited, and yet never had they been so near being relieved from their misery. It was the darkest hour of their despondency, and the nearest to their deliverance, as the darkest hour of the night is that which precedes the day. End of chapter 96. Chapter 97 of The Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 97. A Cheering Cup. They made no attempt to move from the spot upon which the sun saw them at setting. As yet they had not restored the mast with its sail, and they had no motive for toiling at the oar. All the little way they might make by rowing was not worth the exertion of making it, and indeed it had now become a question whether there was any use in attempting to continue their westward course. There was not the slightest chance of reaching land before starvation could overtake them, and they might as well starve where they were. Death in that shape would not be more endurable in one place than another, and it would make no difference under what meridian they should depend the last few minutes of their lives. Into such a state of mind had these circumstances now reduced them, a stupor of despair rather than the calmness of resignation. After some time had been passed in this melancholy mood, passed under darkness, and in sombre silence, a slight circumstance partially aroused them. It was the voice of the sailor proposing supper. One hearing him might have supposed that he too had taken leave of his senses. Not so, nor did his companions so judge him. They knew what he meant by the word, and that the assumed tone of cheerfulness in which he pronounced it had been intended to cheer them. Ben's proposal was not without some significance, though to call it supper, of which it was designed they should partake, was making a somewhat figurative use of the phrase. No matter, it meant something to supply the place of a supper, if not so substantial as they would have wished, at least something that would not only prolong their lives, but for a while lighten their oppressed spirits. It meant a cup of canary. They had not forgotten their possession of this. Had they done so, they might have yielded to even a deeper despair. A small quantity of the precious grape juice was still within the cask, safe stowed in its old locker. They had hitherto abstained from touching it, with the view of keeping it to the last moment that it could be conveniently hoarded. That moment seemed to Ben Brace to have arrived, when he proposed a cup of canary for their supper. Of course no objection was made to a proposition equally agreeable to all, and the stopper was taken from the cask. The little measure of horn, which had been found floating among the debris of the wrecked gig, was carefully inserted upon its string, drawn out filled with the sweet wine, and then passed from lip to lip, the pretty lips of the Lily Lalee being the first to come in contact with it. The dipping was several times repeated, and then the stopper was restored to its place, and without any further ceremony the supper came to an end. Whether from the invigorating effects of the wine, or whether from that natural reaction of spirits ever consequent on a spell of despondency, both the sailor and Snowball, after closing the cask, began to talk over plans for the future. Hope, however slight, had once more made entry into their souls. The subject of their discourse was whether they should not forthwith re-step the mast and set the sail. The night was as dark as pitch, but that signified little. They could manipulate the sticks, ropes, and canvas without light, and as to the lashings that would be required, there could be no difficulty in making them good, if the night had been 10 times darker than it was. This was a trope used by Snowball on the occasion, regardless of its physical absurdity. One argument which the sailor urged in favor of action was that by moving onward they could do no harm. They might as well be in motion as at rest, since, with the sail as their motive power, it would require no exertion on their part. Of course this reasoning was purely negative, and might not have gone far towards convincing the Coromantee, whose fatalist tendencies at times strongly inclined him to inaction. But his comrade backed it by another argument of a more positive kind, to which Snowball more readily assented. "By keepin' on 'ard," said Ben, "we'll be more like to come in sight o' somethin', if there be anything abroad. Besides, if we lay here like a log, we'll still be in danger o' them ruffians driftin' down on us. Ye know they be a wind'ard, and ha' got these sails set. That is, if they bean't gone back to the Sparmacety, which I dare say they've done. In that case there moutn't be much fear o' 'em. But whether or no, it'd be best for us to make sure. I say, let's set the sail." "Berra well, Massa Brace," rejoined the Coromantee, whose opposition had been only slight. "Dar am truth in what you hab alleged. Ef you say de sail, I say de same. Dar am a lubly breeze blowin'. Pose we tick up de mast de berry instant o' time." "All right," rejoined the sailor. "Bear a hand, my hearties, and let's go at it. The sooner we spread the canvas the better." No further words passed, except some muttered phrases of direction or command proceeding from the captain of the Catamaran, while engaged with his crew in stepping the mast. This done, the yard was hauled apeak, the sheets drawn taut and belayed, and the wet canvas, spread out once more, became filled with the breeze, and carried the craft with a singing sound through the water. End of chapter 97.
Chapter 98 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 98. A Phantom Ship, or a Ship on Fire. With the Catamaran once more under sail and going on her due course, her crew might have seemed restored to the situation held by them previous to their encountering the dead cachalot. Unfortunately for them, this was far from being the case. A change for the worse had occurred in their circumstances. Then they were victuallated, if not to full rations, at least with stores calculated to last them for some time. They were provided, moreover, with certain weapons and implements that might be the means of replenishing their stores in the event of their falling short. Now it was altogether different. The Catamaran was as true and seaworthy as ever, her rig as of yore, and her sailing qualities not in the least impaired. But her fitting out was far inferior, especially in the victualling department, and this weighed heavily upon the minds of her crew. Notwithstanding the depression of their spirits, which soon returned again, they could not resist an inclination for sleep. It is to be remembered that they had been deprived of this on the preceding night through the violence of the gale, and that they had got but very little on the night before that from being engaged in scorching their shark meat. Exhausted nature called loudly for repose, and so universally that the complete crew yielded to the call, not even one of them remaining in charge of the helm. It had been agreed upon that the craft should be left to choose its own track, or rather that which the wind might select for it. Guided by the breath of heaven, and by that alone, did the catamaran continue her course. How much way she made thus left alone to herself is not written down in her log. The time alone is recorded, and we are told that it was the hour of midnight before any individual of her crew awoke from that slumber, to which all hands had surrendered after setting her sail. The first of them who awoke was little William. The sailor lad was not a heavy sleeper at any time, and on this night in particular his slumbers had been especially unsound. There was trouble on his mind before going to sleep, an uneasiness of no ordinary kind. It was not any fear for his own fate. He was a true English tar in miniature, and could not have been greatly distressed with any apprehension of a purely selfish nature. Those that harassed him were caused by his consideration for another, for Lilly Lally. For days he had been observing a change in the appearance of the child. He had noticed the gradual paling of her cheek and rapid attenuation of her form, the natural consequence of such a terrible exposure to one accustomed all her days to a delicate and luxurious mode of existence. On that day in particular, after the fearful shock that they had all sustained, the young Portuguese girl had appeared, at least in the eyes of little William, more enfeebled than ever, and the boy sailor had gone to sleep under a sad foreboding that she would be the first to succumb, and that soon, to the hardships they were called upon to encounter. Little William loved Lilly Lally with such love as a lad might feel for one of his own age, a love perhaps the sweetest in life, if not the most lasting. Inspired by this juvenile passion, and by the apprehensions he had for its object, the boy sailor did not sleep very soundly. Fortunate that it was so, else that brilliant flame that near the mid-hours of night glared athwart the deck of the catamaran might not have awakened him, and had it not done so, neither he nor his three companions might ever again have looked upon human face except their own, and that only to see one another expire in the agonies of death. There was a flame far lighting up the sombre surface of the ocean that shone upon the sleepy catamarans. Gleaming in the half-closed eye of the sailor lad, it awoke him. Starting up, he beheld an apparition which caused him surprise, not unmingled with alarm. It was a ship beyond doubt, or the semblance of one, but such as the sailor lad had never before seen. She appeared to be on fire. Vast clouds of smoke were rising up from her decks and rolling away over her stern, illuminated by columns of bright flame that jetted up forward of her foremast, almost to the height of her lower shrouds. No man unaccustomed to such a sight could have looked upon that ship without supposing that she was on fire. Little William should have been able to judge of what he saw. Unfortunately for himself, the spectacle of a ship on fire was not new to him. He had witnessed the burning of the bark which had borne him into the middle of the Atlantic, and left him where he now was, in a position of extreme peril. But the memory of that conflagration did not assist him in determining the character of the spectacle now before his eyes. On the decks of the Pandora he had seen men endeavoring to escape from the flames, in every attitude of wild terror. On the ship now in sight he believed the very reverse. He saw human beings standing in front of the column of fire, not only unconcerned at its proximity, but apparently feeding the flames. It was a spectacle to startle the most experienced mariner and call forth the keenest alarm, a sight to suggest the double interrogatory: is it a phantom ship or a ship on fire? End of chapter 98. Chapter 99 of the Ocean Waifs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Ocean Waifs by Thomas Mayne Reid. Chapter 99. A Whaler Trying Out. In making the observations above detailed, the boy sailor had been occupied scarce 10 seconds of time, only while his eye took in the singular spectacle thus abruptly brought before it. He did not stay to seek out his own thoughts and answer to the question that suggested itself, but giving way to the terrified surprise which the apparition had caused him, he raised the shout which instantly awoke his companions. Each of the three, on the instant of their awakening, gave utterance to a quick cry, but their shouts, although heard simultaneously, were significant of very different emotions. The cry of the girl was simply a scream, expressive of the wildest terror. That of Snowball was a confused mingling of surprise and alarm, while to the astonishment of William, and the others as well, the utterance of the sailor was a shout of unrestrained joy, accompanied by the action of suddenly springing to his feet, so suddenly that the catamaran was in danger of being capsized by the abrupt violence of the movement. He did not give them time to ask for an explanation, but on the moment of getting himself into an erect attitude, he commenced a series of shouts and exclamations, all uttered in the very highest key of which his voice was capable. And among those utterances, and conspicuously intoned, was the well-known hail, "Ship ahoy!" followed by other nautical phrases, denoting the recognition of a ship. "Golly, it am a ship," interposed Snowball, "a ship on de fire." "No, no," impatiently answered the ex-whalesman, "nothing of the sort. It's a whaler trying out her oil. Don't you see the men yonder, standing by the try-works, are throwing in the scraps? Lord a mercy, if they should pass us without hearing our hail! Ship ahoy! Whaler ahoy!" And the sailor once more put forth his cries with all the power that lay in his lungs. To this was added the stentorian voice of the Coromantee, who, quickly catching the explanation given by the ex-whalesman, saw the necessity of making himself heard. For some moments the deck of the catamaran rang with the shouts, "Ship ahoy! Whaler ahoy!" that might have been heard far over the ocean, much farther than the distance at which the strange vessel appeared to be. But to the consternation of those who gave utterance to those cries, no answer was returned. They could now distinctly see the ship, and almost everything aboard of her, for the 2 columns of flames rising high in forward of her foremast, out of the huge double furnace of the try-works, illuminated not only the decks of the vessel, but the surface of the sea for miles around her. They could see rolling sternward immense volumes of thick smoke, gleaming yellow under the light of the blazing fires, and the figures of men looming like giants in the glare of the garish flames, some standing in front of the furnace, others moving about, and actively engaged in some species of industry that to the eye of any other than a whalesman might have appeared supernatural. Notwithstanding the distinctness with which they saw all these things, and the evident proximity of the ship, those on the raft could not make themselves heard, shout as loudly as they would. This might have appeared strange to the catamarans, and led them to believe that it was, in reality, a phantom ship they were hailing, and the gigantic figures they saw were those of spectres instead of men. But the experience of the ex-whalesman forbade any such belief. He knew the ship to be a whaler, the moving forms to be men, her crew, and he knew, moreover, the reason why these had not answered his hail. They had not heard it. The roaring of the great furnace fires either drowned or deadened every other sound, even the voices of the whalesmen themselves, as they stood close to each other. Ben Brace remembered all this, and the thought that the ship might pass them unheard and unheeded filled his mind with dread apprehension. But for a circumstance in their favor this might have been the lamentable result. Fortunately, however, there was a circumstance that led to a more happy termination of that chance encounter of the two strange crafts, the catamaran and the whale ship. The latter, engaged, as appearances indicated, in the process of trying out the blubber of some whale lately harpooned, was laying to against the wind, and of course not making much way, nor caring to make it, through the water. As she was coming up slowly, her head set almost into the wind's eye, the catamarans, well to the windward, would have no difficulty in getting their craft close up to her. The sailor was not slow in perceiving their advantageous position, and as soon as he became satisfied that the distance was too great for their hail to be heard, he sprang to the steering oar, turned the helm hard a port, and set her craft's head on towards the whaler, as if determined to run her down. In a few seconds the raft was surging along within a cable's length of the whaler's bows, when the cry of "Ship ahoy!" was once more raised by both Snowball and the sailor. Though the hail was heard, the reply was not instantaneous, for the crew of the whale ship, guided by the shouts of those on the raft, had looked forth upon the illumined water, and seeing such a strange embarkation right under their bows, were for some moments silent through sheer surprise. The ex-whalesman, however, soon made himself intelligible, and in 10 minutes after the crew of the catamaran, instead of shivering in wet clothes, with hungry stomachs to make them still more miserable, might have been seen standing in front of an immense fire, with an ample supply of wholesome food set before them, and surrounded by a score of rude but honest men, each trying to excel the other in contributing to their comfort. End of chapter 99.